Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Bristol for what promises to be a thrilling final day between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, as Gloucestershire resumed their innings on 399 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 526 all out. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher
morning
with you for today on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Gloucestershire live stream. I guess perhaps one of the most intriguing things today could be how many different bowlers are we going to see. It'll be Anuj Dahl first from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to James Bracey, who's going to pick up 4 runs first ball, chopping the ball through gully, and Gloucestershire bring up their 403 for 4 as Bracey is on to 141. Graham Van Buren not out 156, and those two setting a new club record partnership for the 5th wicket. WG turning in his grave as another of his records is erased from the books.
I didn't realise he played for Gloucestershire. There's barely a mention of him around the ground.
Here comes Anuj Dahl bowling round the wicket to Bracey. It's down the leg side. He tries to help it on its way. Guest thinks about a stumping, but Bracey's back in his ground.
Anyway, it's been lovely working with you, Ed.
Thank you.
Just
Off
go.
for the rest of the day now. God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I don't know how they used to do it on their own all day, never mind certain days. But no, we're going to have a huge amount of fun, I'm sure. One slip in place as Dahl runs in and bowls to Bracey, who turns into the onside. And it's fielded by Rees at short mid-wicket. So yeah, the history makers. Everyone talks about history being made now. Graham Van Buren and James Bracey. So back-to-back games for Gloucestershire where they've broken a partnership record against their opposition. Opening stand did it against Leicestershire as Dahl bowls and Bracey plays forward firmly. It was almost deflected away from mid-off by extra cover, but not quite. So still no run. There's a few more people here today than I thought. Only a few, but I must say it was a ghost town at 10:30, but a few people have decided to come in and spend their bank holiday Monday watching a bit of cricket. Dahl is in to Bracey, who prods forward. I don't think he was initially intending the ball to go there, but he'll take a single through square leg and move to 142, 404 for 4. So, well, Gloucestershire's first plan, not really much of a secret, 450, and then we'll see what they've got in mind, whether they think we might as well just declare having got to the 450, maximise the amount of time to bowl Derbyshire out, or whether they decide might as well just bat on. Dahl is in to Van Buren, who defends back up the surface, and there is no run. 404 for 4. I would like to say, just get this out there early in the day, that I do know that his name is Graham Van Buren, but sometimes I will say Van Buren because occasionally people will wonder who this Van Buren is. He sounds like a riot, Van Buren. But anyway, it might have to be interchangeably for those who understandably do want it pronounced the correct way, and those who wonder who the heck Van Buren is. Alex Thompson will bowl from the pavilion end. So Derbyshire do have a bit of work to do to get their over rate back up. It's at -2 at the moment. So even though this ball is still very new, it's only in the 9th over. They're opening the bowling with spin for day 4. Bracey knocking a single down to long on first ball. 405 for 4 as Bracey moves on to 143. So Van Buren waits as Thompson is in and bowls to him. It's a very slow delivery, which does turn, but gives Van Buren plenty of time to clip it through the onside, out to deep square leg, and it's 406 for 4. Van Buren moves on to 157. Dave Fletcher is looking at this pair of headphones like he's never seen one before.
I've never seen this pair, certainly, because my microphone's always on the other side.
Thompson bowls, and Bracey leans forward to defend into the covers. Has it been twizzled round all the way? There we go.
Here we go.
It's twizzled round.
It'll twizz right round. That's possibly the most exciting thing that's going to happen today.
Thompson bowls back of a length. Bracey runs it out into the offside towards backward point. They'll take a single and not bother with the overthrow. It's almost gone all the way to the boundary, but the boundary's so short you couldn't take on the overthrow. 407 for 4.
Yes, I think we might have lost a couple of listeners if they were listening to the news at 11 o'clock on BBC Radio Derby when I suggested this game was going nowhere. Perhaps shouldn't have said that.
But we aren't going anywhere either. Thompson bowls short and wide, and Van Buren tries to cut, and he's missed it. And Guest
He's missed it too.
Is it too? Yeah. He tried to take that with palms facing downward, despite the fact that his feet were both off the floor. But a bit of bounce for Thompson.
That's yoga, isn't it? The downward-facing palms, I think. Yeah.
As Thompson bowls, again, there's a bit of turn out of the rough, but Van Buren just drops it right down at his feet, and that completes the over. 3 runs off it. A minimum of 94 overs remaining. We might get more. We'll almost certainly get less.
Well, I hope we get less. Unless something suddenly exciting happens, but I'm struggling to work out how that is actually going to be possible for anything exciting to happen. Because this partnership is already a record, so we haven't got that to look forward to. Spoilt it for everybody. It's Anuj Dal bowling to James Bracey, who leaves that ball alone outside the off stump.
Can't say I'd heard of the fellow who was batting with WG for that partnership record back in 1876 at Cheltenham against
Well, no, even I wasn't there.
Yorkshire. William Octavius Moberly.
Absolutely. Marvellous name.
Born in Shoreham by Sea. I suppose you would be with a middle name, Octavius.
He must have been born in October, surely.
He wasn't.
What on earth? That one is defended by Bracey.
No, he must have been the 8th child, I guess, but...
August. It would be October isn't the 8th month anyway, is it?
No.
Was he born in August?
No, he wasn't either. No, I suspect he was the 8th.
Was he born in January? February, March?
No.
Was he not born at all?
He was born in November.
Oh, no, I'd never have got them. Well, I would have done eventually, obviously, but that one is pushed back on a square by Bracey. Off just next to Anuj Dal delivery. It's fielded by Wayne Madsen. At the moment, the Derbyshire fielders are running around quite enthusiastically. I imagine by lunchtime that'll have stopped. I'd be surprised if they were running around enthusiastically. I don't... oh, yeah, no, he is. Somebody's off the field, because that looks like Ben Aitchison at extra cover. I'll get the binoculars on him in a minute. His face changes all the time, as this one is driven by Bracey up to Matt Lamb, who was the person who I thought might be off the field. No, it is. He's turned around and shown me his number 14. It is Ben Aitchison who arrived, well, sometime in the last 12, 14, 24 hours. He had grown a moustache, which was terrific, and then he shaved it off, which was disappointing. He said it might reappear, which is good news, but I now have to try to work out who isn't on the field. Darren Dupavalon, I'm going, as this one is down the leg side, and Bracey misses out there. There's a tumbling stop to his right by Brooke Guest, but yeah, Darren Dupavalon is not on the field. I hope there's nothing too sinister about that. He didn't bowl particularly well yesterday. I'm sure that's not the reason he's not on the field. I just hope he's not injured, because he is going to be part of the T20 squad. In comes Dal again and bowls. Oh, tries to cut a ball that's too close to him to cut. Goes underneath his bat and through to Brooke Guest to complete a maiden over, the first of the day. And Gloucestershire remain on 407 for 4. So yeah, that's a slight concern. The South Africans not on the field.
Yeah.
Good for Aitchison that he's getting another run. We've seen quite a lot of Ben Aitchison recently.
Who's that at deep square leg now? That looks like a
that is Darren
Dupavalon.
Dupavalon over there, so it's not him. Excellent. I'll keep going.
Has he just come on? I don't know. I didn't see. Thompson bowls and Van Buren cuts straight to backward point.
No, I don't think he's just gone. Come on, because he's still here. Perhaps they've got 12 fielders. Might as well.
Yeah.
While we give everybody a go.
I think Gloucestershire would object too much at this point.
I'll tell you who it might be.
Thompson is in, bowls a bit quicker. Van Buren hurried slightly, but still pushes defensively with the meat of the bat.
I'm going an Iron Donald. I can't see an iron out there. Because that's Matt Lamb practicing his bowling, which is interesting. And
yeah.
It could be that.
Thompson bowls all this turn there. That almost had Gloucestershire's skipper as he gave himself a bit of room to cut, but then it just kept following him. He just got the bat in front of his pad, or he would have been stone dead in front. Well, it might have been bowled as well, but either way, he'd have been a goner. Thompson into Van Buren, who turns through the leg side, just past Naeem Ashraf at square leg, and one run out to the sweeper, 408 for 4. This has been such a quiet game for the umpires. Have they had to make any decisions at all, other than wides, no balls, etc.?
One LBW?
There was yes, that's right. Alex Thompson was given LBW. Other than that, I think most people have probably walked for their edges because they've been thick edges. There's an appeal here. Well, it doesn't need to be one because it's been bowled round his legs. James Bracey's gone. So Gloucestershire have lost their 5th wicket. It was a ball which was floated up by Thompson, full and on leg stump. Bracey tried to sweep it round the corner, and he's been bowled. So there will be no 150 for James Bracey. A career best was potentially beckoning as well. His career best 177, but he's gone for 144. It's 408 for 5, and Bracey will raise his bat again because I'm sure there'll be plenty that weren't here yesterday, but it is still worth remembering that there was some serious jeopardy when he came to the middle. I think he's actually got even more unlucky than it looked. I don't think he's been completely bowled round his legs. I think the ball was missing leg stump, and then as he was looking to sweep, I think he may have got a bit of glove on it or something, and it's gone the other way and trickled back onto his stumps. But Bracey came to the middle at 63 for 3 after Miles Hammond had swooshed and missed a straight delivery, and he walks off at 408 now for 5. Quite a job from Bracey. It was part of the onslaught that Gloucestershire delivered to Derbyshire when they took that second new ball. It was more Van Buren who was hitting most of the boundaries, but throughout his innings Bracey's batted an excellent tempo. His cover driving was probably some of the best that I've seen since that 177 against Yorkshire back in 2022, and he very much does seem to be back this year. It's time for Big Bo as he's facing up to his first delivery, and because there's a huge gap in the offside, all he has to do is defend the ball and take a run. So he's off the mark, 409 for 5, and he's kept the strike at the end of that over.
Aaron Donald off the field, and it was Alex Hughes who ran on the drinks when the wicket fell. He was one of the coaching staff. So no Harry Kame here anymore. I'm not sure I've seen Ross Whiteley this morning either. The seconds have it's one of those second team T20s today.
Oh, yes.
So Harry Kame will play in that. Ross Whiteley, you would imagine, will play in that. Samit Patel, Pat Brown.
We could commentate on that as well.
Well, it might be more interesting if we've got a live feed, that would be good. As this first delivery of a new MATCHDAY over is driven by Webster into the ground and back to MATCHDAY. I'm just getting word that somebody has said he's ill as opposed to injured, which is good news on Aaron Donald. Illness is far better at this stage going into the T20 than injury, as long as it's just something yet. As this next delivery is driven handsomely by Webster for 4 out to extra cover. It beat the diving Lewis Rees, and Darren Dupavillon couldn't, if it is him, couldn't get round to do the fill. He didn't run like Dupavillon, but it is him. He's wearing a long sleeve sweater as well now, which is awkward because he wears a sweatband on his left arm, which makes him very easy to spot.
To identify, yeah.
Connors and Chappell are warming up, but they're warming up looking at each other, virtually suggesting that, look at Zach Chappell, he's dancing again out there, he can't keep still. Is Dahl in and bowls, edged and along the ground to first slip. Dropped a long way short of first slip in the end. Who is Ben Aitchison? Wayne Matson at second.
He's not really a man you particularly want to see walking out to the middle at 408 for 5, I'd suggest, by Webster. Sort of looks as if he's out there to do some damage.
Dahl bowls to him, and he guides that down.
That was his plan a couple of days ago.
Beautiful. Yeah, but he was talking about edges as well, wasn't it? That was off the middle of the bat. That was beautifully played. I mean, it was just placed wide of the slip. Thompson had no chance of hauling it in, unless he can go from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And Webster moves on to 9. It has also just been pointed out to me as well that something that's only happened 11 times in the history of first-class cricket has been removed after Bracey was out for 144. As Dahl is in, and that one is defended by Webster out into the offside. 3 double centuries in the same match. Has only happened 11 times. The last time was at the county ground in Derby when Shan Masood and Chiteshpa Pujara and Haynes got doubles. Sorry. Almost happened at Northampton, but Lewis Deploy was left stranded on 194 or something when the rain came. As Dahl is in and bowls, that one is guided down to third man. Now Thompson's got more of a chance of catching this, and indeed does catch it, and they come back for 2. Webster rapidly moves on to 11. It's 419 for 9 at the end of the over. Webster, as I say, has 11. Van Buren has 158. That would have been exciting, wouldn't it? Statistical. I mean, the game itself was rubbish, but there were 3 double centuries.
Yes, unfortunately, adding to the sort of collection of those sorts of matches, I can't remember which one we were referencing the other day with Leicestershire versus Sussex at Hove, that from memory was about 700 played 800.
Which is no good to anybody, is it?
Here comes Thompson to Van Buren, who defends into the onside, and there's protection there. No run. So Bracey's career best has gone. Van Buren's Gloucestershire best is not far away. Thompson bowls to Van Buren, who's forward defending up the surface. His first class best, though, is still a long way off in the distance, 235 back in his South African domestic cricket days. Facing up to Thompson, who's in, bowling a flight delivery which is attempted to be swatted down the ground. That was fairly agricultural from Van Buren, but it's along the floor and straight to mid-on, so he doesn't get a run for it. That was aimed somewhere in our direction initially. Thompson bowls, that's a good delivery, into the footmarks, and it strikes Van Buren on the thigh pad as he's lunging outside the off stump. There's some wickets to be had for Thompson. If you can get one more, Derbyshire get another bonus point. As forward goes Van Buren and plays it back up the onside of the surface.
That dreadful game you were talking about. Sussex made 588. They were actually bowled out for 588. Yeah.
Terrible.
However,
Thompson in, cut away by Van Buren through deep point. He'll take one and keep the strike. 420 for 5. Van Buren moves to 159.
Tom Alsop top scoring in the first innings, and then Leicestershire replied with 756 for 4 declared, double centuries, and big double century for Colin Ackerman, 277, 235 for Vian Mulder, both not out. Both not out. And then Sussex declared their second innings on 220 for 1. Ali Orr making a century. So that's simply dreadful. That will never replace entertainment. Here is Anuj Dal in and bowls. That one is turned around the corner by Van Buren for a single down towards Zach Chappell. Van Buren moves on to 160. 421 for 5. We're in the 94th over, so Derbyshire need, if they're going to get this pointless point, need to do it in the next 7 overs. No, they don't. 17 overs, isn't it?
Plenty of time.
No, there's far too much time. Just further 30 runs. If Gloucestershire don't get to 450 now, something will have gone horribly wrong. And now Wayne Madsen is going to wear the helmet at second slip or gully. And he wants chest protection. No, I think he wants leg protection, but he's quite close in there at gully. As Dahl is in and bowls, it's left alone by Bo Webster outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. He's put the brilliant. The towel that was down the back of his trousers for drying the ball has now gone down the front of his trousers for protecting something else.
I'm sure that'll do a great deal of good there.
I'd want more than a towel.
Yeah.
No matter how many times it had been folded. And you could fold it a few. As Dahl is in, and that one is driven and nicely stopped by Lewis Rees away to his right hand side. It was a fairly impressive shot from Bo Webster. It doesn't look like he's going to hit anything less than hard.
Yes.
Certainly not when he drives. I mean, there's a couple of nice touch shots down to third man, but when he's driving, he's going to drive it properly.
So he made 44 not out to finish off that 700 odd, and he hit a couple of balls straight to a fielder.
Dahl bowls to him and he just pushes this out into the offside. There's no run.
I mean, it was almost as if he was trying to break their fingertips. Hit it as hard as he possibly could. I mean, even if it were only for singles. It's one thing I used to think about Glenn Phillips when he used to play for Gloucestershire. If he were going to hit a single, he wasn't just content with hitting it into the gap and just, taking one. It would still have to be hit at the hardest possible MPH off the bat.
Dahl is in again. This one's turned into the leg side by Webster. He goes through for a single as the ball is picked up by Lamb. Then they start trying to return the ball to Anuj Dahl and it gets dropped. 422 for 5.
So if you're going to try and clear the MCG boundaries with any sort of regularity, that's as hard as you've got to hit it.
Yeah. Get 2 of these pitches in the MCG, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
In comes Dahl again and bowls to Van Buren off the back foot, punching it up towards David Lloyd, who has removed his cap. For what reason, I have no idea. There are now 2 capless fielders out there for Derbyshire. 422 for 5 at the end of the over 12 to Webster. 160 to Van Buren. Could be a new record. He's removed his cap because he's going to bowl. But he's still got it stuck down the back of his pants rather than giving it to the... Oh, he's not going to bowl. I thought he was going to bowl. He's not. I
was wondering why Thompson was getting removed from the attack after having taken a wicket.
It did seem
a couple of overs ago, but
a bit harsh, but
Didn't want to bowl to Webster.
Top school.
Thompson bowls. Oh gosh, he smashed that one along the ground as Webster, and it's been understandably not fielded cleanly by Zach Chappell at mid-off. Even for a professional cricketer, that was a fizzer to try and have to stop. He's looking at his left hand. I'm not surprised. I hope it's still intact. 2 runs taken, 424 for 5.
Thompson knows if he can get one past Webster, he's got a good chance of a stumping here.
Thompson bowls. He stays in his crease this time, does Webster, and just turns it to short mid-wicket. That was his. That seems to be the shot that he hits the hardest, and it doesn't actually go in the air a lot. He played it twice at Grace Road. I think once was much harder than that even, and this time he's just covering up and defending. But you kind of wonder a little bit when he gets to the T20, especially when he's taking strike from, if the bowling is from the Ashley Down Road end. I mean, that straight boundary, as Webster cuts, times it well, and that'll be 4 runs. Deep cover won't get round to that. It wasn't that short from Thompson, but Webster was waiting on the back foot for it, and has cut it to the boundary at some speed, 428 for 5. But you know, you can just imagine, because it's very hard to cut that angle off. You can have a long off field and you can have him quite straight, but then he won't be able to get round to the wide area. Thompson bowls full and dug out by Webster. It's a good piece of bowling from Thompson. More one-day style bowling, but then might be more one-day style batting at the moment from Webster. All he could do is dig it out to mid-off. Last ball of the over. Thompson into Webster, who's back foot driving out to a vacant cover. Chappell jogs round from mid-off, and they take a single, 429 for 5. Webster 19. But he can you can already see how he'd be thinking about targeting that boundary a la Michael Klinger, who is just so good at, I mean, it was more mid-on probably than mid-off with Klinger, but you just chip the ball over that long-on boundary into the seats in front of the flats.
It's all calmed down a bit after those 7 overs yesterday, hasn't it? As Dahl begins a new over from the Ashley Down Road end and bowling to Bo Webster, who just defends this off the back foot into the offside. The exciting news is I've got extra updates today at 1:30 as well.
Did you ask for those just so you could go and sit at the back for a few extra minutes?
No. It was requested. Yeah.
Vital details on
I think
day.
I'm being used very much as a speech filler. I think that's what we would describe it as. A bit like what we're doing now, really. 429 for 5. Lengthy conversation between Lloyd and Dahl before Dahl comes in and bowls to Webster, who guides this one out into the offside. They settle for a single as the ball is fielded out there by Dupavila, probably. And the score moves on to 430 for 5. 20 now off just 19 deliveries for Bo Webster. Now we've got 2 helmets out there, neither of them being used because Wayne Madson's back in an orthodox slip position. Well, it's more of a second slip really. A bit wider of Brooke Guest, and that one is on the leg stump and turned down towards Chappell at long leg by Van Buren for another single. 431 for 5.
So that partnership for the 4th wicket ending at 277. It's taken me all that time to do that.
Was it 277?
277. So breaking that previous record by 16 runs. 261 was the number between WG and Mr. Octavius.
This one is pushed off the back foot by Webster out towards extra cover when it's fielded again by Dupavila. They go through for another single. 432 for 5. 21 to Webster.
He's an accomplished rugby player, I'm seeing. Took part in the second ever, so I know how
just the
people
second.
get, rugby international between England and Scotland in 1872.
Oh, right, sorry. I thought we were on Bo Webster then for a minute. That one was pushed up too. He's looking well on it. Van Buren pushes that up to mid-on. No
Mr.
run.
William Octavius Moberly. And he apparently captained Oxford in the first varsity rugby match and captained them to victory.
A posh boy. Here comes Dahl again, bowling to Van Buren, who just fiddles this out into the offside, really, for a single. 4:33 for 5. Van Buren on to 162. That is the last ball of the over as well. Webster has 21. And they put on 25 runs in just 31 balls. So they're not hanging around. Well, they'll declare on 526, won't they? That would be the
527, just
yeah,
to be
so,
one ahead.
Yeah, well,
we got in front. Yeah. Exactly. Here comes Thompson bowling to Van Buren, who's defending on the front foot, back to the bowler. Well, I suppose we may as well use all this up already. Yesterday, I went to see the Gloucestershire CCC Heritage Trust Museum. As Van Buren tickles this round the corner, takes a quick single, there's a shot at the stumps from Dahl, which misses, but
I think it
Webster was
missed
home.
As he went to throw the ball, his hat fell off, and I'm sure his arm.
Did it hit?
Whether the ball hit, if the ball hits the hat, that's 5, because he's not wearing it.
It's unintentional, though.
Well, it's unintentional if it hits the, isn't it?
But then you've placed it there intentionally. You can't use it to catch anything.
No,
Webster
absolutely not.
off the front foot is pushing out into the covers for 1.
See, I don't know the laws as well as you.
But I think that's right. I think it's okay if because, for example, when Andrew Strauss threw that ball which smashed into his sunglasses and broke the sunglasses, that wasn't 5 penalty runs.
No,
but it would be if
he'd put his sunglasses on the floor.
Yes, as this is defended back to the bowler. Yeah, if he'd placed the sunglasses behind the keeper and then it hit them.
It felt to me as he threw the ball, almost his arm hit the hat. That would sort of put him off a bit. I don't know.
That would have been.
Perhaps I'm just getting overexcited.
I hope there's a photo of that.
Yes.
Anyway. If only we had somebody on the ground who could take such a photo. This is turned quietly into the onside, short of mid-wicket.
Photographers on the ground.
Van Buren, he takes a single. Well, you'd think one of them would have got it.
I don't know where the other one is.
436 for 5.
I can only see one at the moment.
Thompson to Webster, who plonks into the offside for a quick single, and Rees coming in, hasn't picked the ball up cleanly, but through quickly enough anyway. 437 for 5. Webster has 23. Anyway, at the GCCC Heritage Trust Museum, on loan from the MCC, is an incredible cricketing artefact, the bat with which Gilbert Jessop scored his 76-ball 100 in 1902. Still the fastest 100 for England in Test cricket. And I was reading about that last match. I can't remember why, but off air we got on to Gilbert Jessop. As Dahl runs in and bowls to Webster, who's poking towards point. And coming round from gully is Thompson to field, which allows them to take 1, 438 for 5. But apparently there was an awful lot more ball-by-ball data available on Jessop versus everybody else. You would think, how do they know that, given that there's no ball-by-ball data for basically anybody else? But apparently the media were so enamoured, even in those days, of somebody scoring quickly. Who'd have thought it? I'm not going to say that magic word, but apparently because of this fact, Dahl in bowls to Van Buren, who taps to point, and they'll jog through for 1 more as Thompson slings the throw to the non-striker's end, but Van Buren had almost turned round by that point. 439 for 5. But they used to record Jessop's innings because he would score so quickly so often, so we do know the ball-by-ball data. It's quite funny, there were, I think, 3 centuries very close to it in 2022 at the beginning of the Brendan McCullum era of coaching England. that word that shall not be named. And it sort of felt, it's only a matter of time before this gets broken. But actually, since 2022, I don't think anybody's got particularly close. Dahl over the wicket to Webster, who pushes forward towards mid-wicket. They had a strangled appeal and then realised that it had come off quite a substantial piece of Bo Webster's quite substantial piece of wood. Speaking of which, actually, that Jessup bat, it's a lot meatier than you'd think it would be. I think I had bats when I was younger that weren't that meaty. Yeah, it was quite heavy, actually. And it did have a decent-sized meat to it. Dahl runs in and bowls, and Webster blocks to mid-off. This is quite surprising, because when Roger Gibbons very kindly brought W.G. Grace's 100th 100 bat and the one that he scored 1,000 runs in the month of May with over here last year, that was as light and thin as you would have expected. But Jessup's is certainly had a decent-sized meat to it, as Dahl bowls to Webster, who plays an absolutely disgusting shot to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He was trying to smack that through the covers and was through the shot far too early and dragged it to mid-wicket. Oh, gosh. That if you played that shot in club cricket, you'd be getting an earful. No question. I suspect nobody's going to bother because he's A, not a club cricketer, and B, Australian. Dahl runs in and bowls, and Webster has opened the face of the bat, but only succeeded in placing it in the hands of the fielder at point, so there's no run. 2 runs from the over, 439 for 5 remains the Gloucestershire score. But that is on display in the museum, so if you are potentially listening within the ground or within striking distance of the ground, then go and see it. It's a piece of not just Gloucestershire history, but a piece of England history as well. And there's all sorts of other items to see Jessup-wise and otherwise as well. As a full delivery from Thompson, which is squeezed back to the bowler, no run.
I wish you'd give me a shout. I'd come and have a look at it myself.
We can go at lunchtime.
No, I'm busy.
Thompson is in and bowls. This is work towards square leg is in close, and there's no run.
No, I love stuff like that. When you were up at Derby, when David Griffin broke into the... he didn't break in, he had a key.
A great shot of you, I think it was, moving a plant pot.
Yes.
As this is driven in the air by Van Buren on the bounce to Lloyd at mid-on. Again, he's trying to go over the top and hasn't really got it.
I think it's a boardroom, and in there are a lot of bats, but unfortunately they've been exposed to the light and they've all gone black, which is a real shame, but there's some fantastic bats in there.
Thompson bowls, shout for leg before, and he's probably just outside the line again. He's been thrusting that pad out there knowing that the rough is where the danger is, so he can try his best to take LBW out of the equation by doing that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I got excited. They're not going to give another LBW. We didn't hardly see any last week either. They were not outers.
Dahl to Van Buren, who works straight to short mid-wicket. Madsen there to field.
And you don't mind if they're not outers, as long as they're not outers for all 4 innings, should you have 4 innings, and they pretty much were, so that was okay.
Yeah. Thompson working on a maiden over, bowling to Van Buren, who just about keeps that one out. That was a brave delivery to play back and through the leg side too, but he gets bat on it. There's no run though to mid-wicket, 439 for 5, end of the over. Thompson's third maiden, 1 for 76 from his 20 overs. Last week at Grace Road, I saw a bat belonging to Dick Puffer.
Oh yeah, good old Dick.
Yeah. I didn't realise he was the first Leicestershire player to play for England, Dick Puffer.
I'd never heard of him, but that is a magnificent name. That is one of the top sporting names of our of any generation. Here's Anuj Dahl in and bowling to Bo Webster, who's got a pretty good name himself. just defends that into the onside. I just told Jack Timon that Bo Webster had come out and was hitting the ball very hard, and he tried to look him up, but he spelt his name B-O-E on Google. I thought, well, you're not going to find him that way.
B-O-E?
That's Bo.
Like the top biathlete. Johannes Tingnes Boom.
Oh, of course, yeah. As Dahl never heard of him. Bowls, and a very, very adventurous swish of the bat. That probably would have cleared the flats. He took 3 steps down the track. 1, 2, third one, and whoosh. But he missed it.
There was a bit of swing there, I think, which did him.
He
swung the bat harder, though.
If Guest had been standing up to try and stop him he wouldn't have caught it anyway. He'd probably gone for 4 byes. Here's Dahl again. Bowls to Webster, who just turns this into the leg side. They're going to go through for a single. There's a sliding stop there by Ben Aitchison, who looks to be pretty well recovered from that back injury that precluded him from pretty much doing anything. Now, I'm not sure whether he's bowling or not yet. The other good news is, of course, with Jack Timon and Aaron Donald being best mates now, he's going to send him a message to try and find out exactly what his illness is, as that one is pushed out into the offside.
I don't think we need those sorts of details.
Van Buren. Well, Jack suggested using the green emoji and with a question mark next to it.
With the one without the actual
I think with the
expulsion of fluid.
I said, well, it's either that or a bottom, isn't it, really? So
sorry, not that emoji.
No, well, he suggested he wouldn't be using the peach.
Oh, no.
I'm not very good on emojis. But a bit old for that kind of thing. That one is driven very straight by Van Buren, but not with any particular power, and it's fielded by Matt Lamb, who is taking a while to get up off his knees. I spoke to David Lloyd last night. Lewis Rees is warming up, incidentally, but when I spoke to David Lloyd last night, I asked him about Matt Lamb and his innings and how delighted everyone was, and he actually said, well, he looked very emotional when he got to his century, which he did. He said, but playing through the pain of this back problem he has, that one is edged, is it? I think it has been. It's been edged and dropped by Brooke Guest, and Van Buren gets a life, and unfortunately that's going on the list.
Did it?
Yes, went straight through.
No, it didn't carry.
Did it not?
No.
It didn't carry, everybody. Calm down. Really?
Yeah.
I thought it went straight through his gloves.
No, it was quite a long way short of him. Sort of skipped through at him.
I'm sure it's in jest that Anish Dahl is walking across and talking to, or was walking across and talking to Brooke Guest, basically saying, come on.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Why are you standing so far back to me? I bowl it. No. You can't.
Yes.
You can't have it. You can't have that.
No, you can't have it both ways.
I mean, they wouldn't have. There's no way he would have caught that if he'd been standing up to the stumps. It was far too thick an edge.
Anish Dahl wants to leave the field. Has just asked permission, as is. So that means wearing 10, Alex Hughes.
Oh, that was almost PA announcer style.
Well, I said that so that you'd know who he was.
Yes, thank you. Inside edge, and he'll be
Alex
called
Hughes,
into action straight away.
Yes,
Fires the throw into the keeper. Inside edge from Webster, and it goes straight to him at short fine leg.
I'm going to find out the last time Alex Hughes appeared in a first-class match.
I have a feeling he did. Did he do something on this ground that I don't think we've mentioned at all in this game? Reverse sweep from Webster, and he doesn't get anything on it at all to speak of, and Guest is able to field from behind the stumps.
I have a vague recollection of it, but I wouldn't want to be quoted.
Long off and long on, back deep mid-wicket and deep cover. Thompson into Webster, steers the ball through the offside and sees Van Buren sprinting down the pitch at him and thinks, I'd probably better run then. So he does, 441 for 5. Fair to say their running styles are slightly different. Buren sort of scuttles along and Webster gets from one end to the other in 4 paces, but does so with his legs pointing in a different direction every time. Thompson in, and Van Buren will take 1 as he clips the ball to the left-hand side of square leg. 442 for 5. Have you found his?
I found his last match. It was against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge on the 22nd of May. That was the last time he played, 2022.
Thompson to Webster, a full delivery squeeze to backward point. Webster takes a couple of steps down, and this time he doesn't see Van Buren running at him, so he doesn't run.
And I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but of course Derbyshire haven't won a championship match since he stopped playing.
This could be the omen.
No,
Great omen for him having coming onto the field. Thompson bowls to Webster, who's tickling it away fine. And Hughes fields, there is no run. End of the 101st over of the innings, 442 for 5.
He does, of course, still play club cricket regularly with Swarkston. I think he's the captain of Swarkston, actually, in the Derbyshire Premier League. There's me looking. He's wearing number 10. I wonder whose shirt he's got on. And then, as he's walking across, he walks straight past Lewis Rees, who, of course, wears number 10.
Right.
So he's wearing a Lewis Rees top.
So like number 10 buses, then there's now two right next to each other.
Yes, he is. Lewis Rees is coming on to bowl. But yeah, that's whose sweater he's wearing. So, he won't be on for long. I think Alois Dow's just gone off for a change of shirt and a change of shoes. But Lewis Rees will come around the wicket by the look of it to Graham Van Buren. Just sends a practice delivery out to Matt Lamb, one of two wearing the sun hats today. He always wears one, so does Zach Chappell. Zach's having quite a conversation with somebody in the crowd down below us. He's to perk up because Rees is in and bowls down the leg side. Nice tumbling stop away to his left by Brooke Guest, prevents the ball from going down to the boundary.
He just can't stand close enough to take these deliveries,
No.
Guest. I mean, I can see why you might not want to stand up, because it's not as though, well, to start with, you might actually do yourself out of, buys, edges,
sort of
whatever.
need to be another 5 yards further forward, but that would still be quite dangerous.
And then you couldn't cut off any sort of angle, so he doesn't get past you all the time, because it's not as they've been bowling one side of the wicket.
No, Rees bowls and it's guided out towards the cover boundary by Van Buren, fielded by Dupavillon. Van Buren moves to 167, 443 for 5.
So
Derbyshire did, of course, lose that game against Nottinghamshire, but I think most people who are listening to this would have taken that as read anyway.
But was that when Nottinghamshire broke their sort of 3-year losing run or something like that?
Oh, if it was at Derby, it might have been,
It must have been around then.
This one is, no, it was at Derby they did that. This one is guided out into the offside, backward of square, where Dupavillon picks up. Webster gets another single. He moves to 27, 444 for 5.
That must have been the previous season, mustn't it?
Yeah,
I think
I think
because
so.
that was the year they'd have gone up.
Yeah,
And I don't know that it was the same year.
I'll keep looking.
Well, anyway.
He didn't play much in 2020 during the COVID season. He only played 2 matches in that. As Rees is in and bowls to Van Buren, who whips this away to backward square leg. Sam Connors is filling out there with his mullet. They pick up another single. Van Buren moves to 168, 445 for 5.
At what point does it stop burgeoning and turn into? I wonder how long.
It's getting close to not being burgeoning anymore. Actually, I saw it reasonably close up first thing this morning.
How quickly it's growing. Yeah.
Slightly envious, as that one is turned into the leg side by Webster. Hughes gives chase, puts the slide in. I won't say that he didn't take it cleanly. They get a single, which they were always going to get. Webster moves to 28, 446 for 5.
I'm wondering who'd be the first member of Gloucestershire's staff out there. I think we'd all like to see Mark Lane out there, but no, not James Healy. Coaching staff.
Next delivery from Rees is short and wide outside the off stump. It's a cut away in front of square out towards Dupavillon, just for a single though, and it's the end of the over. 447 for 5. Van Buren has 169, and Webster has 28. I'm just looking for that game. It was at Derby when they broke that lengthy run without winning. I'll find it.
I suppose it would be Tom Smith, wouldn't it? A less interesting answer, considering he's still on the playing staff as well.
Yes. But when you're at home as well, you don't really need to use coaching staff, do you?
No. Well, you'd hope not.
When it gets down to coaching staff at home, you've got an injury crisis.
Yes, there are a few Gloucestershire players out there today. Archie Bailey, I think, was on the ground today as Thompson bowls to Van Buren, who turns towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Gloucestershire's T20 warm-up against Somerset will be starting in 10 minutes' time at Taunton Vale. As this is a forward defence into the onside. David Payne and, in fact, Tom Smith's over there, so he can't.
No,
he can't.
No, he can't.
Tom Smith is playing in that game. Can't come on as a sub. Jack Taylor captaining that side. As this is played late by Van Buren down towards deep third. It will not go to the boundary though. A sliding effort from Lamb has prevented it from doing so. 449 for 5.
He's done well there, Matt Lamb.
Yes.
It was in April 2021 or the 1st of May 2021 when they finally won that game, Nottinghamshire. And I know it's that game because
Thompson bowls to Van Buren who forward defends.
Ben Aitchison got his high score in first-class cricket in that game. A defiant 50 of 49 deliveries with 5 fours and 3 sixes. But they'd already. I mean, they lost it by a million miles. Derbyshire, from memory, 310 runs, which is a fairly healthy defeat.
Van Buren working this ball straight to mid-on. No run, so Gloucestershire 449 for 5. Waves of excitement and nervous tension from the listeners. Van Buren clips this one through the onside. He'll take a single, and that brings up the 450 for Gloucestershire, which means they're very quick on the board. 6 points apiece. It also means that Graham Van Buren has equalled his best first-class score for Gloucestershire
on a Monday. Yeah. That's one he'll be very proud of. I would have thought probably a certificate involved, will there?
Well, maybe.
You'd hope.
Got his first List A 100 last year for the county against Northamptonshire. As I say, his form has been quite something these last few games.
It's me. Lewis Rees begins a new over, bowling to Graham Van Buren. That one is tucked into the leg side, but there is no run. My apologies. I tend to drift on days like this. I tend to drift on days not like this. But when there isn't anything to grip you, and quite frankly there is nothing to grip me, I do find it a bit dull. Here is Rees bowling. That's turned nicely out towards square leg, and Graham Van Buren now has his high score in first-class cricket for Gloucestershire, hence the applause. I imagine a very knowledgeable crowd here, as they say, when anybody claps.
Yes, they knew Matt Lamb's career best off by heart as well on day one, didn't they?
Oh, they must be listening, surely.
No, they just know.
They know everybody's best
yes.
score.
You just quiz anybody.
At lunchtime, I might, instead of going to the museum, I might just
go on.
Anuj Dal's highest score in first-class cricket. Here is Rees in bowls. That one is pushed back at a square by Webster to Madsen, and there's no run.
I mean, career best and Gloucestershire best, of course, as well. Van Buren's career best being a 235 that he made for Northerns in South Africa. But Gloucestershire best now 173.
Yeah, which isn't really a thing, is it?
Well, I'm sure it's quite important for him.
Is it? It's not really a thing, though. Here's Rees again bowling to Boam. I mean, it's used up nearly 2 minutes, so it's a really good thing. That was turned into the leg side by Webster for a single, incidentally. 4:52 for 5. Webster moves to 29. So, if nothing else, and indeed, you can leave the if off that, it's been useful. It's a very nice sports car just arrived in the car park.
Line that one up, Graham.
A bright yellow sports car. Park in the front row,
It's
please.
a slightly moving target, but he could hit it.
Next delivery, not with the ball that far outside the off stump from Lewis Rees.
Perhaps it's his.
He couldn't reach it. Yeah, he's just spotted his dad arriving in the car. So no, he is going to park on the front row though.
Wow, that is brave, especially with both Van Buren and Webster out there.
Top down, nice motor. Obviously doesn't want to be noticed in it.
It's German though.
Well, they're all foreign, aren't they?
Well,
pretty much. Is there a problem with that?
But I don't know. Does it sort of?
Next delivery is wide again outside the off stump. He taps it on the head out to do Pavillon on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. It was the final ball of the over. Van Buren moves on to 174. Webster has 29. 4:53 for 5.
Surely it takes half the romance out of those sorts of things if it's German. The fact that it could break down at any minute and at 150 miles an hour, I'd have thought that would be part of the romance of having one of those sorts of things.
Are you suggesting that German cars are unreliable?
I'm suggesting they're too reliable.
Oh.
So that they should get a car from another country.
Well, why would you want to break down at 150 miles an hour?
To the excitement factor.
No.
Adrenaline rush. Here comes Thompson bowling to Van Buren, who's working this one away just backward of square on the onside Reese Fields.
I arrived at the ground this morning in a car with the top or the roof down. We drove through Bristol.
Somebody had nicked your...
Somebody had stolen the roof.
Son.
Never noticed.
Cut it off. Wouldn't put it past him. Reese bowls short. It's punched hard by Van Buren wide of mid-off. Chappell across the field and they take a single.
Yeah, no. Debbie Griffin's got a car with a roof that retracts, goes down. And this morning, it being a warm morning, we drove up from Bristol city centre in our hot pants.
Thompson too. Webster down the pitch and smacking it firmly to Chappell, who's very much in the firing line at mid-off. There's no run, not for the lack of trying.
And not one admiring glance did we attract, I can tell you. Yeah. He even stopped outside Greg's for a quick bacon roll. Nothing.
Webster facing, and Thompson defends back towards him. Perhaps it just needs a coat of pink paint or something. I think that would attract some more glances.
I think it needs 2 more attractive people in it, quite frankly.
Thompson in, down the pitch. Webster's mashed this one way up into the air. Fielder underneath it at deep mid-wicket. Doesn't have room. It's just over the boundary for 6. That went higher than it did long, but just out of the reach of Du Pavillon on the boundary. He gave it a good go.
I think he realised once he was pretty much parallel with the ground and over the boundary rope, he wasn't going to be able to throw it back in. I think he got hands to it, didn't he?
Yes, I think so. He launched himself over the boundary, but there wasn't really anything, as you say, that he could do from the position that he got into. Webster just got enough. Thompson bowls quicker, and Webster plays off the back foot back to the bowler. Thompson tosses the ball away in disgust because he knows that had that boundary been its usual size, Webster would have gone comfortably there. But it's in. 460 for 5. Derbyshire have got 5 more overs for this second bowling point.
Yes, how exciting. I say exciting. Clearly it's not. Here's Lewis Rees. I probably won't get to the end of this over, but I'll give it a go. Into bowl to Van Buren. Gets a bit of shape through the air and it's pushed up towards mid-on. And there is no run. It's so difficult to... Derbyshire need to sort this out, to navigate your way around this
What are you trying to do?
Trying to find out who they're playing.
Gloucestershire.
No, don't. No need for that. No, who they're playing in the second team T20, as this one is pulled into the leg side for 6. That's gone out towards the yellow sports car, and it's bounced on the tarmac and gone all the way through past row 1, beyond row 2.
He's got out of his car.
He's gone to look for it. Is it under the red car? This is very exciting. Where's the ball, everybody? Oh no, we can't find it here. We've lost the ball. Sam Connors is... it's gone all the way, almost to the hedge at the back.
Oh, he's going to throw it in as well, underarm.
So I tell you what, that's a decent throw, though, because it's gone straight to Sam
Yeah,
Connors.
it was well directed.
Yeah.
Somebody could have just walked in and sat in the driver's seat whilst he was out there.
Could have driven it off.
It could have done. I wasn't quite going to go that far, but
I'd be cardicked when I went to get a cricket ball. That's members parking as well, though, isn't it? I think. Yeah, largely. As in comes Rees again. Oh, that wasn't too far away from the edge of the bat. Van Buren just had a sort of tentative prod at it off the back foot. 181, incidentally, Van Buren's moved on to with that 6, 466 for 5, and all the excitement of the yellow car. I forgot to give you the score. And it could be crucial. Now Zach Chappell's doing those... how does he do that? I can't do that either. He's doing press-ups at the moment, but...
He's doing that sort of... they're not quite clap press-ups. That's another one that you can do.
On one elbow up there.
Yeah.
How on earth? I have no idea how he does that. No idea. I'd never get back up, ever. In comes Rees again and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside by Van Buren. And there is no run. I am going to have to go because I'm panicking.
So looking at that second 11 game, because Somerset got absolutely obliterated so quickly, it's meant that a couple of their players have already made their way down from Chesley Street to play in that second. Well, I don't think it really mind too much if they're going to take it that seriously. Then Interesting. So Tom Lammonby's playing for Somerset, and as Rees bowls to Van Buren, who turns it on the ground to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Actually, Sean Dixon went up there, but I think didn't play. But yeah, Lammonby is in there. Actually, Shoaib Bashir. Of course, Shoaib Bashir doesn't get into the Somerset side. So good are they that Shoaib Bashir doesn't get in. Jack Leach was playing up at... something if Joe Leach was playing for them. Jack Leach went up to Durham. This is driven. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Van Buren. As good as you'll see, the on drive, it's hard to beat it. As big a 6 as you can hit over the leg side. It was overpitched from Rees, but Van Buren, he's got such an uncomplicated way of smacking the ball down the ground on the on drive. Just a quick punch of the bat, little raise of the back leg for a bit of style points. And gets 4 runs, 470 for 5. Van Buren moves to 185, just to the onside of the stumps, and Rees turning away in disgust. So that second 11 game you can follow online. Gloucestershire won the toss and elected to bowl, unsurprisingly. But it says ground delay, so anyway, vital T20 preparation. Gloucestershire are captained by Jack Taylor, David Payne, Tom Smith, Josh Shaw playing, Tommy Borman top of the order. The Syed brothers, Ahmed and Zayn, as Chappell bowls, and this is a play and a miss from Webster as he wafts the bat somewhat unconvincingly at it in the end. Yes, the Syed brothers, another pair of brothers off the Gloucestershire brotherly production line. Haven't had one for a while, so the next one's coming through.
Well, you'd have to have 2, of course, rather than 1. Come on.
When did I say there was 1?
You said you haven't had one for a while?
Yeah, one pair.
Well, no. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're probably right. Managed to get the expensive German sports car into the
excellent.
20 seconds, yeah.
Did you make up that its windscreen had been smashed or something? No. Chapel bowls to Webster this time leaves.
I think you'll like this, though, because, of course, this is the time of the match when the updates are almost irrelevant. Yes, they've scored some runs and they've lost a wicket, and who cares? 2 sixes in 4 balls, one from Bo Webster that barely cleared the boundary, and the other one which almost went into an expensive German sports car in the car park. But it would have been better if it had hit it, wouldn't it? When I could have said that, nobody would know.
Especially as he's left it there. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to, as quickly as it could move, I don't think he's going to be able to move it in time if he sees a 6 hit there. Chapel bowls, close shout for leg before wicket, turned down by umpire Pollard as the ball goes out towards gully.
I'm not sure. When it's either hit him outside the line or it's going over the top, but...
Yeah, I assumed over the top possibly might be the reason. I thought it was a pretty decent shout, although Paul Pollard moved away quickly, suggesting either something so obviously wrong with it he didn't really entertain it, or maybe there was a bit of a bat possibly. We're going to get a look at it here. I think he's hit it. Has that just come off his... Does that maybe just come off his bat? As forward goes Webster's next delivery, he'll take a quick single up towards mid-on. Oh, that was nifty. Bit of footwork from David Lloyd trying to kick the ball onto the stumps, and he wasn't actually that far off. It was the best way of executing that piece of it. He didn't have time to pick it up and get close to running Webster out, and in the end Webster actually had to get his skates on. I think I've seen somebody kick the ball from that far away onto the stumps before. That would have been a first. The sort of thing that you turn up
to watch
on a day like this to watch. 471 for 5. 36 to Webster. Chapel to Van Buren, who slashes at that one late, and the ball's trickling out to deep point, and he'll take one more.
David Griffin yesterday was trying to tell me or persuade me that David Lloyd is the best cricketer at Derbyshire because he used to play at a good standard, but I can find nothing to suggest he can play at, I mean, he might be able to, who knows, at a good standard. But in looking up David Lloyd, I've now discovered that Mohammed Amir has been given the number 5 by Derbyshire, according to this.
Okay.
He's not even here.
Here comes Chapel. Last ball of the over to Webster. A little bit of movement, but Webster's playing that poke out to point and taking a single. Excuse me, 473 for 5.
You okay?
I think so.
Just choking up a bit?
Yes. The emotion of seeing Webster score his 37th run, it's very significant to me, the number 37.
Now then, David Lloyd's father was involved in football and became a FIFA referee. And in an interview with David Griffin, so Griff would know, and this is on the Derbyshire website if anybody wants to go and have a look at it. I was mad on football, he said. Come on. Never enjoyed rugby. Football's been massive. That was my first sport. I was at Wrexham as a young lad and had trials at Shrewsbury Town, so not at a very good level at all.
Oh, but he could be playing, he could be playing the Premier League in a few years' time. He's stuck at Wrexham.
On a documentary.
Exactly. Yeah. Watched by millions in a different country from the one that Wrexham play in.
But, this is going to make everybody laugh. He got a scholarship to Shrewsbury School, but mainly for his football, he says. But I was quite small for the position I played. Centre-back.
Sorry.
He can't possibly have been a centre-back. Have we seen this? He can't possibly have been a centre-back, Lloyd, surely. Here's Sam Connors for the first time today, bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, and the first ball has delivered to Bo Webster, who pushes it backward square on the offside. And they go through for a single. Alex Hughes no longer on the field. He's down below us carrying the water for Zach Chapel. The score's been moved on to 474 for 5.
Next we'll hear Graham Van Buren played lock when he was young. He didn't, I'm sure he was scrum half, but Bo Webster scrum half.
If David Lloyd had said he'd been an up and down left back, right back, I'd have accepted it. Connors is in, and it's well, he tried to pull a short of a length delivery. He hasn't quite toe-ended it, but it's not far off, and it's gone to mid-on at no pace whatsoever.
Wielding a match.
Yeah. He did take one of his hands off the bat. So he's gone back into the mode he was in for those 7 overs yesterday.
Mode is the word for that one.
Yes, very good. And yeah, when they were scored 81 off 7 overs, Gloucestershire. In comes Connors again, and that one is guided down towards the backward point boundary. Pavlon's been quite busy today, but he's barely moved from his position out on the boundary in front of the scoreboard.
Saving him for the blast.
Well, I can safely say the scoreboard as well, because once again the electronic one has not been erected. Stayed in its grey box next to the beautifully built gazebo, which took them about 5 minutes to build. Now it just seems to be where the ground staff are sitting for shelter as Connors bowls. Webster pushes out into the offside. They'll take another single. Webster will move on to 40. 470. They can't have put that on already.
I have.
That is ridiculously quick, isn't it? He's moved on to 39. 476 for 5.
The question is, where's the cider tent going to be?
Is that not the cider tent then?
I think so. It's closed at the back, isn't it? It'd be a bit annoying if people have to go around the front to get in.
Next delivery's edged and caught by Wayne Madsen, and Van Buren has gone for 187. Sam Connors picks up the wicket. And Gloucestershire are 476 for 6, and it's another bonus point.
It is, which means Derbyshire will have the lead in bonus points. Spectacular innings from Van Buren. He's got a punch of hand-on glove from David Lloyd, who ran over to congratulate him, as did Anuj Dal. And Van Buren raising his bat and his helmet as he walks off the ground. He was such a fan favourite even before he came to the captaincy role. But this is his highest innings for Gloucestershire. 187, batting for 236 deliveries, 23 fours and 3 sixes. It was an absolute onslaught that he delivered with the second new ball, but coming out at 131 for 4, Gloucestershire were in pretty deep trouble.
Well, not deep trouble. They're in a spot of bother. Spot of bother.
Trailed by almost 400 runs.
Yeah, but it wasn't deep trouble. Not on this pitch. You're never in deep trouble on this pitch, are you? I don't think anybody's been in deep trouble at Bristol since about 1947, if I'm entirely honest with you. No, it's a great innings, and the highlight will always be almost hitting the yellow German sports cars in the car park away to the left-hand side. And being part of that onslaught, as you say, 81 off 7 overs yesterday.
And he did most, not all of it, but a large chunk of it.
Well, we calculated, didn't we? Because I gave David Payne the wrong information. His 50 between 100 and 150 came off 29 deliveries. I mean, he went absolutely mad. Yeah, and it was great to watch.
I asked him what he decided, whether there was any sort of target, or whether it was just did it. Yeah, just felt like it really.
Sam Connors' second wicket, 2 for 90. His figures now. And he's on his way in to bowl to the new batter, who is Ed Middleton. That one is turned around the corner into the leg side for a single. So Middleton is up and running. And at the end of the Sam Connors over, 477 for 6. If they get, they need 3 more wickets. They're not going to get those. They're going to get 3 wickets in 2 overs. Having got 6 wickets in 108.
Yes.
So I think we can close the book on bonus points.
2 wickets in the last 85, almost 86 overs. I think that's right.
Would have been 2 wickets.
Oh no,
this morning.
3. Sorry.
Would have been 2 this morning.
3 with the Charlesworth one. Yeah. Yes. Chappell then to bowl.
Basically, they're not going to get 2 wickets in 2 overs.
Anyway, I think yes.
Or 3. They're certainly not going to get 3 wickets. But might not get any wickets. Either way, they'll finish with 15 of your English points from this match. How exciting is that? It won't take them off the bottom of the table, I fear, but
They're going on the attack now.
Yeah, wow.
Derbyshire. 3 slips for Ed Middleton, man who made his first-class debut on this ground against this opposition at the end of last year. Chappell bowls to Middleton, who plays forward and defends into the covers. I suppose we should actually, because apart from anything else, it will eat up another couple of minutes.
Scores.
We should see what's going on elsewhere.
Let's have a look what's going on elsewhere.
Actually, not a lot in Division 1. Oh dear, it's delayed at New Road.
Oh no, what have they done?
Just says delayed.
But the word was that they weren't.
Perhaps they couldn't get the turf back in position in time.
But they weren't going to go back until the start of the T20. They've gone back a week early, and perhaps that has been. I don't know. I mean, we're not there, are we? So it's difficult to tell.
They would have had a huge downpour yesterday, probably. Chappell bowls a short, wide delivery, which is not a particularly great one, and Middleton doesn't play a shot at it. Anyway, Worcestershire 80 all out, Nottinghamshire 234 for 3. I suspect Nottinghamshire will be desperate for some bonus points to stay on there. Well, they might still think they could bowl Worcestershire out again, given that they already bowled them out once in 31.1 overs.
If they want to win that game, if there is any play, they'll have to declare straight away, won't they?
Yeah. In goes Chappell, bowls, Middleton has edged and is caught behind. So there's one of the wickets. 7 down Gloucestershire. That's a lovely delivery from Zach Chappell. Full, just a bit of movement. Middleton felt, at least looking at it first, or I felt that Middleton probably did have to play at that given the angle. I think he might have been LBW if he'd not played at that. And a thick outside edge is grabbed by Guest behind the stump. So Chappell continues to be the pick of Derbyshire's bowlers. 3 now for 42 in his 16th over, which in the context of 477 for 6, well, in any context you'd take those figures. Beautifully bowled. And Middleton departs for just the solitary run, and Matt Taylor is called upon.
He rather cleverly didn't bowl in those 7 overs yesterday between the showers. I don't know whether he was just had a little bit of a hamstring, just a bit tight.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure that's not the case in case he's litigious.
We are moving though towards something that is just as exciting as it could possibly. Well,
what
who's due in next? Marchand de Lange is due in next.
Oh, excellent! Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm hoping for a wicket here, but at some point,
if they go on and get these 3 wickets, they've got one of them for the extra bonus point. That would be hilarious.
Well, de Lange's not going to come out and block to deny them, is he?
No, he's not.
So that could be entertaining. Still 9 balls left to take 2 wickets for Derbyshire. Matt Taylor taking guard, somebody whose batting has improved an enormous amount. He's worked on it very hard the last couple of years. In fact, I think he got his career best against Derbyshire last year at Derby.
Most people's, etc.
Here comes Chappell bowling to Taylor, who's clipping the ball through the leg side behind square. He's done that off that middle stump, I think, much to Derbyshire's dismay, but he's off the mark first delivery, 478 for 7.
That wicket, I should say, and thank you to David Griffin for reminding me, was Zach Chappell's 100th in first-class cricket.
Excellent.
For a number of clubs.
Yes, I can say
Gloucestershire,
a few for
Gloucestershire,
yeah.
Derbyshire. Wonder who his favourite is. Perhaps we should ask him. There's only one way to decide.
Webster facing up. 2 balls left in this over. Chappell runs in, bowls to him, and this is driven off the back foot sumptuously for 4 through the covers by Webster. Again, there's something still quite brutal about it, although it was timing rather than power, that one. Just the way that he picks that bat up. He's not a sort of a kind of a languid player, is Webster. There's quite a lot of sharp movements at the crease, but when it works like that, it is still quite good to watch. 482 for 7.
I've had a tweet from David McCardle at Fletch Sport, I think it is. Can't remember. Are they still called tweets if they're on X?
Posts, I think they're supposed to be now, aren't they?
Okay, I've had a post.
Last ball of the over. Chappell is in, and this is full on the pads. Webster works it away. wider mid-on. More footballing skills on display from David Lloyd. Stops the ball dead, and Webster will keep the strike at the end of the 109th over. 483 for 7. Webster has 44, which was the score he was unbeaten on last week.
I think in reference to me describing them as English points, which is just one of those
English points.
English points. It says a Scottish team in the county championship would always finish bottom because their bonus points wouldn't be accepted. Very good. Thank you, David.
That's good.
A regular contributor from, I think he's in Stirling. Here is Sam Connors in and bowls to Webster, who guides this out into the offside. Where Dupavalon, of course, comes in off the cover boundary to do the fielding.
I do enjoy the sort of, you can't see it under the helmet, but you can almost imagine it, the sort of look of determination about Webster as he takes his first few steps. He sort of bends forward a little bit and then takes a couple of bounding steps before he then gets into his run. I'm quite enjoying it.
Like Dupavalon's dip of his head.
Yeah. It's less sort of head dip and more just kind of, I don't know.
Just to get himself going.
Yeah.
Connors in to bowl to Taylor, who defends this one up towards mid-off.
Kangaroo hop or something. Starts from scratch and then sort of bounds a little bit and then gets into his run.
We're just stereotyping here.
I don't think they have kangaroos in Tasmania, do they?
I have absolutely no idea. They got them at Twycross Zoo, I think. 484 for 7. I'm not sure of that either. In comes Connors and bowls. That is guided by Taylor out into the offside. A chase on here for Dupavalon, who loses his cap. Excellent. And they come back for a couple of runs. He moves on to 3, 486 for 7.
There we go. It's got 5 species of macropod, Tasmania, including
what are macropods?
Wallabies and kangaroos,
Okay.
including the lesser-known betongs and potoroos.
Mate, seen that potteroo?
Yeah.
I've no idea what accent that was. This one is past the edge of Taylor's bat from Sam Connors.
Nearly on. It was nearly on.
It was nearly on.
Bonus point.
Yeah.
Jeopardy.
Yeah. Nobody cares though.
Potteroo.
So
They sound like they belong in Bristol, actually.
But they do have kangaroo type.
Good grief.
Oh,
it's like a giant mouse.
It's like an enormous rat.
It's like a rat with basically just entire head, and then there are a pair of hands that sort of grasp things.
Good grief. Are they 12 foot tall, you say? Here is Connors in bowls to Taylor, who pushes this up to a very straight mid-on. There's no room.
I've never heard of that.
No,
Potteroo.
I
They are allied. That sounds dangerous as well. Allied to the macropodiforms, the suborder of kangaroo wallaby and other rat kangaroo genera. Oh, so it's a rat kangaroo.
A rat kangaroo. That's a terrifying thought, isn't it?
Long-nosed potteroo.
Good grief. But they are 12 foot tall. Here is Connors. In balls. Ooh, turned into the leg side a little aerially there by Taylor. Didn't quite stay in the air long enough for Anoj Dahl to be interested. And no more bonus points will be awarded. I've decided.
Half the listener have decided.
I have decided. There will be no more bonus points.
Oh!
What?
We've got a potteroo on the screen. That doesn't look like the ones I'm looking at. There's this.
Yes, it does. It looks exactly like the ones you're looking at.
But what this one is, its head is its entire
that's 'cause
body.
his head's closer to the camera than his body.
But there's nothing other than head. Its ears are basically on its rear
his
end.
head's close to the. You've got to understand photography. Come on.
I mean, just what's it? No.
But that's well, I don't know why we're
It might be
talking
different
about.
species. That could be the broad-faced potteroo, and that might be the long-nosed one that we just had on the screen.
Don't see many of those around here, is the joke, isn't it, with the wide-mouthed frog?
Right, here comes Zach Chappell from the pavilion end, running in, bowling to Webster outside the off stump, and there's no shot. There's also Gilbert's potteroo.
That'd just be the one, wouldn't it?
Oh my word, look at that.
No, that's horrible.
Evil eye.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of red eye.
It is,
a
yes,
bit of red
yes.
eye from the flash, isn't it? But that's
doesn't exactly help. It doesn't look very happy.
That looks evil.
Okay, I don't want to go to Tasmania now.
Well, they have the Tasmanian devil, don't they?
They do.
I don't know what that is, but
Scared of
I've heard
Gilbert's Potteroo now. Don't want to visit Tasmania. Here comes Chappell and bowls. It's short, pulled dismissively by Webster, but he's picked out deep square legs and he takes a single. 487 for 7. I wonder what Webster will make of. I just walk up to him and ask him if he's ever seen Gilbert's Potteroo.
Yes, ask him if he's ever seen a Potteroo. Perhaps a bit later in the... How long is he here for? Is he here for the season?
No, he's here until the end of the blast.
Oh, you better get the question in quickly then. You might have to submit it as a written question, give him time to...
But he's here at Scarborough and at Cheltenham. Actually, Cheltenham would be a great place to ask. You know, players are always quite readily. He might come to the quiz and the barbecue night at Cheltenham. In goes Chappell, bowls down the leg side. Taylor flicks it away in the air and is caught at long leg. So Chappell gets his 4th wicket, 487 for 8, as Taylor played what is one of his favourite shots, that pick up over the leg side, but he doesn't normally get it as fine as that, and the long leg fielder didn't really particularly have to move. Sam Connors underneath it, judged it pretty early. Not the greatest delivery that Zach Chappell will take a wicket with, however, he will certainly take it. His figures are starting to look better and better. 4 for 49. A huge disappointment to see Matt Taylor go for 3, but
however,
it does mean that Marchand will shortly be emerging from down to our right hand side, and here he comes. A bit of high leg stepping, and well, I think Matthew Lee down there is as excited as I am from the cheer of encouragement.
Sounded like it, yeah. Well, we're all excited, aren't we?
Well, he'll probably now defend all 3 of these deliveries from Zach Chappell now that I've got my hopes up.
It will be disappointing.
But because it's Marchand de Lange, if he does decide to defend them, it will still manage to be entertaining somehow. Because as he told me on commentary a couple of weeks ago, he does like to entertain. It's not just, he doesn't just do it for the sake of
it's the future,
sake of it. Yeah, well, on a day like this.
Absolutely. Marchand, entertain me.
Yeah.
If he doesn't entertain us now, I should be hugely disappointed and mildly critical.
Well, if he's just the only way this isn't going to be entertaining is if he does nick off first ball. But it would be for Zach Chappell. I mean, he'll have his 5-wicket haul, 4 for 49. Chappell runs in, bowls to de Lange. Oh, it's a searing Yorker. He's gone first ball. What a delivery from Zach Chappell. And de Lange couldn't get his bat down in time. He's got a 5-wicket haul, Zach Chappell, and he's also now on a hat-trick.
It's only the 3rd of his career, remarkably. I mean, he's played 45 first-class matches, and he has 3 5-wicket hauls, which is a little bit surprising, I think.
Toe crusher from
it was an excellent
Chappell.
delivery,
What a ball. You couldn't get a bowling machine to put that in a better spot.
The 2nd leg before wicket of the match.
I don't think Marchand de Lange had too many disagreements about that. Smashed him on the toe in front of middle, and it was going to hit the base of middle.
Yes, I think so. So it's, what is it? Ajit Singhdale coming out on the hat-trick. How exciting.
It's not a bad opportunity for a hat-trick with the number 11 now at the crease.
Of course, if I was any kind of commentator, I'd be able to tell you how many hat-tricks Derbyshire had. I don't think I've seen one. Oh, nearly. Don't you try and find it quicker than me. Oh, there have been loads, look. The last one was in 2014. Tim Grunewald against Essex at Chelmsford.
Or Groenwald, as one PA announcer called him. I remember it distinctly.
Kevin Dean's got a couple. Les Jackson's got a couple. Here he comes then, Zach Chappell into bowl to Ajit Singh Dale. It's another toe crusher, but this one's going down leg side, I fear. And the umpire, Paul Pollard, agrees that it wouldn't have hit the stumps. And as a result, he doesn't have his hat trick. I'm sure that was going down leg side.
It was.
Only just.
Not by much.
Not by
I don't
much,
think,
but it gave me the impression that it was going down leg side, which is done from there. So all that research that I did has come to nothing.
Wow. I mean, again, it's a cracking delivery, isn't it?
Yeah. He's getting into... they bring out his slower ball next. Back of the hand.
Just what you want to the number 11.
I'm not sure he's got one.
Chappell bowls to Singdale, who leaves a tight one, but does leave it alone. 487 for 9, so 2 wickets falling in the 111th over. Totally worthless, though.
No.
Worthless wickets.
Well, yeah.
Well bowled, Zach Chappell.
Yeah, 5 for 49, as you say, in the grand scheme of the carnage. That is a really good effort, and both Wayne Madsen and Ben Aitchison come over and tap him on the back. And of course he's done it on the wrong day, because we're not interested in speaking to players on the last day. We always speak to Mickey Arthur. So he might think he's done it on the right day. He just thanks the supporters for their applause.
He was a popular figure when he was here, for
not surprised.
A fair bit, and I think Gloucestershire did their best to try and persuade him to stay on, but he didn't want to move down south.
I think the lure of Derbyshire would be far too much for anybody to turn their nose up at.
Enjoyed Bristol, though. I believe, well, that's what he said. Here comes Connors bowling to Webster at short wide, and Webster tries to clatter it through the offside and completely cloths it towards deep extra cover. So we move to this thrilling period of the game again, where every fielder is allowing the single and Webster doesn't want to take it because he quite fancies a 50. Can Webster clear the ropes? He might not be particularly interested in doing so. Connors bowls to Webster at short, tries to pull into the onside. They think about running because Webster briefly thought he might be able to manufacture 2 out of that, but I don't think it was there. Anuj Dal is quick, and it is not a long boundary, but that's probably the ball that you're after to try and line up the car park and that yellow German convertible. Connors running in for the 3rd ball of the over. Into Webster, who's inside edge that out into the onside. You're almost actually more likely to get a 2 by doing that, having it dribble through the onside, than you are actually trying to pick the gap between deep square and deep mid-wicket. But they decide not to take off. Ajit Singh Dale has proven himself to be quite an accomplished bat in the past. He got a 50 last year on this ground against Leicestershire. But Webster hasn't watched him bat yet. Connors is into Webster at short, it's muscled down to long on, and Webster again turns down the single. 4 balls into the over, so perhaps he is just waiting for them to bring the field up, which is what they're going to do now with 2 balls remaining in the over to try and trap Singh Dale on strike. So Webster, I think, is happy to try and target the boundary for his 50, and then he will say over to you, Mr. Singh Dale. Fine leg is the only one still back, Zach Chappell. And deep discussions. This is getting serious now between Lloyd and Connors. They haven't done anything with the field. Connors 2 for 94, running in and bowling to Webster. It's pulled in the air, baseball style, over straight mid-on for 4 on the bounce, and Webster has his 50. Does he know he's got 50? Oh, there we go. There's the most cursory raise of the bat from Webster. It did, for a while, I thought he didn't even realise he got there. His first 50 for his new county, and well, he's scored 94 runs across his 2 innings now and not been dismissed. Solid innings from Bo Webster. Oh my word, that might be a no ball. It's a wide apparently, but to my eye, that was very close to landing off the cut strip, which would then have been a no ball. But anyway, it's a wide signal by umpire Ashraf. No, it did just land on the cut strip. He's got it right. There's the umpire. 492 for 9. Gloucestershire could have been diddled out of a run there. 1 for the wide versus 2 for the no ball, but good decision from umpire Ashraf. And it also means we've got the full house of extras for the innings as well. Apart from penalty runs, but they're a bit different. Connors bowls a slower ball. Webster picks this one up over the onside, and it has gone towards the deep mid-wicket area and 6 runs. In fact, it looks as if it's just gone between... Oh no, it's just at the base of the advertising boards in the end. I thought perhaps he'd managed just to pick the gap, all of a matter of inches between the advertising boards and the fence, but no, it landed right at the base of the board. Webster has his second 6, has 56 now. It's 498 for 9, and the details of Webster's 50 going round the ground. 60 balls, 5 fours and a 6, but he's added a second 6 since then.
Yes. Poor old Sam Connors. 2 for 99. If I was... No, 2 for 105. That 6 hasn't been added on to mine yet. Oh dear. He bowled quite well yesterday afternoon. Whenever he first bowled, anyway, he bowled quite well.
They were harsh at Grace Road. They were applauding bowlers' hundreds, and they gave a huge cheer for 50 extras up.
That is harsh.
It is.
Should I do this one?
Yes.
Chappell, first delivery of a new over, bowling to Ajit Singh Dale. He chops it to backward point where Anish Dal does the fielding, and then does a bit of stretching while he's still on the floor. While I'm down here, I might as well do some stretching, he's thought.
Looks quite similar to the Derbyshire cart now, in that you've got a lot of low scores at the bottom. The bottom has fallen away at both sides.
There's Chappell bowls, and Singhdale has a bit of a waft at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to Brooke Guest.
Funnily enough, I think, and I know this is going to sound especially crazy as it's 500 plays 500, but I think there's more in this pitch than there is in some Bristol pitches.
No, I think you're right. I think there have been a number of balls, haven't there, that have done something.
I mean, even that one, that took off a bit.
Yeah. Still, if this game goes on till Thursday, here's Chappell in and bowls, and that one is clipped very nicely for his first runs by Ajit Singh Dale out towards the straight mid-wicket area. It's fielded by David Lloyd. They're going to come back for 3 as Zach Chappell moves out of the way in a desperate bid for the ball to hit the stumps, and the 500 comes up for Gloucestershire to delirium from the supporters down below. 501 for 9.
A fairly typical Singhdale shot, that one. He has
almost falling over.
Yes, well, he has his particular way of playing, which, as I say, it's worked quite well for him in the past. Does have a first-class half-century, and got that last year, but he does have a tendency to sort of walk across his stumps and then try and play quite wristily, but it usually ends up going actually even straighter than that one.
Chappell into Webster, who just dabs it down into the leg side. He asks Ajit Singh Dale if he wants a run. Singh Dale sort of shrugs his shoulders so they don't bother.
Save the hammies.
Yeah.
Mind you.
Will Singh Dale play T20?
He may well do, actually. Yeah. He hasn't played a great deal in the past, but there were some really impressive glimpses the last couple of years. I mean, you'd think he'd be absolutely ideal for it. Slightly different action, lots of pace, and he does have a slower ball as well, which has been effective. So I think it is only a matter of time before he does break out in that format.
The field is trying to prevent the single from being taken. That one has been driven and not timed up to Alex Thompson at mid-off by Bo Webster. There's still 2 balls left in the over, though, so they've closed in quite early.
I don't know if he'll play all... I mean, well, he won't play all the games because nobody does, but you expect he'll be in and out a fair bit. But the good news for Gloucestershire is that both Zaman Akhtar and Dom Goodman have been on the ground the last couple of days, so they can't be too far off returning.
Chappell bowls full delivery in the block hole, and it's dug out by Webster. Sets off for a single. There was only 1 ball left in actual fact, so My computer is really slow. And that's the end of the over, and he's succeeded in doing what he wanted to do there, Zach Chappell, and that's keep Singdale on strike. Webster's got 56, Singdale has 3, Gloucestershire 501 for 9.
Yeah, but I mean, almost what I said about Singdale could apply to Actor as well. I think he's somebody who could be, I mean, he's not somebody that others around the country would either know a huge amount about T20 bowling wise or have faced a great deal of, but
it doesn't matter if nobody in the north knows, though, of course. We'll not see you.
No, but yeah, Actor played a few last year as well. Connors bowls to Singdale, who jams the ball in defence up to mid-off, and there is no run. But yeah, should have a pretty close to a full complement of their seam bowlers available, which will allow for rotation and a bit of match-up play.
Rotation and match-up.
Match-ups.
That's nonsense.
Back to the T20 language.
Get the AI on. Get the AI out.
Yes. Here comes Connors bowling to Singdale, who's forward and defending the ball very pleasantly to wide mid-off.
Talking about AI, in the last game against Northamptonshire, because the umpires are wearing these GoPros, aren't they? And it apparently it will then be looked at by AI. When, in the good old days, people used eye or eyes, because that's got to be the best way of seeing if a cricketer's any good or not watching him on a GoPro, surely.
Connors is in to Singdale, who flaps that one towards mid-on along the floor. There's no run. That's another fairly typical shot from Singdale. He likes that mid-on sort of area, whether he's going across and trying to flick it, or that one where he brings out more of a straight slap.
Yes, the old straight slap.
Straight slap.
Nice. That makes him an ideal candidate for T20.
In comes Connors bowls. He's trying to have an extraordinary flat-footed waft across the line there as Singdale, and unsurprisingly completely missed it because the ball was outside the off stump, but he's tried to fetch it across to the onside. I think his bid for the convertible windscreen, but yeah.
I think that's the owner of the convertible sitting in front of it now, isn't it, in the white top?
Yes, he had a pair of sort of maroon shorts or something like claret, maybe.
Questionable.
In comes Sam Connors to the crease now and bowls. Oh, that's a slower ball, and that's a no ball for height. It's going to be a defensive shot towards cover, and 3 runs total are going to be scored there, and Sam Connors, even though it was a slower ball, is going to receive his first and final warning.
As he should. As he should. Yeah, it's just slipped out, hasn't it? He apologised to Singdale as he walked past. I don't think Singdale was overly alarmed.
No, well, he had a bit of time at least to line it up, and ends up at the non-striker's end, which means there are still 2 balls left in the over, and Webster's now on strike for them. Connors into Webster, it's full and whipped away wristily for 6. Oh, that was close to the convertible. I thought that was going to hit it for a moment. Oh, he's got out the car again, actually, so he was in his car.
He only gets out of his car for 6s.
Well, he's having a great day. The ball's bounded across the car park and to the back of it towards the hedge. That's wrist power from Webster there.
He's still not going to move it, though.
He's very brave. And he's had 2 warning shots.
Yeah, well, the blue car that he's parked next to, the driver of that car is in as well with the window half down.
Mind you, you'd be a bit less disappointed if that one got hit. Potentially.
I don't know which country that one's from. Is that French?
French, I think, isn't it? Yes.
Deserve it.
510 for 9.
No, it's a Yaris.
Oh, so it is, yes. I thought it was a creative technology one.
Well, now you have the better of me there.
Well, that's the slogan, isn't it?
Is it?
Here comes Connors bowls full wide. Webster's sliced this over the offside. He's played that beautifully, and it actually plugged a little bit, but it has gone for 4. away to backward point. That is quite a T20 piece of cricket there. A wide Yorker from Connors, and Webster's waited for it, laid back on it, spooned it over the top of the offside. 4 runs. Connors is furious as
kicking his cap to the boundary.
Booted his cap away as he's walking off. 514 for 9. Webster has 66 from 66.
2 for 118 from 23. Sam Connors.
Inspection at 12:20 at Taunton Vale. Well, that was 25 minutes ago. So, it's not looking good down there. Gloucestershire's second 11 game against Somerset.
Derbyshire are playing Lancashire, I've now discovered, at the county ground in Derby. So if you want to see a Samit Patel masterclass, who knows? Is Zach Chappell bowling to Ajit Singh Dale, who plays the ball with minimum of foot movement out into the offside, picks up a single, which the crowd are applauding, not because it was a well-placed shot or a nice shot or a particularly well-run single, but because Bo Webster's back on strike.
Well, I thought it was a bit patronising, actually, for a man who scored a first-class 50, Singh Dale. I mean, the applauding him for...
Sorry, I thought I'd been patronising for a minute then.
No.
Good grief. That's not like me.
No, of course not.
No.
Never.
I see what you mean now, though. As Chappell is in and bowls to Webster, who says, well, you're not going to get entertainment off me in this over. I'm just going to dab that down to backward point for another single.
Why didn't they applaud that one?
Well, because they don't want Singh Dale on strike. They are patronising.
Right. No, you're right. You're right. I'm sure it wasn't patronising. It was for the reason you suggested. You just always think better of people than I do. I think that's the thing.
I don't think that's... No. Yeah, now you're patronising
yes,
me.
I know. Webster's wagon wheel is quite interesting. The wheels would be falling off the wagon if...
Yeah, certainly be buckling, wouldn't they, at the top?
All his shots square of the wicket apart from 2 boundaries and a 2.
It goes Chappell and bowls to Singh Dale down the leg side. He doesn't make any contact with it, and Brooke Guest takes it, moving to his left. Of course, if they time this correctly, and we're getting into that kind of territory, if they do get the final wicket, we won't lose any overs today. That'll be good.
Yes.
Of course, the other thing is 7 more runs, and the sides would be level, and we would pretty much have wasted 3.5 days of our lives watching 2 teams just be the same as each other. Here comes Chappell in and bowls. And he's tried to uppercut that one. That was a new shot. Fancy effort, but didn't make any contact with it. It was well taken by Brooke Guest in the end, because he probably would have expected him to have made some contact with it.
He's must have been practicing that one in the nets. Singh Dale is one of his heroes. I'm pretty sure is Mahendra Singh Dhoni. So
yeah,
sort of Dhoni-esque.
Go for it.
Uppercut.
Absolutely.
Why not? Pretty sure I've talked to him about that before.
If he does play T20 and he bats, you're in trouble. Here's Chappell in and bowls, and that one is driven up towards David Lloyd by Singh Dale. There is no run. I just think it was like Zaman Khan last season only batted twice or something for Derbyshire, and that's the sign of a team that's, well, not necessarily, of course, because you've then got to qualify as well and win enough matches, but you don't want your 9, 10, 11 batting, really, do you, in T20 cricket?
Well, Gloucestershire had a funny way of going about it last year if they didn't. A third of their matches they were bowled out. Yeah,
that's not ideal. As Chappell bowls, and that one is guided down to third man. Is it? Almost hit the water bottle. It's gone down for 4 runs. This is the level of excitement we've reached. 520 for 9.
Not even had the first session yet.
Yes, and Singh Dale with that boundary moves on to 9. Webster has 67 with 13 minutes to go until the interval. So 3 more minutes, and if they do get the wicket, I'll have 2 updates during a lunch interval.
Excellent.
That's not great, is it?
There is something quite satisfying about seeing a water bottle get hit.
Yeah.
Like you see it in the tennis sometimes, especially if it's Nadal who's meticulously placed his water bottles so that they're all facing the right way, all in a line.
Opposing players have gone past and just nudged one.
Yes, Lucas Rossell did it.
Freaks him out.
Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was the time Rossell beat him on centre court, but I think they played then again, either the year after or 2 years after. One of the most extraordinary upsets in tennis history, and Russell kicked his water bottles over.
Didn't like that.
No, he also beat him very easily, which is usually what happens when Nadal loses to somebody that he shouldn't. He usually then beats them very comfortably the next time he plays them. I think he's playing today against
Zverev.
We're going to 12 minutes before lunch. Why not? And there's a horrible slicing outside edge from Webster, which is going to bring him 4 runs as Thompson tries to dive down at fine leg and ends up with a large clump of mud on his knee.
He did. He had to remove it.
To sort of peel off the mud off his knee after he dived for that one. 4 runs to Webster, 5.24 for 9. Gloucestershire's deficit is 2. That was not a pretty piece of batting from Bo Webster either, but there we go. 4 runs, 1 way or another. Oh, they're going to have 2 third men. Madsen's very fine, and Thompson's very square. In the field, for goodness sake. De Pavillon bowls to Webster. It's full and dug out into the offside, and they don't go through for a single. De Pavillon's jogging after it in the manner of somebody who was sort of hoping they might go for a single so that he wouldn't have to bowl at Webster. Get Singdale back on strike as soon as possible. 71 from 69 deliveries from Webster, and if this innings hasn't whetted your appetite enough to watch Bo Webster in the T20, then I'm not sure anything's going to.
Well, I'll be back.
I can't wait.
I'll be back.
Well, we don't have a choice. De Pavillon runs in and bowls and is defended, and De Pavillon, he just accidentally doesn't field it. Are you sure you don't want the single? It doesn't.
They could have taken 2 there, couldn't they?
The speed that Lloyd running off. No, he's not running. It's very much not running. That's just automatic pilot, that. At the speed that he's walking in from long off, they could have had about 4. 5.24 for 9. Pavillon is composing himself as he bends forward and then runs in and bowls, and Webster is forward defending towards deep mid-wicket.
Is there any point in this? What's happening? There was no point when Derbyshire were doing it, when De Pavillon was batting with Dahl. Is there any point to this now? I don't really understand.
No, I'm not.
They sort of get
really.
it into their heads, don't they? I think county cricketers and captains in county cricket, we've got to bowl at the number 11. And the game stops, so you lose 6 overs in the first innings, you might lose another 6 in this innings. I mean...
Yeah, and then you have the sort of... If you could have the in-out field, then actually you might be just as likely to get a catch in the ring as out of the ring. 2 balls left. Some of the field has come up, but not all. It is now the in-out field. De Pavillon bowls. It's a full delivery, which Webster hits down the ground, and it's been misfielded at mid-on for 4 runs, and Gloucestershire have taken the lead. 528 for 9. Matt Lamb can be excused.
And the Vitality County Championship Twitter feed has now posted a video of the gentleman in his yellow sports car, so they've stolen it from, I think they're allowed to actually.
Yes. I don't think they can complain there.
And there he is parking his car. So they've actually put a video up of him parking his car.
Those marks there, which one of us said line it up? Who was on commentary at that time?
You.
Dear gosh. De Pavillon, last ball of the over bowls, very short. Webster top edges it, and it's off the fingertips of Brooke Guest and down to fine leg for a single, and that one definitely was a drop. 5.29 for 9, so Webster will keep the strike at the end of that over in rather unorthodox fashion. I think the ball was actually pretty close to being over Webster's head, and in this form that is still a no ball, but I think it was right at the top of his helmet, so pretty much the perfect bouncer from De Pavillon. He got the top edge.
Where's my list?
And it was put down.
I hope I haven't lost it.
We've got a list of an awful lot of things.
No, I've got a list of
there.
drops.
That's your list of where the table would be without the bonus points.
Yeah.
That's your list of the runs that were scored, start of the second new ball.
This list isn't attached to anything. When it is those two, I'll find it. I hope I find it.
It's just like with Andy Zaltzman next year, I bet.
But without the actual
what
accuracy.
What have I done with that list?
Where's that list? Oh no, I might have lost my list. I'll find it. Anyway, I'm just slightly less than impressed actually now. It was off Lewis Rees. Yeah, I said it was off Lewis Rees. Good. That's 6 for Graham Van Buren.
Oh, so it was you commentating on it?
No, I've said it on an update.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
It could have been me though. I don't know. Grief. Yeah, you're on the commentary apparently. I've been told by somebody who's sent me the link. It was him.
Oh no.
Thank you, Jack. Is it me?
It is.
It's Alex Thompson bowling to Bo Webster, who defends the first ball out into the offside, and there is no run.
So there is a lot of point in Gloucestershire facing these overs until lunch, in that, as you say, it won't take 2 overs off, and we got the extra half hour.
Have we today?
Well, it'll be, maybe not.
No, we haven't today. You have an hour.
You're right, it's fixed on the final day,
fixed
isn't it?
on the final day. Tea will be at 3:40, lunch will be at 1 o'clock.
That's a horrible thought to have.
You had like a flash there, didn't you?
I know, it was just oh.
Oh dear.
Horrible thought came into my mind.
That was pushed somewhere. I missed it. Here is Thompson. Again, bowls to Webster, who plays it with bat and pad together. Out into the offside. There's no run, no fireworks so far in this over. It's better for the environment, of course. First thing that comes into my head, and that one is defended by Webster. There are 2 balls left, and here they come.
Yeah, the game's afoot now.
Here they come. All the field is in, so we can hit a 6 and a 2, a 6 and a 3. I don't know what he'll hit. I appeared on Accidental Partridge last season.
Yes.
Taken very much out of context, I thought. When I did ask somebody if he'd ever skinned a cat.
That's right.
But if you listen to the whole conversation, it sort of made it didn't really make any sense. As Thompson bowls an attempt to sweep that comes off the boot. Webster, they're going to go through for a leg by. There was a shy at the stumps, a rather inaccurate shy at the stumps from the fielder at short third man, who I think is Pavillon. It is. It was so inaccurate that Brooke Guest had to leap. And Aaron Donald is on the field, everybody, in his fielding pads. His illness is no more. Jack Timon back at base will be delighted that his bestie is out there. He's fielding at short legs, so he's in danger. Well, actually, it's not so much with Ajit Singh Dale, I wouldn't have thought, but it would have been if he'd been there for Bo Webster, who's moved on to 76, and that one is defended stoutly. Why are we doing this? By Singhdale. 530 for 9. Webster 76. Singhdale 9. And the lead is 4. Might be enough.
All that. Lead of 4.
Might be enough. You never know.
Excellent. 40 extras as well, so still half a chance that it could be raising its bat. I suspect not, though.
If indeed it could hold one.
Indeed. Well, this is what I said last week, so suggested the scorers ought to be raising their pens to the crowd, something like that.
Don't start giving the scorers a bigger role in all this. They're big enough as it is.
To Pavillon bowls. Webster's smashed this one high up in the air, long off is underneath it, and takes the catch, tumbling backwards. So Gloucestershire are all out for 530. David Lloyd with the catch, and Darren de Pavillon has got a wicket. I don't think it's one that he's going to be taking with him to his grave, but it is a wicket for him as Webster hit that ball basically at the height of the floodlight pylons, but did not get enough on it. So he's the last man out for 76 from 79 deliveries, 8 4s and 3 6s. Webster waiting for Singhdale as they walk off. And for Gloucestershire, from 131 for 4, they'd have absolutely taken 530 with maximum batting points in the bag. And it means that we can go and have some lunch. It also means that there are still 66 overs remaining in the day's play, because we shan't lose the 2 for the change of innings. So 530 plays 526. Dave Fletcher and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back. We have to be after lunch to bring the afternoon session to you on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Gloucestershire live stream. I will say, of course, that Derbyshire have allowed Zach Chappell to lead them off after he completed a terrific 5 for 58 in 530. He bowled superbly. I can barely remember him bowling a bad ball, and he just bowled exactly the line under the length that was required on this pitch, and maybe also underlining what might still have been possible on it. We are going now. It's lunchtime.
captained by Graham Fearon. And to open for Derbyshire, number 10, Lewis Rees, and their captain, number 46, David Lloyd.
Welcome back for the afternoon session on this final day of Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire from Bristol. The sun is just about shining, and Gloucestershire lead by 4 runs with 2 sessions left in the match as Derbyshire prepare to resume their second innings, having made 526 in their first. Gloucestershire with 530 in reply, and Marchant de Lange is going to bowl the first over of this second innings. So he's been given the new ball second time around. Taylor and Singh Dale had it the first time, so Gloucestershire are, I guess, going to give it a go at trying to take these wickets incredibly quickly, and then I suspect we might see rather a lot of spin.
Do you think?
Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher with you on the BBC Sport website and app from BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Derby. Would you like the first over?
Well, I'd love it. I've got the Derbyshire T20 side as well, the second 11 T20 side that's playing today, in front of me. We'll come to that during the course of this over, I think. Marchant de Lange bowls to David Lloyd, who pulls the first ball out towards square leg, and it's gone for 4. It's a no ball as well, and Derbyshire lead by 2. A farcical start to the innings. They were trailing by 4, now they're leading by 2. And the fielder out there, I don't know who it was.
Middleton, I think.
He didn't see it.
No.
He had no idea where that... I mean, I'm with him. I hadn't quite seen the flight of the ball or anything, but it went a long way in front of square, didn't it?
Yeah, so he wouldn't have stopped it even if he had seen it, but it still...
But he still didn't see it.
I mean, he's moved more to a forward square leg now.
Distracted by the yellow sports car on the other side of the ground, probably. Here is de Lange, bowls to Lloyd again. That one is driven down the ground for 4 more, and Derbyshire intent on setting a stiff target for Gloucestershire, clearly. I've moved on to 10 without loss after 1 legitimate delivery. This is decent, and it's 60 and over.
Great, isn't it? Yeah.
They only need about 15 overs, and all of a sudden you've got yourself a game.
Wow.
I'm enthused again. I'm re-enthused. Pat Brown's playing, Blair Tickner is playing, Ross Whiteley, Samit Patel, Mitch Wagstaff, Harry Kame amongst those who are playing as well in that second team game against Lancashire at the county ground. Stephen Croft is playing for Lancashire. George Lavelle, as this next delivery is off an edge, down to third man, wide third man. There'll be at least 2 here. There will only be 2 as a spectacular piece of fielding down there by somebody who's rather inconveniently wearing a sweater. It cannot be beyond the wit of man to put a number on the back of a cable knit sweater when you can get logos and all sorts on the front. Who is that?
It's Ben Charlesworth.
Well, he shouldn't be wearing it. 12 without loss.
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to have some sort of way of marking that. But then the cable knit, it couldn't stick properly to it.
Hang on, I've got an idea. This one's turned into the leg side by David Lloyd for a single. He moves on to 11, Derbyshire 13 without loss. Do they not have the Kent? No, they wouldn't have the Kent. The Gloucestershire... I forgot where I was then. I haven't been to Kent for about 10 years. Do they not have the Gloucestershire badge on the front? They clearly do. I can see it from here.
Yeah, I guess
do they not have? Do they not? No. Let me
they?
finish. Don't start leaping in. Do they not have different colours around the cuffs and around the bottom and around the
That's
neck?
in the stitching, though.
Well, stitch the number on then. It's not. Can't be that tricky. Blimey. The whole point.
Get Fletch with a needle.
Next delivery from de Lange's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis
Needle and
Rees.
thread at the start of the year. Stitch all the numbers in.
Let's make the game accessible by putting numbers on players' backs, and let's make it inaccessible by putting sweaters on to cover the numbers up. It is ridiculous. Luke Wood's playing for Lancashire as well. I don't recognise anybody else. I'm being sent messages from the... Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. They would be great, wouldn't they? Yeah. Here is de Lange around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who just taps that one on the head down towards third man, picks up a single, and indeed pinches the strike. And Derbyshire, after 1 over, are 14 without loss and lead by 10.
I think there's still 1 ball left as well.
And there's still 1 ball left because there was a no ball first ball of the over.
Excellent.
Marvellous.
This is same pace Gloucestershire started off the second new ball. Clearly this is just the
new
par
ball. Yeah.
run rate now
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
the new ball is about 16 and over.
Absolutely. In comes De Lange and uses the extra ball to bowl one on the stumps, and it's defended into the onside by David Lloyd, and there is no run. Ajit Singh Dale does the fielding, and he's going to remove his sweater, and as you predicted, Ed, they'll probably protect Marchant De Lange and Ajit Singh
Well,
Dale.
they have to give it a go, don't they?
Do they?
They probably do.
I'm not sure they do.
Probably not for very long, but they'll give it a go.
It's the rest of the Lancashire side, no idea. Blatherwick, I think I've heard of, but that's a very common Lancashire name.
Yeah, he's played a fair bit of championship
Has
cricket
he?
for them, I think. I
Yeah.
don't think he's played a great deal of white ball
Barnard,
stuff.
Reddy, Dickinson, Singh, Stanley, and Fonseca.
Was that Mitch Stanley? Yeah.
Could be anybody.
He signed for them from Worcestershire, having played only
yes,
a handful of quite a quick bowler.
Yeah.
I didn't realise he was back playing. Singh Dale over the wicket to Rees. It's very full. He went for the Yorker first up, did Singh Dale, but Rees has squeezed it out. No problem.
And
To the covers.
Lancashire have decided to have a bowl first at the county ground in Derby after winning the toss. Samet, of course, skippering the side. The lad Carney, who is keeping wicket, is an Australian, I think, playing in the Derbyshire Premier League. Harry Moore's in there as well. Much expected of him in future years.
3 slips in place. Singh Dale bowls to Rees, edged, but along the ground to Bancroft at second slip. Played with a shallow angle of the bat from Rees, so yeah, quite late. As long as you do that on this, you should be fairly safe.
Something that has happened here is happening at Lords, but slightly slower. 508 for 8. Middlesex now trailing by 46 in a game that is going pretty much nowhere.
Singh Dale steams in over the wicket, bowls to Rees. It's clipped away in the air through square leg and for 4. Just a little too far on towards middle and leg from Singh Dale, or maybe even leg. Yep, leg stump. Rees has put that away. 18 without loss. Anything slightly off line
Gets punished,
just
doesn't it?
gone.
Absolutely.
There's one place that you can bowl, which is basically the old-fashioned top of off, and if it's anywhere other than that, if it's a little too full, little too short.
And who does that these days? Nobody.
Zach Chappell, apparently.
We've got 17 variations, but 16 of them aren't any good.
Singh Dale is in, bowls and let go by Rees through to James Bracey. They are apparently starting at 2 p.m. at Taunton Vale in the second 11 game between Gloucestershire and Somerset. About 5 hours ago, Gloucestershire won the toss and elected
Oh, was it a
to
morning
field.
game?
It was supposed to be a 12 o'clock start, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, if they've got nothing else on, they can play the full match, can't
Well,
they?
you'd have thought so, but no, 12 overs aside.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It will be.
Why not just play the game?
That does seem a little strange when you need the practice.
Exactly. I don't want to reduce it.
Singh Dale bowls. It's cut away by Rees down to Ben Charlesworth at
Does he feel the
wide
cold? Ben
third
Charlesworth?
position. Does he? What?
Feel
Sorry?
the cold?
He might do.
He's the only one with a sweater on.
Well, he's the only one with a cable knit on. I think Singh Dale had a one of the new sort, didn't
Proper
he?
ones
Took
with
one,
the number on the
took
back.
one off.
Yeah.
De Lange's got a sort of, well, it hangs rather loosely. How on earth anybody could find a shirt that was too big for Marchand De Lange, I'm not quite sure, but
I think to get the shoulders broad enough,
Yes.
the waist has to be slightly baggy.
Singh Dale, last ball of the over, bowls to Lloyd, who jabs the ball into the onside, and they'll jog through for 1. So a quiet over, 6 runs off it, 20 without loss. Derbyshire after 2 overs. That's a lead of 16.
The rain looks like it might come to Kent's rescue. It's raining in Canterbury, where Kent are 64 for 5, trailing by 133, having been asked to follow on. No play yet at Old Trafford, which, given the weather I saw this morning up in the northwest is not a major surprise. Warwickshire 96 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 231. No play at New Road. Glamorgan are 90 for 3. They lead by 134 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. I'm not sure why Richard Ray was suggesting that this was dull, as this first ball of a new over from Archant de Lange is no more than touched back down the ground, and they pick up 2 runs for it as Singdale fields it about a yard inside the boundary. Must have been some good timing there from David Lloyd. I told you about Middlesex, and Northamptonshire have been set 326 to beat Yorkshire, which they won't do, of course, but they are 13 for 1. They need a further 313 runs. They might be in for another nipper there, Northamptonshire. Their turn to hang on this week. One of the slips has now been removed by a combination, I'm sure, of Archant de Lange and Graham Van Buren, and whose instigation it was removed. As de Lange bowls, and that one is driven backward a square on the offside by Lloyd for a single. He moves on to 15. Rees has 6.23 without loss in the third over.
Seems to be an awful lot of showers about, just not
here,
and not coming here either. It seems to be raining quite a bit to the east and south of Bristol, but I don't think any of those showers are going to come our way.
Tim Chambers has passed on some information, which is always gratefully received, Tim, as you know, as in comes de Lange and bowls, and that one is defended by Rees up towards Van Buren. Jack Blatherwick is a Notts lad, the nephew of former Chesterfield Football Club legend Steve Blatherwick, who I hadn't heard of either. And my apologies. But thank you, Tim.
So it's raining in all the Division 1 matches, and they're playing in all the Division 2 matches.
It's the place to be. Here is de Lange bowling. That is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Again, there is no run as it's fielded by Ed Middleton in his floppy sun hat.
And having had, I think, all draws apart from 2 matches in the last round, I think it was yours and mine were the only 2 matches that weren't draws in the last round. We could have...
Oh no, Derbyshire drew in the last round.
Yeah, yours. That was your match and my match.
But they were draws.
Yeah. It were all draws apart from those 2 matches.
Well, if you're going to change the sentence...
No, that's exactly what I said the first time.
They were all draws apart from yours and mine, you said.
Is that what I said?
I believe that's...
Oh, right, okay.
I'll go back on the tape
No,
later.
you're probably right.
That's what fooled me a bit.
I'm probably just completely losing track of what I've
No, it doesn't
said.
matter. You carry on. I'm not going to pick you up again, Ed.
Anyway.
Not in this over.
Anyway, that's
anyway.
why.
That one was pushed up towards mid-off, I think.
That's what I meant, anyway. We could have an awful lot of draws. In fact, it could all be draws apart from the 2 matches that finished yesterday and the day before.
Lange bowls and beats Lewis Rees outside the off-stump. Good delivery. Not taken cleanly, though, by James Bracey behind the stumps, because the ball died, rather, on its way through. And it's the end of the over. So 3 gone, 23 without loss, 15 to Lloyd, 6 to Rees. Derbyshire, I'm not going to go on about it. I'm not going to mention it. They lead by 19. It's a waste of time, isn't it?
It's certainly already beginning to look rather that way. You would have thought a monumental collapse might have needed something more to be happening out there than is.
Yeah, not necessarily,
at this
but
point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. 26 overs, 109 against Sussex. That's always in the back of everybody's mind. And it is only 2 games ago.
However, was that at Hove?
No.
Oh,
It was at Derby, and they were following on. They were following on, weren't they? Yeah, they were following on.
Singdale running into Belter Lloyd, and this is tucked down to fine leg where de Lange scoops up 1 run taken, 24 without loss. Well, I suppose if it's there, then it could just about be possible at Bristol, but 62 overs remaining. They'd have to, at the rate they're going as well, they'd have to bowl them out in at least that amount of time.
They weren't following on. They were bowled out for 246, Derbyshire, then Sussex made 479. And then Derbyshire was skittled for 109 in 26
Seals
hours.
and Robinson, was it?
No, just Seals.
Just Seals.
Robinson 0 for 18 from 6, Seals 5 for 29 from 8.
Singdale round the wicket, bowls to Reese, who comes forward and plays defence back to the bowler.
And do you know what he did?
Seals.
Yeah, he bowled at the stumps. Ridiculous. Absolutely. But nobody was expecting that because we haven't seen it before. Bowling at the stumps, quick bowler, full of length. Derbyshire's batters just had no idea.
Well,
what to do with it.
England's might struggle as well. Seals, Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach,
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph. Round the wicket goes Singdale, bowls to Reese, who comes calmly forward and plays it back to him again.
And when they do beat England, it'll be the county championship's fault for giving them all game time. So at least we'll still get blamed.
Well, wasn't that outrageous, that whole
That is the
Steve
main
Smith
thing.
business?
That is the main
A
thing.
man who nearly broke records for scoring the most runs in a single series, despite the fact that he was concussed for one of the matches the last time he came over, and we're worried about what he might do if he gets a couple of county championship matches this time.
Madness, isn't it?
Singdale in round the wicket, bowls to Reese, who turns this one through backward square and takes a single as Hammond fields from deep backward square. 25 without loss as Reese moves on to 7. Oh, they're back out at Canterbury.
Well, that's bad news.
Bad
for
news for Kent.
Very bad news for Kent.
The Battle of the Bridge.
Yes, indeed. And the motorway, and left
And
a
the
bit,
tunnel.
and right, and yeah. That's absolute nonsense, isn't it?
Well, they try and say the Battle of the Bridge, I think, for Gloucestershire and Glamorgan as well.
yeah.
Which one? The Battle of the Bridges.
Yeah.
Singdale bowls to Lloyd, who defends out into the onside. Ollie Price fields from short mid-wicket.
If all of the overseas players who came into the county championship were of the calibre of Steve Smith, I think attendances might be up.
Well.
Of names that people who have a casual interest in cricket know.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Steve Smith's in Derby.
Well,
Go and have a look at him.
I was looking at the Blasts X feed the other day, and they were reminiscing about the year Sourav Ganguly came over. Singdale bowls, this is tapped away to backward point for no run. I was in Lincolnshire in those days, and I don't think it was entirely to go and see Ganguly, but it probably was, because one of my best friends at school was a left-handed top order player, and so Ganguly was probably one of his idols. 25 without loss.
There was many runs, I think.
End of that over. I think it's fair to say he didn't. I mean, we weren't the worst school side, but yeah. Anyway, went to watch that quarter-final that Nottinghamshire played Northamptonshire. I remember somebody whose face sort of resembled kind of colour of a lobster in front of the pavilion, just passing up things for Ganguly to sign from the balcony, which he was doing.
DeLanga begins a new over, bowling to Lewis Reese, and he defends it straight back to the bowler.
So we weren't allowed in the pavilion because we're just snotty kids.
Yeah.
But he was leaning over the wall, passing stuff up to Ganguly, who was
is
leaning
brilliant.
over the balcony, and
Absolutely.
that's what it's all about.
Well, I think just about the biggest crowd for a first-class match I've seen at Derby was when Steve Smith returned from his concussion and the Australians played them in a 3-day game. Good crowds on all 3 days. As DeLanga bowls to Reese once more, pushes this one out into the offside. Again, there's no run. It's Middleton who does the fielding. So yeah, if you've got a name, but hey ho, what do I know?
I got a slap with Ricky Ponting's bat.
A proper one,
Scarborough
or
as
just,
well.
just a little.
Well, I think he didn't really want to sign the autograph at the stage that I asked him to.
DeLanga bowls, and that one is chopped on by Lewis Reese, and he's got a march, and DeLanga has breakthrough. Derbyshire 25 for 1. Reese just went up on his toes, came off the inside edge and into the stumps. He goes for 7. Derbyshire's lead is 19.
Well, just about keeping Gloucestershire's interests alive then, that early wicket, and probably keeping Marshawn DeLanga bowling for a bit longer as well. If there had not been any wickets early, then there might have been the case that DeLanga was just going to have a sort of an opening burst and then was saved, but he might have to keep unleashing them at full pace now. Yeah, trapped on the crease a bit there, Reese. It was a
Go anywhere,
neither here,
anywhere,
it's just
up on
neither
his toes,
here nor
and that
there
was it.
shot, really.
Sure, and I don't think there will be records for this kind of thing. That he seems to chop on a lot, Lewis Reese, but I don't. It's just an impression that I get, but I don't really keep that. No, well, I don't keep many records, but I've got this book, but it's almost useless.
Now, Chris Dent is somebody that plays on a lot because he does, like Reese, when he plays defensively, he can sometimes play very quiet defensive shots that end up just being a little bit too soft rather than too hard. In general, as an opener, you're better off doing that, but it does make you vulnerable to those inside edges onto the stumps.
Two right-handers out there now that Brooke Guest has gone out to join his skipper, David Lloyd. Guest, who, for the third time in his Derbyshire career, got into the 90s in the first innings. 95 he made. And DeLange is on his way in to bowl too, but he defends it very straight, so straight that it actually knocks the bails, or a bail, off at the non-striker's end. But in pretty decent nick for much of the season. Brooke Guest, my magic book, which is fully updated apart from with the bowling figures from today, will tell me. It's got 3 scores in the 70s and 1 in the 90s. Here is DeLange in and bowls too many plays inside the line of that one. Some people fooled into thinking it had gone past the edge.
Might have looked good from square of the wicket.
About a yard past the edge, outside the off stump.
So I assume this is updated already. DeLange's 21st wicket of the season. So if he takes one more, he'll have
22.
over. We will, yes, yes. Very good. He will have twice as many wickets as anybody else from Gloucestershire.
All about the stats. David McConnell suggesting a one innings match, but I don't think so. There's strikes the pad. Does Marchant DeLange going down leg, and DeLange didn't really join in the appeal. In all honesty, gives David Lloyd a tap on the back. He's always tapping people, isn't he, Marchant DeLange?
Yes, always very amiable.
Yeah.
Almost to the point where it might start to be intimidating, just because of how you can be. I think you can be intimidatorily, no, something like that.
Intimidator.
Intimidator. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. You can be too nice.
Yes. Yeah.
So it can be intimidating sometimes. Why are you being so nice to me?
That's why people find me intimidating.
Yeah. Who finds you intimidating?
Always nice to people. It's definitely
it's me, isn't
just
it?
a Marchant
Right.
DeLange over.
Yeah,
I'm not working any more than I have to today.
Bowling to Lloyd, who clips it to deep square leg and takes a single 26 for 1. Yes, you're quite
I was
right.
confident there that it was me as well. I wasn't.
You were, as you were right to be. Oh dear. Right, Brooke Guest facing up to Singdale for the first time. Third slip is back. Ollie Price joining Bancroft and Webster in the cordon. As in comes Singdale, bowls to Guest, who drives pleasantly as far as Gloucestershire skipper Van Buren at mid-off, and there is no run. A man who scored his Gloucestershire best, 187 in Gloucestershire's innings, which, well, you either passed 40 or you didn't get very many runs. There were, in the end, 6 single-figure scores in Gloucestershire's 530.
That is mad.
Singdale was not out 9, but even so. Here he is running in bowling to Guest, who covers up and defends into the covers. Far more the line and the length. The last few deliveries that have been sent down from these two that has to be delivered if you want to get really anything out of the surface at all.
There were 4 single-figure scores in the Derbyshire innings as well. Did you see the tweet from Random Female, for which I'm not going to read it out because it's very nice of her to say.
Yes, I did. It was very kind of her.
Did you see this? What she refers to as the awful article about the Ashes becoming like the Ryder Cup?
No, I
I've
didn't.
not seen anything on that.
Oh gosh,
Pointers to it, Random Female.
does sound worrying. Singdale bowls, edging his guest, getting squared up, and then an outside edge down to the first slip fielder Webster. That was very close to being, well, any number of dismissals. It was full and straight, bringing the stumps into play, and then somehow squirting an attempted clip through the onside to slip. It wasn't at all close to carrying, but equally, given how little bat there must have been on it, if that had missed, it would have been very much that for Guest. Singdale bowls to Guest, drags his length back a little bit, which allows Guest to hop onto the back foot and play it to Ollie Price. He's fielding at a short cover point now, having moved out from third slip.
I'm told from an eminent supporter of county championship cricket that we shouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
So
I'm not going to worry about it.
I'm not going to anymore.
That has allayed all the fears that I had.
Well, I didn't have any fears till I read the tweet.
I mean,
I thought for a moment we were going to play alternate every 2 years, but one of the series would be in America.
Singdale, last ball of the over, wide outside the off stump. It's driven off the back foot, and that's a superb piece of fielding. An extra cover by Middleton, who Ollie Price is going up to congratulate. I thought that was 4 runs off the bat. It looked like he had placed it superbly. He just had reckoned without the one-handed leap from Ed Middleton, salmon-like, to stop it. 26 for 1 at the end of 6 overs.
Yeah, it was excellent piece of fielding, wasn't it? Really good. The pigeons weren't as confident that he was going to stop it as he clearly was, so they all flew off, and they were a good distance behind him. And I think,
we've seen too much of this.
Will he get it or not? But he did. It was brilliant. MATCHDAY is going to bowl his 4th over, 1 for 17. His figures at the moment. He's going to be bowling to David Lloyd initially. He was on 17, not out, having struck a couple of 4s off the first 2 balls of the innings. And DeLanger is into him now, and that one is defended straight back to the bowler, and there is no run.
They have finally started at Taunton Vale, so game on, as they say.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
They do, at any possible opportunity.
I wish they wouldn't.
Me too.
It's DeLanger bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this one up to Van Buren at mid-off. It's raining at Northampton.
Oh, what a shame.
Well,
halting Yorkshire's glorious victory push.
Yeah, they'll be moaning about the weather.
Yeah. Well, it has. It's scuppered them all season.
Bless them. They do like a moan, though. I don't know if you've never noticed.
Yes, well, of course they would have won here were it not for the Kookaburra ball.
Yes, well, they'd have beaten Derbyshire but for the weather. This one, Lloyd has had a big drive at that one, and it's gone through to James Bracey. It is a familiar mode of dismissal for David Lloyd, nicking off. He didn't on that occasion.
So I was waiting for everybody to go up, because also it moved away a little bit off the pitch, so I thought for one moment I looked as if it had moved off the pitch, but then you thought, well, has it just taken the edge as well? But it didn't.
Here is DeLanger again, in and bowled, and this one is defended out into the offside, where Miles Hammond will do the fielding. And there is no room. Yes, well, at least I think they're happiest when they're moaning, so that's good for them. I think we can safely say. This is Yorkshire folk, of course. I worked in Yorkshire from the age of 22 to about 48, so I'm well placed, as this one is defended by Lloyd before people start abusing me. But now I've moved to the right side of the Pennines. Well, it's the left.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Correct. I still haven't managed to get myself back to Cheshire yet. I don't think I'm not quite earning enough money to move to Cheshire at any point soon. Even the northern bits of it. Here is DeLange in and bowls to Lloyd, who defends that one out into the offside. And that's the end of the over. He did beat the bat. And was that a maiden?
Was.
Felt like one.
He bowled 2 maidens now after going for 12 off his... Was it 12 or was it more than that? Anyway, he went for quite a lot of runs off his first over.
If he's only bowled 3, he's bowled 4 overs, hasn't he? So he'd have bowled that one there, which went for 3, so he went 14 in his first over. Yeah.
I had a feeling it was either 12 or 14, and it definitely wasn't 13, but it was either 12 or 14.
Yeah.
There we go. But yeah, he's settled into his rhythm after going for it was 10 off his first ball, wasn't it?
Yes.
No ball 4 and then another 4. Singdale running into Guest, who defends with the lower part of the bat. It was maybe not quite the toe end, but it was certainly the scrag end of it. Back to the bowler, and then he did what sort of a la Michael Vaughan facing Glenn McGrath when the ball clearly shot along the floor in the 2005 Ashes. And remember that when he was cleaned up? No. Anyway, sort of exaggerated movement down towards the ground with the bat. I think it's kept extremely low. Short extra cover now rather than the short cover point. Singdale to Guest, who kind of comes fairly hard at the ball, but with the bat almost at a sort of, not quite horizontally to the ground, but still defending it late and into the ground, and no run. Aha. Gloucestershire's second 11 have managed 2 wickets. One to Josh Shaw and one to Luke Charlesworth. Somerset seconds 28 for 2. That's a good lead from Guest, as the ball did come back, but would have had to have done so considerably further than that if off stump were to be taken. But yeah, you can see we can see, I should say, of course, because not everybody can see. We could see.
Yeah, I couldn't because I wasn't watching.
Okay. Could.
Yeah, true.
See.
Could have.
Yes, could have seen in the end. We'll get there in about 2 hours.
We've got time.
There's a lovely in-swinging release from Singdale coming down the inside of the ball. Look, I've got to do that or I'm not going to be able to visualise it.
I'm reading this article.
Okay.
Dear, oh dear.
Short straight mid-on and a short mid-wicket now. Singdale is in. Bowls edged just short and wide of Bracey, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 runs.
You watch the replay now. You watch Brooke Guest. He edges it, turns around and starts walking. He was on his way. He was convinced that was going to be caught. It should have been, I think. Well,
it probably actually it did just about carry in the end.
Yeah.
It was
When he does that, he looks around and he's off, but then he realises that the ball hasn't been taken. It might just have been to his right.
It was definitely a long way to his right. Yeah. It was so low down, but I think it probably was just in the air as it passed him. But that would have been
it's as big a gap as you get between the
wicketkeeper
and he's almost at second slip, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's almost at second slip, Bar Webster.
30 for 1. Singdale in to Guest, who turns this one off his hip straight to Charlesworth at forward square leg. Yeah, I mean I don't think Bracey
I've reassessed.
Too late there, but
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
But
I'm sure he'd be pleased.
Yes, care massively. Yeah.
No, I can't imagine he'd care at all.
Well, it has been a tale for Gloucestershire of dropped catches going back to day one. They'll still be right to rue the chances that they spurned to get rid of first Guest and then Lamb in that first innings, as that's a fiery delivery from Singdale. There is a bit of pace there through to James Bracey. So it hasn't completely died, this one, like some can. Singdale is quick and it's a new ball as well, of course, but that one has just taken off a bit, whereas some also haven't, like the one that went past James Bracey's right hand. 30 for 1 at the end of the over.
Griff's already working hard on stats behind us. He's just tweeted one that I'd like to read out, but it includes Kevin Peterson in it, so I'm not going to bother, unfortunately.
And it's a positive one for
Peterson. Yeah, so if
right.
you could only tweet things that didn't include Kevin Peterson, I'd be obliged. Yeah. Griff, thank you. Here is Marchant DeLange bowling to David Lloyd, who defends that. I can actually read the stat without mentioning Kevin Peterson, who I've now mentioned about half a dozen times. Graham Van Buren's score today of 187 was the third highest individual score by a player batting at 6 against Derbyshire. I'm more than happy to read out that the one at the top of the list is Ian Blackwell, who made 247. I won't say who he was playing for because I know that might upset people. Craig White is also on the list. The third man is being moved slightly finer down in the far distance as DeLange is in to bowl to Lloyd, who defends this one straight back to him. And there is no run. I had a quick look at that article. There was some things in it that there were phrases in it that just make you want to throw your phone through the window.
Will there be sort of home and away sections, even more so than there is now, with those massive touring parties all in their yellow?
It's now, he says, as DeLange is in and bowls. That one's pulled into the leg side. He's only going to get a single for it, though, because out there on the boundary is Ed Middleton to do the fielding, and he moves on to 18, 31 for 1, Derbyshire. It's now a global employment landscape.
What?
Yes, quite. He's talking about how much money cricketers can make. It's fascinating. I've never seen a more engaged playing group than we have right now, says Rob Lynch, the outgoing chief executive of the Professional Cricketers Association. They want to understand the value of broadcast deals, as in comes DeLange again. It's driven out into the offside for no run by Brooke Guest. They want to understand the value of broadcast deals, crowd figures and viewerships. They get the economics and they get their value. That's the real difference these days. Yes.
What? So they understand that if people want to watch, then there will be money for broadcast deals.
But what they don't seem to understand is if you reduce the amount of cricket and the number of professional clubs, that there will be people out of work. So they understand the bit where they get money, as DeLange bowls an inside edge by Guest into his pads. Ball dribbles out into the offside. That's the thing that the PCA has never touched on, certainly in public as far as I'm aware, that once they reduce the number of counties, which they ultimately will do, and we all know it's going to happen, that there will be cricketers, professional cricketers, who presumably they represent as the Professional Cricketers Association, who will be out of work. It's the only union I know, that I know of, who wants to put people out of work. Next delivery turned into the leg side nicely by Brooke Guest. He's going to get 4 runs for that, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Middleton is chasing. He was never going to get there because the outfield is reasonably quick, considering how much rain we had yesterday. Well, international ground it would be. And at the end of the over,
a ground on which internationals are hosted.
Indeed. 35 for 1. Guest has 8, Lloyd has 18.
Well, that's why they didn't get the however many £1 million worth it was that the other venues got for their drainage.
They do have drainage grids here, though, don't they?
They do. Yeah. Yes, I think they've got something put in, but I don't think it's the same as what all the test grounds got. Singdale is going to continue. And 2 slips with a short mid-wicket in terms of close catches. There's a deep forward square and a fine leg back on the boundary. Singdale bowls to Lloyd, who comes forward and guides this defensive shot towards Middleton at extra cover. And just looking to blunt this new ball spell. Gloucestershire have put all their eggs in one basket as far as their 2 quick bowlers, both opening. So Taylor and Webster would be the change bowlers. The two quickest men have been given this new ball whilst it's hard. Singdale bowls, and Lloyd has a real feel for that one. That was quite similar to the way that he got out in the first innings when he edged Webster to second slip. That same sort of shot where he just can't really help himself but to follow the ball outside the off stump. A play and a miss means that he's still there. Drink being brought round by, I think that is Kirk Russell down there for De Lange. Singdale bowls, and that has also gone past the outside edge. I think again it did just carry through to James Bracey, who did well to take it. And yeah, an away swinger this time from Singdale. You don't see too many away swingers from him. But yeah, again, Lloyd just following it, but that one was really nicely bowled in terms of tempting him into the shot. I think the first one was mostly just him wanting to field the bat on the ball. That one he was really drawn into it.
Well, actually, De Lange has just taken a couple of tablets and followed it by a drink, presumably just to wash it down. But
Mark Elena's down there as well. Singdale's in bowls, and he's beaten for the third consecutive delivery as Lloyd, as he looks to drive down the ground this time, and looks in nonplussed fashion both at the pitch and behind him. What's going off out here? That was probably the closest of the three to getting him out, because I think he was closest to it.
he went harder at that one, didn't he?
Yes.
Or he seemed to. Struggling with this article, by the way. Some of this nonsense.
Ollie Price has gone back in at third slip, and he's got the helmet on. Singdale looking for four in a row. No, bat on ball this time as it's played into the ground, and careful. Sprawling across to his right there off the pitch. There's not really any need for that. Never mind the fact that there's a mid-on there anyway, and Matt Taylor, but also, well, probably would only have been maximum 2 runs. Sun continues to shine, more gaps in the cloud. The weather just gets better and better. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's sun in my eyes driving home and everything.
Free after tea, I assume, for 50 minutes. Singdale bowls. This is pushed up to mid-off by Lloyd to end the over. That is an excellent over from Singdale. I didn't think he had a great deal of luck in the first innings, to be honest, but certainly didn't have it on his side there. Past the outside edge 3 times in a row. 35 for 1, 10 overs in, and that may well be the end of Singdale's spell. It is certainly the end of Marchand de Lange's spell.
Yeah, we're going to see Matt Taylor brought into the attack. It's Rob Lynch, the Professional Cricketers Association Chief Executive. Chief Executive.
I thought you were just going to go with Chief Exec there.
I should have done. The outgoing Chief Executive. In 10 years' time, the game will look a bit different. At the top end, I can see players becoming more like tennis pros or golfers with their own physios, coaches and managers, servicing themselves to be self-sustainable.
Well, I suppose somebody's going to have to, because already we're having the situation where Surrey are saying you can't just come back here, use us as rehab, and then...
Let them go. And just work out how much it costs. As a new over begins, there was definitely some swing there from Taylor through the air, obviously. Turned into, where else would it be? Turned into the leg side by Brook. I'm flabbergasted that just let them go. Let us get on with what we like to watch. And you go and play in the Pakistan Super League and the Indian Premier League, or at least in the England players' cases for the large part, sit on the bench and watch the Indian Premier League. Because quite frankly, I don't care about you. Next delivery is pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He didn't get hold of that at all. Singdale loses his hat, his cap, very quickly indeed, fielding down there, quite remarkably. Guest moves on to 9, 36 for 1.
Did you see the score in the IPL final yesterday?
It was very low, wasn't it?
It was, well, yes, you sort of think 3 months worth of cricket for a final where a side chases down 114 in 10.5 overs.
The remarkable thing was that the 114 took 18 overs to achieve.
Oh, yes. From the side that had broken quite a lot of records earlier on in the year.
We assumed it was rain reduced. As this next delivery goes past the edge, of course it does, David Lloyd's bat as he tries to drive it out. Taylor putting the ball in the right place. And once again, David Lloyd going for the drive. Probably missing it by about 6 inches ultimately. Ball going through to James Bracey. Yeah, I didn't take any further notice of it than that, in all honesty, because, well, they say it's the best competition in the world, but they preclude some parts of the world from playing in it, so it can't be. Here is Taylor once again, and bowls, bat on ball this time, out into the offside square. Charlesworth in his sweater. God, he must be building up a bit of a lather out there now. It's sweltering. Does the fielding at backward point. It's when somebody else puts a sweater on, I'm in trouble.
Well, I mean, the fact that the 2 Aussies in the slips, one of them's just got a short sleeve shirt on in Webster, and Bancroft has just rolled his sleeves up, and he comes from Western Australia. It's not even Tasmania would be,
yes, absolutely.
The Western Australian is the one.
Go with. Here is Taylor bowling, and that is off an edge down to a very wide third man, and David Lloyd picks up another boundary. He moves to 22. 40 for 1, Derbyshire leading by 36. But again, not entirely where he was planning on playing the ball, I don't think.
You wouldn't mind seeing it too much if you're a bowler. I mean, you might see it going for 4, which is why he's put the fielder back there now.
Which is the disappointing part for the bowler there, isn't it?
But again, I still think you see it even in this over. I think there's more in this than 500 plays 500 personally. 500
plays 500 plays 110 plays 109. Here's Taylor in and bowls. That one is guided out into the offside this time by Lloyd. Charlesworth comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. He picks up another single, moves to 23. Derbyshire 41 for 1 at the end of 11 overs. Guest at the other end has 9, and Derbyshire's seconds against Lancashire seconds at the county ground back in Derby are 44 for 2 after 4 overs and 5 balls. Harry Kamen, Ross Whiteley currently out in the middle. Wagstaff going for 2. Bin Naeem for 22 off 12 with 3 fours and a 6. Mitch Stanley has both of the wickets to a fallen. Samit's due in next though, so everybody stay calm.
Can't wait.
Everybody stay calm.
Singdale is to continue, so he will have a 6th over. Bowling now, and he's beaten Lloyd again. And he's just, I mean, his arms sort of flopping down by his side. And I mean, I feel a bit sorry for him, really.
Yeah.
Disappointment, hangdog expression, yes. Probably is.
The way he went on a little walk then.
4 plays and misses in, what is it now, 7 balls, I think?
So he goes past the edge, he looks around, stares at the wicket-keeper, and then goes off for a walk to square leg.
I think Gloucester should be saying, well, you just walk anyway. If just walk that way, walk towards the pavilion, not that way. Singdale approaches, he's there now, bowls to Lloyd, who gets bat on ball this time out towards extra cover. Middleton is there to field.
Staggering.
Update from Taunton Vale, Somerset second 50, 6 for 3. 2 balls to go in the 7th over. Jack Taylor is currently bowling. His leg breaks. 2 wickets for Josh Shaw and 1 for Luke Charlesworth. In goes Singdale. Bowls edged wide of 3rd slip and down to the boundary for 4. Really got no time to react there if you're Ollie Price anyway, but it was wide of him, even if it was at a catchable height. So he finally finds the edge, does Singdale, and it goes for 4 runs. He'd be a bowler. 45 for 1.
Well, it's not their game, is it?
It's not.
They won't win they won't have all the big money and the personal physios and private jets to get them from when they're playing in both the PSL and the IPL at the same time, earning all that money.
Singdale into Lloyd on 27. It's short. Lloyd picks this one up through the leg side behind square for 4 runs. He can certainly hit him when they're bowled on that length. 49 for 1.
Don't bowl short on this pitch. I think has been a mantra.
Yes.
Since the very start, really.
Yeah, but he hit 2 sixes in that area, didn't he? The only surprise was that ball wasn't hit for 6.
Yeah. Ben Aitchison has just shaken Marchant de Lange's hand.
Yeah, again, just everyone. He knows everyone. He likes everyone.
Yeah, brilliant.
Camaraderie.
It's the cricket community.
It is. Singdale in and bowls driving. That's a good shot from Lloyd. That's what he has been looking for a while. Square drive through cover point for another boundary that brings up Derbyshire's 53 for 1. Lloyd on 35. There might be one Derbyshire fan down there.
Do you hear the clapping?
One person applauded.
No, it was de Lange who was applauding the bowling.
Was it
I think. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I looked down and saw him clapping. So I'm sure he wasn't applauding the shot.
Excellent.
It was more to do with the keep going.
Well, you might, if anyone was going to applaud the shot.
Well done, Lloydie.
It would be. Yeah, you finally hit one. No. If anyone was going to applaud the quality of a shot, it would be de Lange out there.
Yeah, no, it was him.
So 3 plays and misses in a row. We've now had 3 boundaries in a row. Singdale is in bowls, and there will be a single here towards deep backward square. De Lange called into action. He won't bother to throw the ball, as that is the end of the over. 54 for 1. Lloyd 36 from 37 deliveries. I suppose it was always going to be like that. And Guest is on 9, as Gloucestershire's seconds have managed their 4th wicket. Tom Smith has removed Lewis Goldsworthy for 12.
Derbyshire 2s are flying. 52 for 2 after 6. Take that. What I believe is known as the end of the power play. Here comes Matt Taylor, second over, bowling to Brooke Guest, who chops this down to a wide third man for a single. Charlesworth, the fielder, down there. It goes to absolutely proves your point there. But the final ball of the last over, when de Lange fielded it, Charlesworth was coming in as well, and he could easily have thought, well, let him pick it up. He's not going to be bowling, is he? But no, he had to get there first. That's mine. Back off, everybody. There's Taylor again, bowling to Guest. I picked up a couple of runs from that last delivery. I hadn't realised it was 2.
No, just the single.
Was it Lloyd who played it?
It was
down
Lloyd,
there?
yeah.
I beg your pardon.
The scoreboard had the dot on the wrong.
No,
batter,
well, I should know who they are, because I've been watching them all season. And it makes sense, because they got one off the final ball of the previous over, didn't they? Again, it's a concentration issue with me. Knowledge issue.
Nearly through the first hour of the afternoon.
As this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Guest.
We're not clock watching at all. In fact, we can't, because we can't see we can't see the gigantic digital clock down to our right.
It is an irony, isn't it, that the biggest clock in the world is out of our view. Yeah.
They should put an even bigger one on one of those, or maybe I suppose second floor balcony, third floor balcony, one of those.
Giant screen on top of the middle block of flats would be good, wouldn't it?
Oh yes, like sort of baseball style.
Yeah, one of those enormous ones.
Yes, let's do it, and then tear it down in 4 years.
Taylor bowls played off the back foot, rather uncertainly by Guest, out into the offside. You can take it with you though.
Could do.
To your shiny new ground.
I hope it doesn't shine too much, because you could have those sorts of situations like was at Old Trafford back in the day when.
And Derby.
Oh, of course, yes. I went to Derby for one of those games. I remember it.
They played Lancashire in a televised game, and play was halted because the sun was too bright.
Yes.
Only in cricket. They have now moved to the square, of course, rotated it. Taylor bowls to Guest, who clips that into the leg side. A tumbling stop by square leg. Is that Miles Hammond?
It is, yes.
Prevents the ball from Being anything other than a dot ball. 55 for 1.
I remember that. It was my birthday. I was probably about 8 or 9 or something like that. We'd driven through rain all the way to get there. Miraculously, it had stopped when it got to Derby.
And miraculously, it never rains in Derby.
And
as you know,
by the end of the day, sun stopped play.
The ball's left alone outside the off stump by a guest who nods in approval of that delivery. Back to the bowler. I'm sure the bowler appreciates that. End of the over. 55 for 1.
Oh, it's all too much out there. Well, this is possibly what we should be doing.
It looks a bit like goose, actually.
In county cricket, we just need to set up some really comfortable beds for people to come, and you can maybe some hammocks. We could have like we could use the car park area just to set up some hammocks, and people could just come and sleep here.
It's not goose, but it has a little look of it. Could be a woman, of course.
So jealous. That looks really, really, as much as sleeping in a plastic chair could ever look comfortable, yes. That does.
Yeah.
Change of bowling.
Here's the first innings destroyer.
It's Bo Webster, the man who took his first-class fifer in the first innings. 6 for 100, his figures. Gloucestershire are going to need these wickets pretty quickly, but perhaps Webster can provide them. Webster is in to bowl to Lloyd, who plays defensively back to him. So he wrapped up the Derbyshire innings, taking the 3 of the final 4 wickets in the end. Singdale took the last one, and then Webster it was who got rid of the openers, Lloyd and Rees up front. Here he comes, loping run, bowls to Lloyd, who turns it towards mid-wicket, and there is no run there. Glamorgan have lost 4th wicket at Grace Road, 110 for 4. North East and Cook at the crease, lead by 154. Doesn't look as though Glamorgan are going to be declaring anytime soon. Webster runs in, bowls, and coming forward, firm push is Lloyd out to extra cover, and there is no run. Ben Mike taking 2 for 17.
What's happening at Northampton, Ed?
Is it still raining?
I believe so.
Oh no, it's still raining. Spoiling what could have been a grandstand finish. I'm sure Andrew Rudd is especially disappointed that it's not raining, that it's raining there, I should say. Webster is in, bowls, and reaching for that one is Lloyd, getting bat on ball towards Hammond, who has decided to have a shy at the stumps, which could very easily have conceded another run because De Lange had a fair amount of ground to make up to back it up. I don't think he really thought that Hammond was going to throw that, but he did. 56 for 1. Lloyd on to 38.
Not sure I expected him to.
No, he just fancied something to do, really, by the looks of things.
Guess looked like he was comfortably home.
He was. In comes Webster. He bowls now, and this is clipped away behind square on the onside by Guest, and he will move into double figures. 57 for 1 as he comes through for a single. It's still saying delayed at New Road. What are they waiting for?
Yeah, no.
I mean, if it's got to this point, surely.
Pack it in.
Same at Old Trafford, really.
Yeah.
Kent have just lost a 6th wicket, though. Webster in, bowls full and crashing that drive away through the covers is Lloyd. He got all of that one, and he does not hold back when he sees a ball that he thinks he can go after. Lloyd on to 42. It's 61 for 1. Fraction over pitched from Webster, lowering that back leg. Crunching it away was Lloyd. So Kent, 83 for 6, still trailing by 114. Joey Everson is the latest man out for 16. So Joe, that is, not Jaden. Joe Denley is on 18. Grant Stewart's joined him. Only Agar, Parkinson and Arafat to come.
And if Arafat comes in below Parkinson, he clearly can't bat.
But Parkinson batted for 158 balls in the first innings.
Goodness
For
knows
48.
how. Really?
Yeah. He's a night watchman.
Taylor begins his third over, bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. Fielded in the covers. Yeah,
I did a double take when I saw it.
Whenever I've seen him bat, he's been hopeless. Absolutely hopeless.
Sort of one-dimensional cricketer, but he's marvellous to watch bowl his leg
Oh
breaks,
yeah, no, absolutely, which is what he's in the side for, clearly.
But fielding
Not
and
tall enough to play for England,
bowling.
of course. But, here's Taylor. Bowls to Guest, who leaves a rising delivery alone outside the off stump. Does well to get his bat out of the way a bit in the end.
Speaking of which, did Hartley play? No, he didn't. Lancashire had Morley playing.
Yes, they did.
As well as
Derbyshire's Jack Morley.
As well as Nathan Lyon.
Had the one game on loan, on his season-long loan before being recalled. Hartley's in the T20 squad, isn't he?
That's right.
Yeah. We recalled Morley as a panic measure, I think. Here comes Taylor again. This one's on the stumps and turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. It's a rather laboured chase there by Ed Middleton. They get back for a couple. He lost his hat, of course. 63 for one with 2 to Guest. He moves on to 12.42 to Lloyd.
Sunglasses stayed on the hat round the top of it as well.
So the hat's the right size for the sunglasses, but not for his head.
Apparently so.
They need a bit of extra elastic in them or something to keep the blinking things on. In comes Taylor again and bowls. That's defended by Brooke Guest. It's one of those hats, that the particular one, just from this distance, that looks a bit like the black leather cowboy hats that Lemmy from Motorhead used to wear.
I think I can't remember. Was it earlier on we were saying Ed Middleton was a good name for a cowboy? Or was that?
Yes, I think it was.
That
yes,
last week? I can't remember.
It was this match. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Which this match
just looks like the Lemmy hat. Here comes Taylor and bowls to Guest, who clips that towards Middleton, who tumbles as he fields. And they go through for another single. Guest moves to 13.64 for one.
There's always somebody in every side who gets that sort of when they do a piece of fielding. In the past it's been Josh Shaw, but Shaw isn't playing in this game, so it seems to have transferred itself onto Middleton.
It's often bowlers, isn't it?
It is, but it might be Matt. Might it be Matt Lamb because of his back issues in Derbyshire side?
Yes, that's a good shout. I need to ask you exactly what Miles Hammond's done with his trousers.
That's magnificent.
I'll let you explain after this ball. Is it me?
It is.
Turned into the leg side by David Lloyd, the next delivery from Matt Taylor. Picks up another single. We need to zoom in because he's just taken them out. He had his trousers tucked
Miles.
into a pair of yellow socks, a bit like. But they were longer than +4. They +2s, are they, when they go down that far? I don't know. Yeah, but it was absolutely incredible. I hope there's been a photographer on the ground who might have taken a picture of that. In fact, I can see David Griffin away to the left there having a chat with somebody, so he might have been slightly distracted. But what on earth was he doing with his trousers?
The Gloucestershire yellow socks. He tucked them into his socks, his yellow. Bright yellow socks.
Absolutely.
Of course, Hammond would wear bright yellow socks.
Absolutely remarkable. 65 for one.
Oh, wow. In comes Webster, keeper up now, as Lloyd lets that go through to Bracey. I mean, that was, the sort of the Bristol yellow socks baseball team.
He's doing it again.
There we go. It's
Quick.
back again.
Now we need the camera on him.
He's gonna roll them down by the time I've this dreadful zoom on my phone camera. There we go. He's already got rid of it. For luck, obviously. This is whipped away in the air by Lloyd between short mid-wicket and mid-on. Cries of catch, but it was right in the gap, and it's away for 4 runs. 69 for 1.
Was it a bump ball or not? It had a look of one from behind, but that's not to say that it was.
There was somebody at least cried catch, but that might have been somebody who, like me, was taken in by it. They often shout that, don't they? They do. Let's have a look. I think it was in the air, and it was.
You're right, yeah. Good call by the person who shouted catch on this one occasion.
Although, as it turned out, it was nowhere in it. Anybody who could catch it. This is swung round the corner by Lloyd as Webster misses his line and length, but he will get away with that because it has been swung right in the direction of Matt Taylor, who stops it 70 for 1. Lloyd moves to 48. I wonder what on earth brought that on. Bancroft seems to be having an extended conversation with Hammond. He's got his cap at a sort of jaunty upwards angle as well. Webster bowls to Guest, who tucks it into a gap on the leg side. There'll be two here because he's picked the gap between De Lange and Taylor. The two fielders back on the leg side boundary, and it's 72 for 1. Guest 15 as I remember how to breathe in. Seem to be forgetting there. I don't know quite why I had to go through all that sentence.
It can be essential,
long sentence without. Yeah, so I just sort of running out of breath. One of those times when you sort of realise that you didn't actually breathe in when you started talking. Oh no.
It's that kind of afternoon, really.
Webster runs in, bowls wide outside the off stump. Guest drives pleasantly off the back foot, but Middleton is there. Extra cover to field. I remember back in the 2021 season.
Didn't breathe at all.
No. Miles Hammond bowling with a headband. He had the sort of Bjorn Borg look going. Headband, sunglasses. He was bowling his off breaks at Grace Road. Marvellous stuff.
Ooh.
Webster bowls, that's got to be a wide. It's not a wide. That's almost landed off the pitch.
That's as wide as the wide that was given against Sam Connors this morning, wasn't it?
That was outside the return crease, wasn't it? Anyway, I say that it was let go, but even if he'd wanted to play a shot at that, there's no way he could. It was just within the return crease lines,
yes,
but still,
as wide as Sam
that really did almost. In fact, if they'd not cut the strip so wide, which they don't, I guess, have to, then it would have been a no ball earlier. But anyway, 72 for 1 at the end of the over. I think the umpires just don't really particularly want to see another ball.
No, well, I'm with them on that. David Lloyd to face the first ball of a new over from Matt Taylor. He's on 48 from 47 deliveries. That is very David Lloyd. And we're down to one slip now. We've got two men in the mid-wicket cordon. Two mid-wicket catchers. As Taylor is in and bowls to Lloyd, who tries to whip this away and gets struck on the pad. Picks the ball up. I don't like that. For the Gloucestershire fielders. Your job's to bat, their job's to field. Let's leave it at that. Cricketers know the value of themselves, of course, as we now know from the PCA chief executive. You don't want to be multifaceted like that.
He was trying to save his fellow PCA member a bit of work.
But that's not
to
what
come
the
in.
PCA is about, is it? It's about a scramble to make the most money. And cutting adrift those who are just trying to earn a living in county cricket. Taylor is in, and that one is striking the pad, going down the leg side, probably pitched outside leg as well. Despite the appeal, I don't think that was ever going to trouble the stumps.
It certainly didn't look like a particularly great shout. It's pitched outside leg, it struck him outside leg, and guess what? It was missing leg. Other than that, terrific.
Worth a shout. Just to keep yourselves interested out there. 72 for 1, lead of 68. I wonder when they'll declare.
Hopefully at 10 to 5.
Yes.
5.
In goes Taylor again, and that one's clipped down to long leg for a single, and Lloyd moves to 49 from 50 deliveries. Derbyshire move up to 73 4-1. How are Gloucestershire seconds doing, Ed?
They are 80. Well, they have Somerset 89 for 4 in the 10th over out of 11.
Samit Patel's out for 7.
Our commentary mate David Payne is bowling his presumably second and, well, it will be second and last over at the moment. Busy day's work.
Taylor in, full delivery, well dug out by Brooke Guest into the leg side. So Ross Whiteley's 19 off 22. Derbyshire seconds after 10 overs and 1 ball are 73 for 4 against Lancashire seconds, with Moore, Carney, Potts, Tickner, Brown and Ejaz still to come.
Kent have lost a 7th. 85 for 7. Shane Snater has got the wicket. What figures? 3 for 8 from 7 overs with 4 maidens.
Taylor bowls, that's driven very pleasantly out into the offside. Van Buren gets there and throws back.
Oh.
And hits the bowler, hits the stumps. I think it was the bail that might have hit Taylor.
Yeah. You have to be a bit careful with those bails flying.
Yeah, that is a serious issue. It was Boucher, wasn't it?
It was.
South African wicketkeeper.
Yeah, the warm-up for the 2012 summer, I think it was.
Career-ending eye injury. Which is, I've often thought about it, and you will know, of course, but the ice hockey masks with the sort of cellophane, no, it's not cellophane, clearly, what is it? Perspex, that's the word I'm looking for, might be better for wicketkeepers standing up. As Taylor bowls to Lloyd, who just turns this one into the leg side. And there is no run, it's the last ball of the over. 74 for 1, Derbyshire 49 to Lloyd, 16 to Guest. Reese the man out, bowled by Marchant and Langer for 7. The lead is 70.
I have definitely seen somebody using the kind of old style baseball mask. Now they wear this sort of massive crash helmet thing, but I'm sure I've seen a wicketkeeper somewhere, and I'm really struggling to think who it was, but I've seen at least one wicketkeeper using that.
And I have a recollection of seeing an umpire wearing something similar as well.
In the Big Bash, Gerard Aboud wears a helmet, but
who's the one who has the shield?
Bruce Oxenford, the ox blocker.
Just to fend it off.
Never seen him actually use it, but I guess that's the thing. If you actually have one, it's a bit like bringing an umbrella to the cricket ground. It won't rain if you bring the umbrella. If you forget it, it's definitely going to rain. Or Parky's off to a flyer, 3 runs from 3 balls. All right, now he's in, Kent. Change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Time for Ed Middleton to have a bowl. He's rolled up his sleeves, he means business. Twirling away from hand to hand with his leg breaks. As he bowls now to Brooke Guest on the money first delivery, pushed towards Hammond at short extra, and there's no run. First class wicket for Ed Middleton, Mark Watt.
Was he?
Yes, it was Mark Watt when the score was on, I think, something like 399, and Watt needed, or 395 maybe, something like that. He needed to hit a 6 for a bonus point, charge past one, and gave Middleton his first class wicket. Middleton bowls full, and it's poked to Hammond at short extra again.
The only positive thing chasing a bonus point has ever done for a bowling side,
Well, they got the bonus point themselves. I think it was their 9th wicket.
Yeah, they might see. What a crucial moment in that game.
Just what it was designed, the sort of jeopardy it was designed for.
So if Mark Watt hits the ball, it stays hit.
Middleton bowls. This is late cut by Guest down to the deep third boundary for 4 runs. Guest moves on to 20. Just ran it late past slip. 78 for 1.
Which is the Bo Webster method, isn't it?
Well, yes. And it seemed to work quite well for him earlier in his innings, and then he decided to start lining up the car park and various other parts of the county ground. Ollie Price in there at slip. Still fairly fine. They've moved Singdale behind square on the offside. Try and cut that off. It's a short ball though from Middleton. It's been pulled away. He's not got hold of it though, as Brooke Guest, and it bounds a couple of times wide of Webster, I think that is, at mid-on, and they've only got one for it.
Horrible cricket, that one. That
It wasn't great. 79 for one. I didn't think he could possibly have hit it that badly, but I thought, well, at least it's such a short boundary, it'd probably still go for four. No, just stopped on the second bounce. Guest has 21. Middleton bowls to Lloyd, who's caught behind. He's been given. Lloyd looked a little bit surprised at umpire Pollard, but the decision has gone in Gloucestershire's favour, and Middleton has struck. He's got the second wicket. And has that come off his pad, maybe? He was trying to cut, and it's clearly hit something as it's gone through to Bracey behind the stumps. He's done well to cling on regardless of what that's hit. I just wonder if, because his pad flat was there as he went into a low position to try and cut it. But he did look a little bit surprised that he was given there, did Lloyd. If it was anything other than bat, then I think that was probably what it was. Either the flap of the pad or he hit it with his bat. Either way, he's gone, and he's out for 49. 79 for two, and it brings Wayne Madsen to the crease. That's what I said.
Yeah, on a pair.
Mm.
Yeah, David Lloyd wasn't convinced, but you can't tell from the replay.
No.
You'd need Snicko.
Only a matter of time.
Yeah. The gentleman, for I know it is a gentleman.
Oh,
with
yes.
With the beret is back.
With the actual beret rather than the hairstyle.
Yes,
Beret.
yes.
Marvellous. So Madsen taking strike. Gloucestershire haven't been tempted to put a short leg in. But a wicket for Middleton, that'll improve his mood after he was out for one in Gloucestershire's innings. Didn't get a huge bowl in the first innings, but did go wicketless. So he struck here. Well, they haven't put a short leg in, but they have got a second slip now. Bancroft has gone in there alongside Ollie Price, and Middleton bowls to Madsen, who comes forward and guides the ball through the onside, but not as far as mid-on, so they don't get a run. 79 for two at the end of that over. There are 47 overs left in the day's play. It says minimum, but maximum. Not in the sense of six. Two balls remain, by the way, in the Somerset second 11 innings. They are 103 for 6. Josh Shaw has 3 for 17. And, oh, has he taken another wicket? 103 for 7, so he's on a hat-trick off the last ball of the innings. Roloff van der Merwe was out. First ball.
Who isn't in the Netherlands squad for the World Cup? Here comes Taylor from the pavilion end around the wicket to bowl to Guest, who puts bat and pad very close together as he plays that ball out into the offside. There's a picture of Simon Guy wearing a mask.
That's not who I was thinking of,
No,
but
nor me.
that is, yeah, it's a hockey mask, isn't it,
I'm
rather than a
indebted to
baseball
Paul
one.
Spencer from Lancaster for that.
I'm feeling it's someone either in New Zealand or South Africa who's done it more recently, or one of those.
Here comes Taylor again and balls to Guest, who pushes the ball straight back to him. Paul, in a separate email, said after seeing the rather bizarre Miles Hammond +2/4 look, he was reminded of some older cricket trousers from back in the day. Whatever happened, he says, to a nice pair of creams, or even worse, back in the early 70s, the creams and bell-bottom combo. Yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants to wear bell-bottoms. Mid-80s, by the time they started wearing the more tracksuit style trousers. If indeed they are trousers. 79 for 2. Taylor bowls to Guest and beats him outside the off stump. Decent delivery.
Yeah, it was very nice because of what came the ball before as well, which was quite a serious in-swinger, and then that one hasn't done quite so much, meaning that Guest's in the mode of thinking, well, I better play at that because it might just come hooping right in to my pads, and then has gone after it.
Somebody's joined David Griffin for what looks like a heated discussion. Griff is more than capable of taking anybody on the boundary's edge. As Taylor is in and bowls to Guest, goes back and then pushes it out into the offside. Hammond does the field. I'd be fascinated to listening to that. Can't quite. I have absolutely no idea who's talking to him, but the conversation. He's got Adrian Thomas sitting next to him. That'll cheer him up. As in comes Taylor again and bowls. That one is guided down to third man by Brooke Guest. I'm not sure if he's got the legs to go all the way for 4. Oh, it has easily. There's me thinking that boundary was a long way away. Guest moves on to 29. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 25 because the scorers knew it was going to go for 4. And Derbyshire move up to 79 for 2. Derbyshire's seconds are struggling. 98 for 5 after 13 overs and 5 balls. Samit Patel for 7, Ross Whiteley for 25. The men most recently out.
Get something to bowl at.
Well, Tickner and Brown, interested to see how they go. Well, Pat Brown, we know what a good white ball cricketer he is. As Taylor is in again, bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. And there is no run. It was the final ball of the over as well. 83 for 2. 25 to Guest. Madsen yet to face. Oh, he's faced 1 ball. He's yet to get off the mark.
Safe to say Josh Shaw didn't get his hat-trick. He was hit for 6 off the hat-trick ball by Thomas Rue, who I believe is James's younger brother. Yes, also a wicketkeeper. In fact, can have a look at exactly why we ramped him for 6. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ramped him for 6 off the hat-trick ball. Anyway, so by the looks of things, that score's been adjusted a little bit. Gloucestershire's seconds need 112 to win from 11 overs. Middleton goes in and bowls wide outside the off stump. It's cut away by Madsen and he's off the pair. As he's off the mark with a single. Thought about coming back for a second, but Marchand de Lange's arm certainly dissuaded Guest more than it did Madsen, and he delivered one right over the top of the bails at sort of 30% power.
Yeah.
84 for 2.
It's almost like the boundaries are not big enough for him. Chucking it from one side of the ground to the other.
Oh gosh, I'd love to know how far he could throw it if he, just. Middleton bowls. He's given that one some air, and Guest has driven it firmly in a diving effort from Graham van Buren up at mid-off. Is successful, keeps it to a single.
They used to do that, didn't they? They used to have cricket ball throwing competitions.
I had that at school. At school sports day, one of the events was the cricket ball throw.
Yeah, egg and spoon. Picking all the bean bags up.
Oh yeah, the bean bags. Oh gosh.
Yes, balancing the bean bag on your head. That would be great.
Middleton in bowls and forward defence into the onside. Sack race.
3-legged. When you're tied.
Three-legged race. That's a good one. And the tug of war where the rope breaks because it's not been used for a year and it's been left in a damp.
Both teams
damp
fall
room.
over.
Yeah, exactly. That was another great Bob Hunt moment.
Happy days.
Commentating on the Cotswold games or something like that. Full delivery over pitched from Middleton, but Madsen doesn't take advantage. He's driven it straight back to the bowler. And the rope has snapped! The rope has snapped!
You'd love it, wouldn't he?
Oh, it was marvellous. That's in the They Know Me on the Gate programme that Radio Gloucestershire made, and Bob retired as this is played up to mid-on by Madsen for no run. The score remains 85 for 2. There was also a woman who was convinced that she'd been diddled out of something. Somebody else had cheated in one of those. It wasn't like a 3-legged race, but I'm sure it was something like that. Middleton bowls a quicker delivery, cut at and missed. I think he was beaten underneath his bat there, Madsen, rather than over the top of it, but Bracey was the only one who appealed, and understandably Paul Pollard wasn't particularly convinced. 85 for 2 at the end of that over. It was magnificent. So Bob decided that he was going to pretend that he'd seen the cheating. So he was like, I know, it was awful, wasn't it? Just kept on going at her about this.
A photograph here of David Lloyd wearing a very much an ice hockey style mask, but fielding a short leg, I'm assured, by Paul Spencer.
Right.
1971, he's saying that. So they've been around a while, and when they first used by batters, they were coming in all sorts of headgear, weren't they? Here is Matt Taylor around the wicket to Brooke Guest, who pushes that out into the offside. There's no run. It was the famous one worn by Mike Brearley, which was sort of 2 bits of plastic underneath his cap. I'm not sure what they did.
Oh yeah, I mean even in my childhood, the helmets were the completely open fronts, so the top covered, but then just those 2 tiny pieces of plastic over the top of the ear. Somebody like Jimmy Adams wearing one of those.
Taylor's in again, and Guest pushes this one out into the offside. You can hear the cry of no straight away. And there was no run either. The gentleman who was engaging David Griffin in conversation before has now moved on to a conversation involving the gentleman with the yellow sports car, who's out of his car at the moment with the door open, just to let some air in, presumably.
Oh dear.
As Taylor is in, and that's left alone by Brooke Guest. To go through to James Bracey.
Some people seem to have decided that they want to sit right in front of it.
Yes,
Which
that would be irritating.
They're just trying to annoy him, aren't they?
And they're wearing Gloucestershire gear because it's very yellow. They're almost blending in with the sports car.
It is a Gloucestershire colour for the sports car, isn't it? At least they're new colours. They won the trophy in 2015, and then they changed the colours because of a company that was sponsoring them. Haven't won a trophy since.
Yeah, the curse of the changed colour.
Yellow and black.
I can hear that book being written now. Oh, Brooke Guest is tucked up by that one from Taylor.
Hope he's remembered his protection.
I think he must have done. He spent most of his life wearing it, wasn't he?
Yes, that's true.
Good grief.
At least you don't have to think about it, unlike a bowler. I do remember a couple of years back, I think it was Mikey Finan for Leicestershire, having to make the signal to the dressing room that he'd forgotten his box, which involved pointing at his nether regions for all the ground to see.
Still not as good as Devon Malcolm going out to bat without a bat. It's Taylor bowls to Brooke Guest, who gets an inside edge on that. How many times have we said that over the course of the last 3.5 days? Picks up a single down to long leg, moves on to 27.86 for 2. We're in the 21st over.
That's a pretty prodigious in-swinger there.
Only 44 overs remain after this one.
Haven't seen Devon Malcolm this year. Normally,
I think I don't think he's doing it anymore.
Is he not?
He was refereeing.
Explain why I haven't seen him, because he's
we saw him
down here quite a bit.
We saw him a lot as well. It was always good to see Dev. There's a lull as Van Buren talks to Taylor.
3 in close on the onside. This could work.
Do you think?
Almost certainly not. It never does.
No. Taylor is in, and it won't work from a ball pitched outside the off stump and guided down to third man by Wayne Madsen for 4. His first boundary of the match. He moves on to 5. Guest has 27, and Derbyshire are 90 for 2 after 21 overs.
Continues very much to bear out the tricky with the new ball, but gets much easier afterwards, which was what Charlesworth said on day 2, I think. So
sometime this week.
Yeah, it was day 2.
Could have been any time.
The time when we couldn't talk to either Bracey or Van Buren because they were not out and close enough to hundreds, so we had to talk to somebody who'd already got out. having talked to Webster annoyingly on day one, so we couldn't talk to him about his first fifer.
Yeah.
Here's Middleton bowling, and Guest is forward and knocking the ball to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Not Fred Titmus has pointed out that Griff is trending at number 1 on X at the moment. I don't think it's
because of his conversation with Adrian Thomas.
I don't.
The pull, the social media presence of Adrian Thomas. This is whipped down the leg side by Guest towards the boundary. It won't quite. Well, I say it won't quite get there. Despite Matt Taylor's best efforts, he managed to stop it, and it's 2 runs, 92 for 2. He almost overbalanced over the boundary rope with the ball, which would have been a great piece of slapstick, but he just remembered to let go of the ball in time inside the field of play. Just the one slip for Guest. Middleton bowls to him, and he covers up in defence. Match drawn between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire.
Really?
So no batting points for Nottinghamshire. 234 for 3. In reply to Worcestershire's 80. Middleton in bowls, cut away in the air, and that will flash down to the boundary for 4, to the left of backward point and to the right of slip, and it is 96 for 2. I think that particular cut shot was meant to go there. However, when you bowl it short and wide as a spinner, most of the time it will fly wide of slip, and you will go for 4 anyway.
Yeah.
Hardly feel especially aggrieved, and I'm sure Middleton isn't. Guest 33 from 55 deliveries. It is raining at Grace Road.
Is it?
132 for 4, Glamorgan there. Middleton bowls and has Guest cutting at a ball that doesn't bounce a great deal. Already got 1 wicket on the cut shot. It does loop it nicely. There is a bit of turn there, and even though it was a ball that might have been cut, Guest judged the turn and the bounce. Because of it, didn't lay any bat on it. Middleton to complete this over, the 22nd over of the innings. It's on the leg stump and tickled to backward square leg by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. They're back out, however, at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire are 37 for 1 in the 13th over. Shall see if I can find out roughly how many overs there are left. It says 44, so I assume they've taken off the...
It's about 44 here, isn't it? So that would make sense.
Taken off the overs for the rain break already, so 43.5 overs with 9 wickets in hand to survive.
Who's getting naked out there? It's Cameron Bancroft. He's putting on the fielding pads.
I was looking towards the balcony then.
Oh, come on.
After,
I know, yes.
you know what I'm talking about.
The Leicestershire game.
Yes.
Yeah, we all know about that.
Yeah.
We've all
Well,
seen
amazingly, Kevin Hand didn't.
Did he not?
No, but you can imagine what we spent the rest of the 4 days talking about.
Yeah, I've seen the photographs. Or photograph, I think I've seen. The Derbyshire seconds have got 3 overs left. They're 117 for 6. That's not going to win you many T20 tournaments. But it is the 2s.
Gloucestershire is 7 for 1 after 1 over, but they did obligingly get 5 wides to help them out.
I can see Ollie Price bowl here, which is why we've got the short leg. Once he's sorted himself out. Cameron Bancroft. Ready now? Might as well play some cricket. And then again, perhaps not. Nothing is happening. Now it is. Price in and bowls to Matson. Ball just turns very gently into him. They'll go for 1. There is the possibility of a second, which they will get because Middleton didn't field it cleanly. And Matson moves on to 7.
Dare I point out it was Matt Taylor?
Oh, was it Matt Taylor? I beg you. No, he absolutely pointed it out.
Well, I just didn't want to do a David Payne.
That one is turned into the leg side by... I didn't see his number properly, actually, but so I shouldn't have guessed. I've been struggling with those two for much of the game. Here's Price again. In and bowls to Madsen, who thought about playing that one outside the off stump, having gone back, and stifled appeals from James Bracey.
It was almost as if he was trying off the spinner what he did in the first innings.
Rolling
He
it
very
down the
nearly,
face of
yes,
his
very
bat.
nearly did exactly the same into Bracey's gloves. Oh dear, 8 for 2. Gloucestershire seconds.
Yeah, it's only the seconds though. Next delivery is again turning into Wayne Madsen, who pushes it out into the onside where Van Buren fields and there's no run.
Well, it is Gloucestershire seconds against Somerset's almost firsts.
The
However,
All-Stars. The Somerset
oh yes,
All-Stars.
yes, well, exactly. They're just too good.
That's what I'd heard. They were too good for Derbyshire a couple of years ago. That one is pushed out into the offside.
Too good for Gloucestershire over the last few years as well.
Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves on to 8. 99 for 2.
No, but it was. That 454 only happened because Somerset were simply too good
Yeah.
in the 50 over Cup here last year.
Simply too good, yeah. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest for the gentlest of gentle singles, and the Derbyshire 100 is up in the second innings. Thank you to the two people down below us to our left who are clapping.
I don't think it was the man with the beret, though.
No, it wasn't. No, he's engrossed in conversation with the man with the goatee. $100 for 2 after 23 overs. Guest has 33. Madsen has 8. Paul Spencer is working overtime on our behalf.
Oh.
Wisden recorded that the record for the throwing of the cricket ball is 422 feet. Robert Percival in 1882.
In comes Middleton and bowls, and a defensive push to short extra cover, no run. I'm a bit surprised it's not a bit further than that, because...
More than 130
for-
yards.
Yeah, because I've heard stories of baseball players supposedly being able to throw the ball over the longest part of the yard. I don't know. I suppose limit's got to be about there.
It's a long way,
Defensive shot
as
back
he
to the
says,
bowler. Yes.
Not sure of the context. I.e., is it where it landed or where it came to rest?
Surely it's got to be where it landed.
Well, yeah,
It's
otherwise
not
you'd
like
throw
throwing
it-
a javelin or a discus.
You'd
Or
throw it off
yeah.
the top of a
roll
hill,
the
wouldn't you?
shot put along the floor. And I've beaten you. I've got the world record. Middleton is in, and Guest plays off the back foot to short mid wicket. There's no run. There's
Although-
got to be a spoof video in that, doesn't there?
Ed, I would suggest that to be able to roll the shot put, you'd have to be able to lift it up in the first place.
Yes, I know.
I'm just saying.
I know. 100-yard dash, anyone?
Oh, not for me.
Here comes Middleton and bowls. That's let go outside the off stump. You know, you'd think to look at me, I should be quite a good long distance runner, but
Yes.
no.
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 Okay.
Middle distance is all just about passable,
They've
but
become sprints now, though, haven't they?
you know, they do. It's crazy. Ridiculous pace they go off at, and then they just
Keep going.
keep going. Middleton bowls, and that's not got up a huge amount, and Guest is crouching down again to make clear to everybody on the ground that that kept low on him and he didn't misjudge it at all.
Yeah.
Middleton working on a potential maiden over as he bowls, and it will be because Guest has allowed that one to turn through to Bracey. 100 for 2. Blustery out there. The trees are swaying off to our right hand side and the left as well.
Wind everywhere. You simply can't get away from it. It seems to be moving.
Yeah.
No idea why. What are we now? We're 25 minutes away from tea. In a game that isn't really going anywhere.
I wonder if they get down to 0 overs remaining. If they bowl at a rate of 40 overs for the next hour combined.
No, you carry on going till 6
But then
o'clock.
can you just sit there sunbathing?
Oh, you could.
The rest of it.
Yeah, you could.
And then just get up and shake hands.
We'd
at
probably
10
have to
to 5.
commentate on people sunbathing though, and I'm not sure I'm up to that. Here's Price.
Do it.
In bowls to Madsen, who clips this straight into Bancroft at short leg. And the two appear to have a bit of a chat. All very friendly, as you would expect. And in he comes again, Price. There's a sweep. Of course there's a sweep from Madsen. It's in front of square and it's gone for 4 runs to mid-wicket. The only thing we haven't seen from Wayne Madsen, we certainly didn't have time in the first innings, but the reverse will come out at some point. I'd be very, very, very surprised if it didn't.
I suspect that's why Gloucestershire have that fielder out at deep backward point.
Yeah, Blair Tickner 15 from 14 now as Derbyshire move on to 131 for 6, so something to bowl at.
Gloucestershire seconds 27 for 3 halfway through the third over.
Oh dear.
6-4-4 wicket the last 4 balls.
Decent enough run rate.
Jack Taylor has come to the middle, who I suggest will have to get quite a lot of these 85 runs.
104 for 2 here, Derbyshire, as this next delivery is cut away by Wayne Madsen off Price down towards that wide third man area. Who's wearing the hat now? There's 2 of them wearing hats.
I think Webster's got one.
So that's
on
Bo
as
Webster
well.
down there, isn't it? Because he's a big man. He did the fielding down there, thank you. 105 for 2. Trying to fool me with a second hat wearer. Won't take much. This one is defended by Guest back to Ollie Price.
What on earth was he doing with his back leg there? Raised on the floor and out to his side.
It's all about the style.
Yeah.
Next to delivery is pushed into the leg side up towards Van Buren. And there is no run. I'm going to check out who the members of the Derbyshire backroom team are having a walk are.
Oh, it's not Jack Taylor actually out, it's the 2 Said brothers in the middle.
In comes Price again, bowls to Guess, who gets all sorts of tangled up by that delivery. Pushes it out into the offside. The over comes to an end. 105 for 2.
Yeah, so we'll speed through to tea in terms of overs, but sadly we can't bring it forward sooner than
It's still
3:40.
I've just been sent a photograph of Nick Webb. Is it still raining at Leicester?
At Leicester, I assume that it no tea. In fact,
Oh,
so
tea.
they've so I suspect it must
Yeah.
be early tea.
Doesn't look like he's in any position to commentate. Nick,
Oh,
a
gosh.
colleague from Radio Wales.
Middleton bowls wide outside the off stump. It's cut by Madsen to Bancroft at backward point. He almost did the splits there as he
Yeah.
tried to field that. I don't think he'd
Yep, no, he's
be
stretching
willing
it
to do that
there.
again
He's
too much.
having a bit of a stretch here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gosh. Doing a sort of Greek sculpture pose. Ideal physique pose. This is cut by Madsen for a single to deep cover, 106 for 2. He also really loves Bancroft throwing the ball left-handed.
Yeah.
Any excuse to just pop a little left-handed throw in.
Is he ambidextrous?
No idea. Certainly more ambidextrous than I am. As he's run through the offside by Guest, and he'll take a single. Chris Dent is on the field at short extra cover, 107 for 2.
He threw it in with his left hand as well.
Yeah, and that is because he's left-handed.
Yeah.
In comes Middleton and bowls, and Madsen flicks this one, but not for any runs. Singdale comes across from backward square.
Yeah, just a short shower at Leicester, apparently.
Much to their, no doubt, disappointment. Middleton moves in once more. He's there and bowls. Filthy delivery down the leg side, which Bracey, because it was so slow that Bracey managed to get across and knock it down with one hand. I don't think he can necessarily have seen exactly where that ball was going. He just chucked out his glove and hoped that it hit it, and it did. Sixth sense as to where the ball was going to end up. So it was a shocker from Middleton. Middleton bowls, this is much better. It's forced up to mid-off for no run. 107 for 2 at the end of that over. Middlesex have taken the lead against Sussex. Even more excitement than there was here. Yeah. 13 runs in front now at 567 for 9. In reply to Sussex's 554 for 9 declared.
I wonder if it is the pitches, if it's the bowling's not quite up to. I'd love to know. Somebody out there must be able to analyse it.
I mean, that's Lords as well, isn't it? So, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I've got the world record for longest baseball throw sent to me by Not Fred.
Okay.
What do you think it might be?
Well, the baseball probably carries better through the air than a cricket ball, does it?
Price bowls and it's pushed out to the offside. I don't want you. I don't want you prevaricating. I just want an answer.
Okay, I reckon 483 feet.
445.
Okay.
August the 1st, 1957. This prize is in, and that's a remarkable shot by Brooke Guest, who almost looked like he was on the dance floor there as he slid across to the offside, didn't
Michael
he?
Jackson Thriller music as he slid across there.
He did. He slid across. It was somebody called Gorbus for the Omaha Cardinals of the American Association. Price is in again. And that one is left alone outside the off stump by Guest. Thank you to Not Fred. Who's clearly given up on Middlesex.
Oh, this game is much more exciting than theirs.
Yeah, this one's not exciting at all. Here is Price in and bowls. That's pushed by Guest to Chris Dent in the leg side. Again, there's no run. 107 for 2. Somebody's sprinting.
Yeah, I think it's Joe Phillips. He's been on the ground the last couple of days.
Price is in, and this one is pushed out into the offside. There's no run. It's the kind of thing at football matches you see them doing once the final whistle goes. The non-used substitutes doing all the shuttle runs. But of course, in cricket grounds, there's enough space for them to do it during the game.
Of course, De Lange is much more interested in what's going on there than what's going on the field.
He's holding the stopwatch.
Yes.
Price bowls. It's guided into the offside by Guest for a single. He moves to 36, 108 for 2 at the end of the over. Wayne Madsen has 14.
He's engaged in deep conversation. There's a lot of arm pointing out there. He'll be giving him advice on all sorts. Yes, how to run. What you need to do in the first 10 metres and then the final 10, yeah. He's still talking to him. So they're walking away. They've given up listening to him. Marshall needs somebody else to talk to, so there are a couple of the Derbyshire contingent, I think, going up towards him now. It's alright for some on the boundary down there. Imagine what poor Singh Dale's thinking at backward square. It's too far away from the umpire, really. Middleton bowling. This is cut away, and De Lange's even going to have some fielding to do now. He'll cut it off just in front of the extra cover boundary. And they will take 2 runs. 110 for 2. Guest onto 38. Even then, the scoreboard, as much as you keep telling yourself it's going to be quick, I just look to my left just to make sure.
Yeah, no, it's been sharp this afternoon.
Middleton bowls, and that's a full straight delivery, which Guest plays on the back foot, but has been able to keep out into the offside. Kent have lost. It doesn't look as though their last man is going to bat. as Middleton bowls. This is tickled to forward square leg, and they'll trot through for 111 for 2. I assume it says 101 for 9, but it also says Essex win by an innings and 96 runs. So
Yeah,
I assume that
looks
there's
like it,
no
doesn't it?
error been made there. Yeah, Wes Agar hasn't batted.
Gone home.
Matt Critchley with the final wicket as this is pushed to extra cover and well stopped by Hammond sliding across the square. You can still see the mark that he slid across. Sure, the ground staff will be delighted about that.
Decent player, Critch.
He had a great season with the bat last year, well, and with the ball, but yep. Middleton bowls and Madsen plays a vertical bat prod to Hammond at short extra cover. So 4 wickets for Harmer, 4 for 32, 3 wickets for Snater and 2 wickets for Critchley. So it's a good round for Essex, with Surrey losing and Somerset losing. Essex have made up a lot of ground there. Middleton is in and bowls. Madsen drives through extra cover, right through the pigeons. They almost thought they didn't have to move there. They're getting lax. Eaten too much in the late afternoon. They're back for 2 more runs. 113 for 2. Madsen 16. That's the end of that over. 13 minutes to go until the tea break. Try and see if I can have a look at how much Essex will have made up. In fact, they'll be pretty close to top, actually. They were 23 back of Surrey, I think, coming into the round. And they will have they made 591 for 7 in their first innings. It's just a question of how many batting points they got. They only got 3. They didn't get to 400 in time, so they will trail Surrey, but not only by 2 points.
Marvellous. The excitement. I'm gripped. I'm not. And you over. Begins, bowled by Ollie Price. First ball pushed out to the offside. No run. Derbyshire's 2's made 152 for 6 in 20 overs. A run of ball 16 for Blair Tickner. 113 for 2 here. As Price bowls, almost falls over in trying to not appeal. As he turned around and realised that I'd come off the bat.
And also, it was
a yard and a half outside off stump.
Yeah, 3 light years outside off stump.
A fair old distance, certainly. Just spinning the ball furiously in his hands as he comes in again and bowls, and Madsen drives it straight to extra cover on the bounce. There is no run. It was Ben Charlesworth who's now removed his sweater in a desperate attempt to fool me. Almost worked. Price is in again. That one is cut away, placed quite nicely. The chase is on. And again, that looks slightly laboured from Bo Webster as they ran 1?
2.
Was it Guest who played that?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. He moves to 41. 115 for 2. Couple of balls left in the over, I think. 115 for 2.
Shoaib Bashir has an economy rate of 36 and over. Jack Taylor has hit him for 6 first ball.
Price.
And then got out.
That one is defended by Guest back to the bowler.
44 for 5 in the 6th over.
It's going all right.
It's going, yeah, nearly halfway.
Yes. Price in. Bowls. That one is defended by Guest. I'm sure that was the final ball of the over. It was Derbyshire 115 for 2. Not Fred, who, but I wondered why he wasn't watching Middlesex. Is watching Middlesex, but he's listening to us. What does that say about me? He says. It says you're a man of. Oh, he's in the ground, watching Middlesex and listening to us. That's quite the field. He's taken the photograph of that.
Wow.
There are 4 extra covers, or covers, as well as a point, and a backward point.
I certainly know what it says about that sort of field. I mean, just you have to try it, I guess, because nothing else works. But even that doesn't. So
No.
what can you do? Might as well have everybody standing in the same position. This is cut away by Madsen. New Middleton over. Starts a pretty bad stumble there from De Lange out at deep point. I think there was either a bit of loose soil at the end of one of the practice pitches there, or he did just lose his balance. But anyway, I think people out there were laughing rather than looking concerned. 116 for 2. Madsen has 17. Middleton bowls full and straight and blocked. They are now on at Old Trafford, where Warwickshire have declared at 96 for 3 in their second innings, setting Lancashire 232 to win. They are 11 for 1 in the fourth over.
That's how many overs they've got left there, isn't it, that will count.
Middleton bowls. This has worked away behind square on the onside. There is no run. Yeah, so they need 220 from 40 overs.
Oof.
That's pretty generous.
That?
Unless they think it's going to bucket down with rain again. Yeah, I was expecting there to be a few fewer overs remaining than that, but one to keep an eye on then. Middleton in and bowls, and this is played back to the bowler as Madsen makes his way back into his ground with the air of somebody who was sort of making it look as though he was making a huge amount of effort, but was actually just quietly strolling back. In goes Middleton. Flings another one down, quite quick and flat, and Guest with the middle of the bat plays it towards extra cover, and it almost got through.
Yeah. They can't help themselves, can they?
No, everybody does it. I just suppose you need some sort of excitement, maybe. Probably not that though. Middleton bowls down the leg side. Help yourself. Swept away for 4 by Guest. And even if he hadn't premeditated the sweep shot, which he hadn't, that was right there for it. Swung around the corner. 120 for 2. Guest has 45. Madsen 17.
Nicely fielded by Ben Smith. We'll just walk around the boundary with a couple of other members of the backroom staff.
Should have left it. Should have made him
Well,
chase after
I
it.
would have done.
Yeah.
He threw it back underarm though. It's always your arm. It's always the throw that goes first, isn't it? The throw of your eyes. 120 for 2. Ollie Price in to bowl to Madsen, who squirts off the edge of the bat past the slip fielder. He was not in control of that at all. It turned as much as he was expecting, and he's got away with one there, Madsen.
Yeah.
He looked very alarmed.
As you say, it was the fact that it didn't turn that did him.
Picks up a single, moves on to 18. 121 for 2 for the record. Guest settles down, or settles over his bat. I don't think he was overexcited. He defends this next ball from Price back towards the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. Who's that then?
Zaman Akhter down there.
Thank you very much. With the,
Replenishing the drinks, is he?
well, he's going to replenish them with, because he's not carrying anything. This one is off the pad. I hope he's not.
Well, is he taking them back to
let's
the
hope so.
dressing room to
Let's
replenish?
hope so.
Oh gosh.
Let's hope so. 121 for 2. It's Price. In again on bowls, and that one is defended by Guest out into the offside. So Charles was with the sweater on again.
Yes.
He tried it without the sweater, but he didn't like it, so he's got the sweater
Well,
on.
they're clearly trying to put the batters off by changing. First Hammond with his yellow socks, and now Charlesworth.
This is his lucky sweater. This one is driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest out towards the point boundary, where it's fielded by Bo Webster.
I reckon there's got to be something in that, though. I mean, if you
Yeah.
change obviously you can't change the colour, but you see tennis players sometimes completely change the colour of their shirt.
Sweep shot from Wayne Madsen this time. He's going to get 4 runs for it as well, I think. No, Martin de Lange's got around there. Of course he has. Keeps him down to a couple. That was a hockey sweep shot from Wayne Madsen. The bat was almost on the ground for the entire time he was playing that shot. It's the end of the over. Madsen's on 20. Guest has 46. Derbyshire 124 for 2, leading by 120. This game's dead. Why can't they just shake hands now?
I think there's supposed to be something about, and it's not just Manchester United, there's supposed to be something about sports teams who wear red being more successful around the world.
Right.
So, I don't know, you change the visuals, something like that. Unsettle
by
them, a bit like
by wearing a cable knit sweater.
Exactly, yeah.
No, I'm with you. Yeah,
start changing the bails over. Loved that.
Yeah.
In comes Middleton, bowls right up to the bat, and Guest squeezes it into the onside. Taylor fields it short mid-wicket.
In fairness, this 2 hours hasn't dragged as much as I thought it was going to.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, it was meant as one.
Good. Still got, 50 minutes after tea. Middleton is in, and this is defended up the onside of the surface. One more over left until the tea break. Gloucestershire's over rate is in no danger at all. I think it was at +1 before the innings started, and I don't think we're going to see very much more pace bowled. Middleton is in and played off the back foot to mid-wicket, appealing for bat before wicket briefly, and then realising that was entirely silly and piping down Gloucestershire there. If he'd missed it. Middleton bowls for defence to mid-off. This is nice bowling from Middleton in all seriousness. I know he's not exactly under a great deal of pressure given the match situation, but I'm sure he'll be putting thoughts in minds about if you need a second spinner for the T20. This is cut by Brooke Guest out to deep point. And 125 for 2. Guest moves on to 47. Dare I look at the... Oh, gosh. Dare I look at the second 11 score? I think the answer is no.
Oh, dear.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
Just
keep that to
game.
ourselves.
There's no game taking place. Nothing to see here. Middleton is in, driving. Madsen well knocked down. Short extra cover. I can tell it's Hammond even before he's got up, just from the way that he's staying down there. And it's 125 for 2. Oh gosh, it's getting even worse. Oh no. Lewis Goldsworthy's on a hat-trick. There have been 3 wickets in the last 5 balls, and it's 50 for 8.
For 8.
They're not even going to get halfway to 100. Was it 112 they needed?
Disappointing.
It's a drop catch first ball at the over as well. Never mind. It's only Taunton Vale.
Here, at the heat of the battle, is Ollie Price. The bowl, hopefully the final over before tea. Bowls it to, first ball to Brooke Guest, turned to the leg side. Mark Beecroft Stretton, who I haven't heard from for a while. Mark, where have you been?
Stretton?
Potentially. In my idle hours, of which there are many, he says. Could apply to me as well, as Price bowls to Guest who defends. I'm often found ruminating on miscellaneous topics. The latest wild theory of mine is that Sam Connor's rhythm appears to have stuttered somewhat ever since he lost the involuntary hop 1/3 of the way into his delivery stride. This next delivery from Price is played nicely away into the offside off the back foot by Brooke Guest for 4 runs, and that is his half century. Nicely played, Brooke Guest. Got into the 90s in the first innings. He's made it to 50 for the second time in the match. 100 balls.
100 balls with 7 balls.
I've just said that.
Been a good match for Brooke Guest.
And that was his 7th fall. Am I alone in my unfettered speculation, asks Mark. No, I couldn't agree more. When it was taken out, I was surprised. This one is defended by Guest out into the offside.
I'm surprised Charlesworth hasn't got rid of the cable knit after that chase.
Yeah, I mean, he must be. I mean, perhaps he wants to lose weight or something, but he must be sweltering in that.
Maybe the wind's colder than it. Well, I say colder than it looks.
It
Not
doesn't
that,
look
not
cold
that.
at all,
No.
the wind. 2 balls to go till tea, thank goodness. This one is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. So here we go. We've reached tea.
We've done it.
I don't think we'd get this far, I have to say. And Charlesworth is going to have a long way to go back to the pavilion because he's been pushed out onto the cover boundary. That one is pushed out into the... What are they appealing for there? Pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, either off bat or pad. Either way, he couldn't possibly have been out. And at tea, Derbyshire are 129 for 2. 20 to Madsen, 51 to Brooke Guest. They lead by 125. I should just walk around shaking people's hands now, but they're not allowed to. Looks like we'll be back in 20 minutes, Ed, unless you've got something
No,
extraordinary to add to that.
I don't think so. We can shake everybody's hands that's still in the ground for still being here. I'm sure they're enjoying their afternoon in the sunshine, but yeah, we will be back for the conclusion of this game, the final session of play, as Dave Fletcher says, in 20 minutes. To Bristol for the final session of this county championship match between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Ed Seymour and Dave Fletcher will be with you until such time as the players are allowed to say that's it. We'll have
45 minutes we've got.
We'll have the bonus points +8 for the draw. Thank you very much. 129 for 2 is the score. The lead is 125. And we're going to continue, no doubt, with spin from both ends. For the remainder, Middleton bowls to Madsen, who plays defensively back to him. Guest is on 51, Madsen is on 20. The stats don't really feel as though they have a great deal of point to them, but I suppose for completeness we ought to mention them.
Do what you want, Ed.
Middleton is in, it's full and driven away through the cloud of pigeons out to deep cover for a single. Madsen moves on to 21. There is excitement elsewhere, and we should point out, because people like us pointing out, the fact that every ball of every game is available on the BBC Sport website and the app, including Lancashire versus Warwickshire at Old Trafford, where Lancashire have lost 3 wickets in the last 4 overs, as Guest turns into the onside for a single, 131 for 2. Lancashire was set what looked to be a fairly friendly 232 I think it was, from about 45 overs, and they're now 46 for 4 in the 10th over.
232 they were set, yeah,
in 45. Just cut by Madsen for a single. Indeed, that's all it is, out to Ajit Singh Dale, who's decided to join Ben Charlesworth with the cable knit sweater. 132 for 2. There's 2 of them now.
I'm just not going to say who they are on purpose. Rain. Oh no, it's not rain. It stopped raining in Leicester. They're back out. Pointless there as well.
Nick Webb and Richard Ray will be delighted. This is down the leg side, and that will go for 4, I think, leg buys. Yes, it is. Just caught a little bit of pad that took it away from Bracey. 136 for 2.
The last photograph I was sent of Nick Webb, he looked like he was asleep. I'm sure he wasn't. He's a thoroughly professional broadcaster.
Mind you, he's gone freelance now, hasn't he?
Yeah, but we're still professional.
I know. I'm just being silly. 136 for 2. Last ball is now. Last ball is harsh. Middleton bowls. This has turned off the pads by Guest for 1 run to Bancroft, a backward square leg.
They're on at Wantage Road as well, but Northamptonshire are doing a fine job. They're they've just lost a wicket. They're 102 for 2. They need 224. They're not more runs. They're not going to get those clearly. However, thwarting Yorkshire is all the motivation anybody needs. I always think the runaway odds-on favourites to go up, who are currently 1 place above Derbyshire in the table. Derbyshire who weren't odds-on to go up. $137 for 2. Ollie Price to continue from the pavilion end when he's finished warming up. Get those shoulders loose, Ollie. He starts his run by facing third man. This next delivery first delivery is turned into the leg side of Bancroft Fields, doesn't he? His feet are pointing to third man. You look at his feet.
He does this sort of.
What's he doing?
Attempted rip of the ball and then
where his feet start.
Off. Yeah.
He's facing third man. And now he comes in and bowls. That one is padded away by Brooke Guest. Caught by Miles Hammond coming around from slip.
So I think at the moment nothing in terms of positioning of the table is
that's not going to change.
Set to change.
No.
Division 2.
Price bowls. What's the one that matters? Defended back to him by Guest. Derbyshire have had a pretty good bonus point. Not that it makes any difference. Match. But
That was close.
no, it wasn't. I knew what I was saying. This one is defended by Guest. But Leicestershire will continue to flourish despite not having won a game this season.
Oh, Gloucestershire will have closed the gap to 2 from 3.
This next ball is defended by Guest out into the offside. Of course, if the point system was proper, you'd be above them.
Closed the gap to the promotion spots from 13 to 11 as well.
Price in. Clipped into the leg side by Guest. Tumbling stop by Van Buren. And that was a maiden over. Thanks. 137 for 2 it remains. It's what you want, isn't it, at this time of the day? Lots of maiden overs. And there's nothing riding on anything. Let's have some maidens.
Yes, Middleton and Price set for a long bowl. We might, though, get the edifying spectacle of Miles Hammond bowling some medium pace by the end of this, because he was marking his run out.
I'll only be happy if James Bracey bowls.
He has bowled before.
I want to see it.
List A wicket at Chelmsford for James Bracey. In comes Middleton, bowls, and Madsen plays that attempted hockey slap through the covers, but he finds Hammond at extra cover. I don't think Ben Charlesworth will be doing any bowling these days. I still want to find out what Cameron Bancroft would bowl. As Middleton bowls, this is driven away and finds the gap on the offside for a single. Madsen moves on to 23. I'm sure I will have looked up last week, because it's what you start doing in this sort of time. And no, it doesn't say what Bancroft bowls, but he has got 2 first-class wickets and an average of 38.5.
Get him on.
Economy of 7, ideal. Middleton is in, and this is defended into the onside for no run. Keeps the game moving. 11 overs, 2 for 77 in his career.
He'll bowl leg spin when they all. Every opener.
Yeah,
the way
that he throws the ball sometimes from slip to cover suggests that he bowls leg spin.
Some with his left arm, some with his right.
Middleton in, bowls full and squeezed to mid-wicket for no run.
It's the last thing Middleton wants, him coming on and bowling leg spin.
Well, that's handy. I can start my... yes.
Clean up the tail.
Exactly.
No!
What were you doing all that time? I've started my T20 prep already.
Have you?
It's nice. Bancroft's first match will be his 100th T20 match. It's quick and very wide, and Guest doesn't play a shot. Bracey takes, 99 T20 matches. I can try and remember that until I get back and can actually make some... Well, I can make a note of it now, I suppose, during the next over, but I probably should wait until... got two whole days for that before T20 starts. That's far too much time to prepare. Guest drives for 1 through the covers, and Charlesworth fields at deep cover, 139 for 2 at the end of the over. Guest keeps the strike on 54.
Debbie Griffin has peaked. He has absolutely peaked with the latest stat that the Derbyshire's first innings score of 526 in this match is their highest score batting first in a first-class match, which did not result in a first innings lead.
Oh, terrific! I kind of got where it might be going halfway through it, but I wasn't sure.
That is magnificent.
That's very good.
We can do no more anyway. We'll see you all at the next match. Good night.
Nearly thought about turning the mics off, but I thought that is bordering on the unprofessional.
Well, something's happening here, but at the same time, nothing's happening, because at the moment they want boxes and helmets and all sorts of stuff out here. Come on, box and helmet, please. And as soon as you can, 12th man. Yeah, DeLanger's just helped out by shouting the word box. I think I got the gist of what Van Buren was asking
He
for.
didn't fancy pointing.
No, he
Mikey
didn't point.
Finan style.
He just shouted box. Here's Ollie Price in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns it just past Cameron Bancroft at short leg for a single. He moves on to 55, 140 for 2. The lead, lest we forget, is entirely pointless. It's a 136, but nobody really cares. So third man has gone down onto the boundary. That's what he's gone down to. He hasn't gone down to third man. He was already out short third man. Now he's at orthodox third man, and the man on the cover boundary has been brought in. It's more of an extra cover than a cover, really. What are they expecting Wayne Madsen to do here? In comes Price and bowls, and they weren't expecting that. He's edged it past Miles Hammond at slip, and the ball has gone away. Now it's one of the fielders. I'm going to say it's Sing Dale. Is it down there?
I think it is, yeah.
With the sweater on. No number, of course, because they can't. They can put a man on the moon, but they can't put a number on the back of a sweater. 4 more to Madsen, but that was a proper edge. He moves on to 27. Or can they put a man on the moon? This one is driven by Madsen up to De Lange. The answer to that is yes, obviously.
Well, we would like to hope so.
No, I'd be fairly sure. They've called it. They've called it at Grace Road.
Of course, you get rain there, don't they?
I'm not sure it was rain this time. They've just called it. They said, "Now, forget it, lads." They've got to tee at Lords as the umpire swaps over. With Middlesex on 603 for 9, leading by 49. What a waste of time that's been.
They're just trying not to take the final wicket, probably.
Yeah, nobody wants to bat again, do they? Get rolled for 48. Price around the wicket, bowls to Madsen, who clips that out towards square leg. Charlesworth fields. Madsen takes the single, moves on to 28, 145 for 2.
Searching around for the air traffic, but all I could see were a couple of gulls. I didn't think they'd be making that noise.
They're
trying to confuse us now, yeah.
Like we used to put a little flap of paper in your in your spokes with a peg. Yeah, make it make a noise. Used to love that.
Dear.
Charlesworth is going under the helmet.
Wouldn't be any worse sound than they usually make.
What, push bikes?
Gulls.
Oh. They're quite quiet.
Yes.
Push bikes.
Usually.
Yeah. Unless you've got that bit of paper in the spokes. He's gone in at Silly Midoff. Silly Midoff, slip, short leg.
Dear.
Price in to bowl to Brooke Guest, who drives it almost through Charlesworth's legs. Out towards.
Have they fallen out, Ollie Price and Ben Charles? Go and field at Silly Point, and I'll bowl a wide half volley.
It's madness, isn't it, out there?
We're at 146 for 2 with only half an hour left in the game.
Well, Webster eventually did the fielding.
I can't imagine Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth ever falling out. It's hard to imagine Ollie Price falling out with anybody.
Charlesworth's now in it. On the 45, backward square on the leg side, the position that has no name. As Price bowls, it's turned into the leg side by Madsen and fielded with his left hand by, he's a leg, isn't he?
It still needs to be
Cameron
medium
Bancroft.
leg. Medium leg.
No, medium. But instead of long leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Short, long leg.
Yeah, because it's roughly between short leg and long leg, isn't it?
So many places are. It's the end of the over. 146 for 2.
Oh dear.
Beautiful cup of tea, by the way.
Right.
It could be the best, actually.
Make one for the journey.
Not a lot of competition, mind.
Not sure if you've got a thermos with you, but yeah.
I have got a cup in the car that would. Yeah, that's a shout.
Middleton is in, and Guest drives back to the bowler. Middleton, who is. Eventually, if I just pause long enough, it will get there. He's into his 11th over. Because I've got the wrong score in front of me, which I only realised after I confidently started saying how many overs Middleton have bowled. Driving is Guest down to mid-off. There is no run. Lancashire is still going for it. Tom Bruce a 4 and a 6. They're 76 for 4, needing 156 from 31.2 overs. Bruce and Hurst in the middle. Middleton in now, and bowls and drifts towards Guest, but then doesn't turn, and it's played into the onside. So surely not. Surely this can't be. No, Lancashire will finish after that. It can't be the last game going, because just because it's Gloucestershire, bit of bounce there, short and wide and cut for a single by Guest, a deep backward point. Just because it's Gloucestershire, I always think, how can they manage to be the last ones to finish? Because it feels as though they nearly always are.
Derbyshire normally are.
But I think even Gloucestershire looked as though they... I think even Gloucestershire's draw against Leicestershire lasted longer than yours did. I think we were going just after you still last week.
Yeah, we were bang on 6 o'clock.
Middleton in, bowls and turn behind square on the onside by Madsen for no run. Yeah, because we were going until 20 past 6, I think.
Yeah, the last over started at 7 minutes past 5, but then they bowled spins. They actually bowled 18 overs.
Yeah, well, that's a good effort.
Yeah.
Normally you can't bowl more than an extra one, really. But
And the ninth wicket fell in the 17th over.
Middleton is in, and Madsen gets this one fine this time. Is probably what he was looking to do the previous ball. It's heading towards the boundary. Singh Dale does well and flicks it back in. Huge commitment to save. Well, 2 runs in the end. And Bracey then has the ball loop off his gloves over the top of Madsen's head. I don't think he particularly would have appreciated that if it landed on his head. Might have needed to have had a concussion check. 2 runs to Madsen at the end of the over. 149 for 2.
Much excitement at the county ground in Derby, where Lancashire, who are chasing 153, are 83 for 2 in the 13th over. Sounds like a tricky pitch. Duckworth Lewis says they should be on 87. They're on 88 for 2 actually now. At the same stage, Derbyshire were 88 for 5, so they need a further 65 at almost 9 and over, which is nothing in T20 cricket, really, is it? Price begins a new over, defended on the back foot by Brooke Guest, and there is no run, so perhaps there isn't as much excitement as I built it up to suggest there might be. Come on then. Here's Ollie Price, who shouted that up in the air, claimed the catch off the pad. It's Charlesworth under the lid. I'm not sure why everybody's getting quite as excited as they are. Do you think there was any bat in that? No. Bat's about 6 or 7 inches away from
the only thing it could have done was catch a bit of glove on the way up, but it didn't look as if it had from the way that it went high up into the air.
No. Still, a little bit of excitement. Here comes Price. Bowls. That one is defended. How come they're at tea at Lord's? Tea should be the same time around the country, but they're at tea.
Really?
Middlesex leading by 49. Perhaps everybody forgot that tea was there. They were so engrossed in the cricket.
Yes.
Oh, we've forgotten tea. Here's Price in again. That one's padded away by Guest.
Eyes had glazed over. Nobody could see the scoreboard saying what time it was. Just went in when they felt like it.
Because the other possibility is that old Father Time has stopped. That wouldn't be good news at all. The ball's just been rolled back to the bowler by Ben Charlesworth there. As Price picks up now, he's on his way in again. That one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. And there is no run. Northamptonshire still just 2 down. Price tosses himself a couple of catches. And he comes in and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside hole. He sets off for a single there, Brooke Guest, and Wayne Madsen's not interested at all. He probably wouldn't have got there either, Wayne Madsen. Guest forgetting for a moment that he's batting with a 40-year-old who's still as fit as a butcher's dog, but is 40. I think that does slow you down a touch. It's the end of the over, apparently. 149 for 2. Madsen has 30, Guest has 57. And we are now a mere 25 minutes away from being able to shake hands.
Surprised you mentioned a mere round.
Well, he'll be here for the last 6 games. So they say.
Speaking of
I believe it when he arrives.
Tomorrow, England versus Pakistan in the next T20 match at Cardiff.
Not interested.
I wonder if there are any last-minute tickets available.
I bet there are.
For a small fee, no doubt.
Do you feel a connection with this England team? I can't be excited by them really. They all seem a bit brash to me. Not a likable.
If I'm honest, yes.
Yeah, they're not a likable bunch.
I what can I say?
Say what you
I
want.
have enjoyed quite a lot of the cricket recently.
No,
I'm afraid to say.
Didn't do a lot for me, I'm afraid.
Middleton to bowl round the wicket. I hope he doesn't miss Madsen's pads or we'll have wides.
Yes.
Middleton stalks in and bowls, and Madsen has turned it into the offside by going for a reverse sweep, which was the only way that it was going to miss his pads that way, and it wasn't going to be called a wide.
He does like a reverse wide.
Is that the first one that he's played?
Yeah, first one I can remember.
Probably not the last.
No.
Sweeping out of the reverse sweeping out of what rough there is. Like spinner bowling round the wicket. Middleton into Madsen, there he goes again, it's looped up in the air, and Gloucestershire again are claiming the catch, and Madsen's walking. I don't think that Paul Pollard necessarily was going to give that, but Wayne Madsen's walked off. That's very sporting of him indeed, because Paul Pollard was completely unmoved, and Madsen sort of waited, then swished his bat, and then he walked off. It's 149 for 3.
It's caught the back of the bat for me.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
that's why it's gone backwards, as it were.
Yeah.
Backwards off the back of the bat. Middleton has his second wicket. It was always going to be a fairly dangerous ploy to try and play, even for somebody as prolific a reverse sweeper as Madsen, to try and play the reverse sweep with the leggy bowling round the wicket. I think is it gone off something first and then the back of the bat as well? He might even have got glove and then back of the bat. Anyway, he was. Yeah. He was very much out, and then
2 more wickets, and we're not finishing
away.
at 10 to 5. By the way, there we are.
Well, we've got the double centurion walking in now.
He's just been called Matthew Lamb as well, which I've never heard him called in my entire life. He was Matty Lamb at Warwickshire, and now he's Matt Lamb at Derbyshire, but he's never been called Matthew Lamb.
2 for 35 for Middleton. I think he might be Matthew Lamb on this particular
it doesn't mean that he
website.
Is,
well, yes, I'm just saying that's what they've decided to go with.
No.
And
call me Matt was what he said to me the first time I met him.
Call me Matt, everybody does.
Call me Matt.
Bancroft in there at short leg. Breeze fluttering the trousers out there. But it is still mostly blue sky.
I'm surprised there aren't more in sweaters. Would be quite nice.
Oh, Matthew Lee still hasn't given up hope. Middleton can produce a worn-like spell here from the rough.
Well, even... Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, well, Naeem Ashraf's going to switch sides because Gloucestershire are going to put another fielder under the helmet. Charlesworth is going to go in at leg slip, yes. DeLanger switches to backward point. Stroke wide third. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Square leg. Long leg. Middleton is in and bowls. Oh, gosh, that was nearly 2 in 2. That's turned a mile past Lamb's outside edge. A little bit of bounce as well. I think Bracey's pointing to the bails. Does he think that hit them? It certainly wasn't very far off, but anyway, well, it's prompted Gloucestershire to get a second slip in. That has gone sideways. Hammond is the man. Second slip, so 4 round the bat. Middleton bowls to Lamb, who comes down on that one, jams it into the ground out into the offside. It is quite crickety for somebody to score a double ton and then not get very many runs in the second innings.
Absolutely, yeah, that would be almost...
Especially that way round.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, anytime you're feeling good about the game, it comes back to spoil your day. Middleton in bowls, and this is defended by Lamb to short leg. Didn't quite get that one to go as much.
It had crossed my mind as he walked out.
What can he do but spoil it? Middleton making everybody wait as he's in bowls, and again Lamb gets bat on it that time as it's just a bit too full really to quite catch the rough, but Middleton bowls a wicket maiden. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35 for him, as Derbyshire 149 for 3. So 25 overs left. If Gloucestershire were to take 7 wickets in 7 balls, then they would have
145,
22 overs to chase 146, yeah.
And they scored 80 in 7 overs yesterday.
It's on.
It's absolutely on. Sussex, who I always love a visit to home, and their media team is very good, tweeted T. dot, full stop, draw incoming.
Great.
Ollie Price bowls, and there's a catch taken at short leg. Brooke Guest has gone now, and that's 2 wickets in very quick succession, and perhaps it isn't as fanciful as we were making out. 149 for 4 now. Brooke Guest goes for 57, and that might just start the jitters.
It's a good catch from Bancroft right off the inside edge. I don't think there was any pad involved. He's just scooped that off the floor, and Ollie Price now has his first wicket. Just a little bit of, well, I say just a little bit, there is some turn out of the footmarks all of a sudden, which I guess we saw Thompson get some turn earlier on, so it shouldn't be a massive surprise, but well, again, maybe this goes back to why we should play 5 days.
Oh, for goodness sake. with a 2-day gap.
That would go down well, yeah. 5 days, more time for the pitch to start turning.
We could get the PCA to agree to that.
We could have 6 5-day games.
Instead of 5 4-day games. No, whatever. I can't do the maths. And Aaron Donald has come out.
How's he going to try and bat, I wonder? Let's take the attitude that if I score a quick 30, then that basically kills it.
6 overs of an Aaron Donald pretty much does kill the game, doesn't it? But 1 ball of an Aaron Donald really does get the heebie-jeebies, whatever heebie-jeebies do.
Yes.
I'm not sure the heebie-jeebies do anything. The Derbyshire Twitter feed's gone very quiet. Just saying. 109 for 3, Lancashire's 2s. They need another 44. And they've got just over 4 overs in which to do it. Could be an exciting finish there. Could be an exciting finish here. Who knows? And Aaron Donald surveys the scene. Can't imagine that he was hoping that he would get another go. 67 in the first innings.
Especially if he's not feeling particularly well.
He waits now, and Price bowls to him. He turns that backward of square on the leg side, and there's no run.
Some excellent histrionics from Ollie Price there, beating the ground.
Yeah, I've been denied a
knee
wicket.
on the floor. Yeah.
Could have been on a hat trick. Price bowls again, and back goes an Aaron Donald and smashes it away to the cover boundary for 4.
Yes, I don't think you're going to get away with that one with anybody. Never mind.
Derbyshire's 150's up. Thank you very much, just sir, down there. Well spotted. No, they're not interested. 153 for 4, the lead 149.
I think the man with the berets left.
Yeah, he's not sitting where he was sitting the other day. It's a beautiful dog down there, though. Just having a scratch of his ear. Spaniel. Well, he's not scratching his ear anymore. This next delivery is driven by an Aaron Donald. He'd moved from his ear somewhere else. And there is no run. He's a beautiful thing, though. Looks like a Cocker Spaniel. Very much like Bertie. As in comes Price again. Back into his crease goes Donald. Defends it out into the offside. Bertie is Andy Twiggs, dog, our breakfast show host. Beautiful thing.
I didn't know whether it was the dense Rhodesian Ridgeback which comes to the ground.
It's not. Yeah,
sometimes.
no, it's definitely a spaniel.
That would be a dog that would be down there sometimes.
Next delivery from Price looks a bit quicker, and it's cut away into the offside by Donald for a single. Bo Webster runs past the ball. Is it Bo Webster?
It is.
Yeah, runs past the ball. It's a long way down.
He was also so certain that he had it as well.
Yeah,
It was a great
absolutely.
confident move up with the ball. And then the ball was just sitting right there.
Donald pinches the strike, he moves on to 5, and it's 154 for 4 now.
Well, this could also be interesting with Middleton bowling into the rough in terms of, I mean, there is no obligation to play a shot here for Donald, but I'm just not sure if he's the sort who will pad away 6 deliveries in a row. So I think for Middleton, he's absolutely right to stick, even though he's got 2 new batters to bowl out. It's absolutely right to be sticking with bowling round the wicket. And there are still those 4 close catches in. 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. Middleton bowls and Donald plays this one with the back because it's quite straight and turns it back to the bowler. The leg side would be quite tempting still with the line. Middleton, I guess, will also know that if he flights it up, he should get more to happen out of the rough, so he may as well give it a go. We've bowled one fairly quick there, which Donald has played with the bat, but it's gone somehow shooting along the floor in the end. But that was a really quite dodgy way of trying to play it in the end. And as I say again, he could just kick that one away. Open stance for Donald as Middleton bowls to him, and that's cut at and missed by an Aaron Donald.
Come on now. Help us out here.
He's gone down for a bit of a garden. Lead is 150. 23 overs left after this.
It's raining at Old Trafford.
Middleton bowls, and this time he does kick it away. Does Donald into the gloves of Bracey. Well,
that should finish
ruin
it off,
that then,
it?
isn't it?
That should
Yeah.
finish it off. You
It's
promised
a
us
shame.
you promised us an exciting finish there.
Well, I was hopeful for one.
Yeah, and it seldom rains in the northwest, as I know. They've been very unlucky there.
Middleton moves in, bowls, and this time, even though, again, it was pitching outside leg stump, Donald has decided to play a defensive shot, but that one much more secure. Played down into the ground. Did see Van Buren do some warming up at mid-off, whether with a couple of right-handers out, whether he might fancy a go. I'm sure he'll be required to bowl a fair bit in the blast. Middleton is in, this is cut away by Donald. There'll be at least 2 here, might even be 4. DeLanger's in pursuit. He tried to stop it with his boot, but he's done exactly that. Just the only problem is that the ball had already crossed the boundary by that point. Oh dear. 158 for 4.
I don't blame him.
Not at all.
Some of my finest moments watching Derbyshire were watching Ravi Rampal kick the ball to all parts as he tried to field. Top man, Rav.
It was great. I mean, you could see what was going through his mind as well. He's like, oh, I could kick it. No, it's gone.
I don't think an extra boundary will
No.
make an enormous difference to the outcome of this match. One way or the other. 158 for 4. 154 the lead, 23 overs remaining, and I can guarantee that Derbyshire will not bowl more overs than is necessary if they do have to bowl again. And Matt Lamb's stepping away because Ollie Price is still sorting his field out here.
So 6 wickets in an over would still need 7.5 an over for Gloucestershire to chase.
we saw what they did. We saw what they did yesterday.
But they've got to get him probably within 5 overs.
I think so.
Got to get these 6 wickets in 5 overs,
which would be against what we've seen in this game so far. But
I mean, they had 2 wickets in 2 overs, but yes.
Here's Price then. He's got a silly mid off, a short leg and a slip. He comes in and bowls to Lamb, who goes away and cuts this down to a backward point for 4 runs. Don't bowl there.
That's an easy way of making sure that there's fewer overs left in this one.
Yep, now Matt Lamb's laces have come undone. Not sure how that happened. 162 for 4. Quick look at what's happening at the county ground. Samit Patel's bowled 4 overs for 30. They need 26 runs from 2 overs and 2 balls. Lancashire, that could be a nipper. In comes Price and bowls. That's defended. Good stride from Matt Lamb.
Until he hasn't batted for 300 deliveries there, because he took the stride and then moved back quite
was able to
sprightly.
stand up
Yes,
again.
exactly.
Yeah. It must hurt by the end, or it must have hurt by the end of his double century. That one is pushed out into the offside. Perhaps it's loosened him up for the rest of the season. That would be excellent news.
He bent down and picked his bat up okay as well.
Yeah. The ball rolled back to Ollie Price once again. False start, so Lamb steps away. Now he settles over his bat, and Price is in, and that one is he's dealt with that quite well. A little bit of extra bounce, and he's basically pushed it into the floor. Having seen Brooke Guest get caught at short leg, and it was a good catch by Cameron Bancroft. And Price is in again, and this one is driven. I had no idea which direction that had gone off the bat. It actually went to backward point. I thought it was going to go very much in front of square, but it didn't. 162 for 4 it remains. And then comes Price again. Oh, that's beaten the edge. There's an appeal for a catch. The bails had also been whipped off, but I don't think his back leg moved at all, his back foot. So belt and braces kind of appeal there, and neither were given. 162 for 4 at the end of the over. 22 overs left. Of course, we'd lose 2 for the change of innings as well. Despite what the umpires thought in the game between Derbyshire and Leicestershire.
Yes, we managed to bring that up last
year before.
Yeah, we managed to bring that up last week with Richard Ray.
It was just nonsense. We knew what was going on, and then all of a sudden we didn't know what was going on. And there was instead of a 10-minute break between the innings, it was 20 minutes, and Derbyshire bowled 1 over at Leicestershire. That was as close as Derbyshire have been to victory in the last 2 years. And they weren't very close. 162 for 4.
Yes, because we were reminding ourselves that you still lost the 2 overs in the last hour, which until that point, I think just about everybody would have said.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion due to a phone call to Lords.
Middleton bowls to Donald, who stabs that one defensively into the offside. Mentioned Van Buren would be doing a bit of bowling in the T20, because Ollie Price may well do as well. He had a very good blast in terms of wicket take. He took 10 wickets in 17 overs and a ball in the blast last year. It was one of the as Middleton bowls, that's too wide and let go by Donald. It was one of the surprise elements of the blast last year. Ben Charlesworth's ball striking ability, striking at over 150 and being Gloucestershire's leading run scorer, and then Ollie Price for a while being Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker. But that honour falling to Tom Smith in the end, as Middleton is in and Donald runs this one to second slip for no run. Smith and Payne, the two predictable men in the end, ending up 1 and 2. But he could get through some crucial overs again, especially if Gloucestershire fancy making these pitches not 250, plays 250. Middleton bowls and Donald tries to work this one round the corner and is successful, and will take a single to where fielder on the 45 would be. 163 for 4. Lead 159. 4:45. Wonder if Lamb's thinking about a charge down the pitch.
I sincerely hope not.
Middleton to Lamb, who squeezes the ball out into the offside to short extra cover. Charlesworth with the cable knit at short extra now, so 3 close catches. The leg slip has been dispensed with. Middleton moves in, bowls, and this is played defensively just in front of short leg. Bancroft will jog after it and make sure there is no run. 163 for 4. Can't see anybody asleep in the mound stand anymore, which is quite surprising.
Well, there aren't that many people in it.
No, but the ratio of people asleep to in the mound stand was quite high earlier. Yeah. 1 in 10.
Northamptonshire still holding on, 170 for 3. There are a minimum of 23 overs left for Yorkshire to get those 7 wickets.
Might have overread the pudding, actually. I can only count 7 people at the moment in the mound stand.
"12 off 7 balls Lancashire require." Stephen Croft is in the middle though, which is always a concern. Pat Brown coming to the end of his 4th over. Blair Tickner's bowled 4 overs for 26. Pat Brown 4 overs, 1 for 34. And comes Ollie Price and bowls to an Aaron Donald, who was in position to play a shot almost before the ball was delivered, and then played a shot that he was slightly anxious about into the leg side.
Gosh, they're still batting it at Lord's.
And it's pointless, isn't
194 overs. They probably won't quite get to 200.
Absolutely pointless. Here's Price in again. Bowls to Donald, who defends this out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. Price has to field off his own bowling. Doesn't have a shy at the stumps. Donald moves on to 11. 164 for 4.
I mean, when even Robinson and Seals are a combined 1 for 156.
There's something wrong with the
Sorry,
pitch.
2 for 156.
Something wrong with the pitch, isn't
but, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just about the bowling, is it?
No, I don't think so. They were certainly, Seals was terrific in the second innings at Derby, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Matt Lamb. Robinson was pretty good in the first innings, so that's a decent combination. But ball rolled back to Ollie Price again. Which village is playing here? Throw the ball back properly, lads. Come on, have some standards. 10:05 balls required up at Derby. This one is pushed out into the offside by Lamb. He's set off for a single and he's been sent back by an Aaron Donald absolutely correctly. That was a very nice piece of fielding by Ben Charlesworth.
Ajit Singh Dale. Oh no, you're right, it was Charlesworth.
Ah,
Had me now.
thank you.
Yeah, it was Charlesworth.
164 for 4 it remains. The two batsmen have a chat about something And Nick Potts is bowling the last over. He's bowled. The first ball went for 1. The second was a dot ball, so then only 10 off 4 deliveries. A terrific effort. Go on, Pottsy lad. In comes Price again. That one is driven backward of square by Lamb to Ben Charlesworth.
Ajit Singh. No.
Backward point. Oh, he's bowled a wide. That's unfortunate. Nick Potts.
I bet it was a bad call.
Next delivery from Price is loops into the leg side, a long way away from Cameron Bancroft though. And the over comes to an end. 164 for 4. It's almost 10-2. And Aaron Donald has a look.
I think they're going to have to
a
bowl
chat with,
one more, I'm afraid. There are 10 seconds to go until 4:50, and the umpire is now standing in position. Oh, it is. It's Hammond. It had to be. It's going to be the last over for Hammond again.
As long as it's the last over, I really don't care who bowls it.
The fact that Hammond is bowling it
is neither here nor there to me. I can't take my eyes off this game at Derby, which is clearly far more exciting than this. Oh, he's bowled another dot ball. They need 9 off 3 deliveries. It's a terrific effort.
Steve Croft on strike.
Yeah. Terrific effort from Potts.
How old is Steve Croft now?
About 64.
Yeah, I think he'll still be playing when he's that age.
Yeah.
Just playing white ball cricket now, but yeah, gosh. Man of his experience. Hammond then has demanded 2 slips. A short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Disappointingly, he's not running in with his yellow socks, and he almost had a wicket as Donald inside edged the ball into his boot. First delivery. I don't think he quite knew what to make of Hammond's new medium paces.
Well, the analysts won't have shown them any of it, will
no.
they? Hang on a minute. I need to go off the
surprise
pitch.
Factor.
I need to go off the pitch and have a look at a laptop.
Video of Hammond bowling in the warm-ups. I do like how he doesn't stop at the start of his run-up either. He just swerves into it. Hammond bowls a short delivery, which is pulled by Donald to deep square leg, and he will trot through for a single. 165 for 4.
Nick Potts has bowled a no ball that was hit for 4, and then 2 off the next ball. So the scores are level with 1 ball to go.
Oh dear.
You know what happens here, don't you?
Oh, he's taking his time here, is Matt Lamb. Double century against Gloucestershire's attack, but didn't see any of Miles Hammond. Hammond is in and bowls, and it's on the hip, and it's clipped fine for another single.
He might have got a triple century had he seen Miles Hammond.
How very dare you.
Well, I'm just saying, I haven't seen anything yet that would necessarily terrify the average club cricketer.
3 balls remaining. Langer hunting it. Short mid-wicket. Hammond bowls wide outside the off stump, and Donald lets it go. It just about sprawls its way through to James Bracey behind the stumps. 2 balls remaining in
wicket
the match. Oh.
Oh no, there is one ball more to go.
Right.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, that was the 5th legitimate delivery of the over. The scores are still tied.
Hammond in and bowls. That can't be a wide. No chance. Just inside the return crease.
It was probably. It was the same as the wide earlier on in the innings, wasn't it?
Well,
but not as wide as Sam Connors is wide, but
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think
nobody wants an extra
exactly.
delivery,
I don't think Paul Pollard wants to see another one.
No.
As much as I'm sure he's loving Miles Hammond bowling. In fact, Hammond very, very sportingly went up to him, and I think thanked him for not calling the ball
He's going to bowl some spin now, is he? No, they're shaking hands.
That's it. They've had enough at 5 balls in the over, and at 166 for 4. Derbyshire and Gloucestershire have drawn this match. A game which started off with Derbyshire having won the toss under cloudy skies and decided to bat first, which There was a little bit of surprise about Gloucestershire. Certainly would have bowled first. Lloyd and Rees getting off to a tidy start with the 50-run opening partnership. They both went pretty quickly, and they were teetering in a bit, having lost 3 wickets and then a couple of dropped catches. But I nearly said Matthew then, just reading it off the screen. Matt Lamb, one of the stories of this match, 207. It was a fantastic innings of power and also endurance. With his back issues, 34s and a 6. Bo Webster claimed his maiden first-class 5-wicket haul, 6 for 100. In Gloucestershire's innings, a record 5th wicket partnership for the county between James Bracey and Graham Van Buren. 187 to Gloucestershire's captain and 144 to Gloucestershire's keeper. But especially with the rain that we had yesterday, there was no chance of a result today, especially given the pitch was a flat one and nothing had really happened to change it. So we've got there. We've managed it.
Derbyshire's seconds have lost by 5 wickets. A single off the last ball of the match has given Lancashire victory. Nick Potts, who bowled that last over, 3 overs, 3 for 21, so no shame in that. But they couldn't quite get over the line. It's been a delight, mate, honestly. However, we won't see it till next season now, unless we play in the final of the One Day Cup, or indeed you get through to the quarter-finals and come up to Derby, because Derbyshire are going to finish top of the North Group. I don't think they are.
Well, anyway, it has been marvellous these last 4 days, and I look forward to our next meeting whenever that may be. Just to say the final points tally for the match: Derbyshire claim 15 points, Gloucestershire claim 14 points. It means that there's absolutely no change in the table. Gloucestershire will still be 4th, but they will have closed 1 point on Leicestershire ahead of them and 2 points on Middlesex. So they'll go in. And Mark Lane mentioned that he wanted to be 20 points off the promotion places at the end of this block of fixtures. Gloucestershire will be just 11 points off the promotion places. So that's it for Championship cricket for a month. Gloucestershire's next Championship match is at Scarborough on the 23rd of June. Scarborough followed by Cheltenham. The festival season will be in full swing, but the Vitality Blast starts in just 3 days' time. Gloucestershire taking on Essex here at Bristol. Every ball of every game of the Blast will be available on the BBC Sport website and app.
Derbyshire start on Thursday at Northamptonshire.
Excellent.
And then they've got a home game at Edgbaston, but we haven't got time to go into that.
No, that's
And then
that's
they've got
fine.
another away game less than 24 hours later at Old Trafford.
Right. Okay. Thanks so much for your company, Dave Fletcher. We'll be back on Thursday here at Bristol for the T20. Thanks very much for listening. It's been a pleasure to bring the match to you. Have a very good rest of your bank holiday.